If you liked this clip, thank you for visiting the Light Novel Podcast channel. Remember to click like, subscribe, and the notification bell, in order to avoid missing the time when the Light Novel Podcast channel will upload the upcoming clip. If you find this story amusing, leave a comment under the video saying so and help each other like it to get to 1,000 likes for me. Let's listen to the rest of this sentence. The ad channel has extremely few likes and followers. Chapter 1351. Beware of future versions of yourself bearing gift. The sin of Solace. These words were clearly a part of the ghostly spellweave of the estuary key. Sunny stared at them intently, feeling a strange mix of confusion, curiosity, and dread. What the hell was the meaning of this? Shifting slightly, he looked at the sword wraith. The apparition stood in the shadows, wearing a bored and resentful expression. Sunny had grown so accustomed to the company of the sin of Solace, first in the form of a disembodied voice, then of a vague figure, and finally of a perfect reflection of himself, that he rarely paid it much attention these days. But the sword wraith was not at all benevolent or harmless. In fact, he was a sinister and insidious being, spawned from the whisper of a fearsome demon and meant to drive the wielder of the sword mad. The fact that Sunny still had his sanity intact, or rather, somewhat intact, was only due to his extraordinary mental resilience and resistance to mind attacks. Most humans would have already been turned into raving lunatics by the Jade Jian. Sunny, though? Apart from looking like a madman from time to time due to an outwardly strange habit of talking to himself, he only found the presence of the sin of Solace frustrating, nothing more. Is there more to this damned curse? He knew that the apparition would never give an honest answer, but nevertheless asked. There's no reason your name would be etched into the weave of the estuary key, is there? The sword wraith gave him a disdainful look. I don't know. Maybe there is, you're the great sorcerer, so you tell me. Sunny took a deep breath. You are keeping a lot of secrets these days, huh? Makes me wonder if I should just feed you to Nightmare. Better safe than sorry, that is what they say. The sin of Solace laughed. Go ahead, get rid of your most powerful offensive memory. Why not? You're going to die in this nightmare, anyway. In fact, I encourage you to destroy me. Oh, do you think that I want to be here? Gods, no. He grinned. Ah, but there's a problem. Are you sure that destroying the sword will get rid of me? It might, but then again, maybe it won't. Maybe the damage to your mind has already been done, and we are stuck together for the rest of your short, distasteful, pitiful life. What a cruel fate. Sunny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he couldn't afford to destroy the sin of Solace, and neither was he certain that doing so would banish the apparition. They were truly stuck with each other, at least for now. And I won't get any information out of the bastard either. So, there were only two ways to solve the mystery of the estuary key and its connection to the sin of Solace. One was to find the great sorcerer who had created the ominous memory. The other was to deduce the truth, somehow. Sunny looked away with a somber expression. Now that I know that the sin of Solace has something to do with the estuary key. He suddenly felt cold. After entering the nightmare and discovering that he had somehow come into possession of a supreme memory, Sunny made several theories about how it could have ended up in his soul sea. One of them was that the soul serpent had slain a great nightmare creature out there in the real world. The other was that it was Sunny himself who had created the estuary key far in the future but somehow received it in the present due to the strange nature of the great river. And now that he had learned certain facts and knew that the name of the sin of Solace was etched into the weave of the unexplainable memory, a chilling suspicion was getting harder and harder to deny. Looking down, Sunny slowly clenched his fists. It was him, the Mad Prince. He must be the one who created the estuary key. Simply thinking these words made him shudder. But it was just too compelling of a theory to discard. Sunny had suspected that the mysterious memory had been created by a future version of himself. He also suspected that the Mad Prince was one of his possible futures. So, wouldn't it be logical to assume that the future version of himself who had created the estuary key was the Mad Prince? The name of the sin of Solace etched into the weave, the ghostly strings of shadow essence, the unexplainable nature of the key, and the strange words describing it. The answer is oblivion. It had to have been him. How many weavers were there who could create threads out of shadow essence? Sunny was certain of it. Then, what exactly did it mean? If that abomination really created the estuary key, did it prove that Sunny was really inhabiting the body of one of the 6 plagues? That would certainly make things easier for the cohort. One adversary was already gone, after all. And it didn't even have to be just one. What if each of the members of the cohort had been sent into the bodies of these powerful defiled? Actually, that was a chilling thought. Because while it would really be wonderful to not have to deal with the 6 plagues, it also meant that the other members had been sent directly to the heart of the defilement, the city of Verge. The Mad Prince was the only one of the defiled champions who had traveled into the far reaches of the future, after all, from what Sunny knew. Surely, the nightmare spell wouldn't have been so unjust in setting up its trial. Still, if Sunny had indeed taken the role of the abomination from the future, he could also tentatively explain the sudden change of the sin of Solace. Why had the sword wraith suddenly grown to look so vivid and real at the start of the nightmare, almost indistinguishable from the real thing? Was it, perhaps, because Sunny had actually inherited not one, but 2 things from the Mad Prince? One was the estuary key, while the other was the sin of Solace. What if the sword wraith that had greeted him in the nightmare came from the future, just like the estuary key? What if the sin of Solace had been by his side all the way to becoming defiled and then spending gods knew how much time haunting the great river? Hundreds of years, at least, judging by how superior the madman's weaving was to Sunny's own. And had been then passed down to the younger version of its corrupted master through some bizarre anomaly or dark scheme. The apparition had let it slip that he knew the Mad Prince by interfering with the dream where the abomination's vestige showed up. Was that why? Sunny scowled. Suddenly, the idea of feeding the jade sword to his shadows did not seem so crazy anymore. I'll wait and see. Sunny glared at the sin of Solace, distrustful and wary. Glaring at him back, the sword wraith grinned. Look at you, figuring things out. Ah, there's really no sight more comical than a fool who thinks that he's smart. Wouldn't you agree? Sunny grimaced and remained silent. Was that a confirmation? Or simple mockery? He gritted his teeth, knowing that there was no way to tell. Chapter 1352 Nearing the Edge. Chapter 1352 Nearing the Edge. In the end, Sunny failed to get the wraith to say anything informative. Just as usual, all the answers he received were either vague and misleading, or outright insults that had nothing to do with the question. Later, in a somber mood, he left the shadow of the sacred tree and walked around the ship, examining its state. Sunny felt odd in light of the things he had learned and suspected to be true. Ah, it's infuriating. He seemed to have stumbled on the truth, or rather, on a big chunk of the truth. However, there were still plenty of missing parts, and those were the parts that contained the most important answers. His mind was spinning, coming up with one baseless theory after another. Sunny was unable to glean the true meaning of it all, but what he did manage to do was completely exhaust himself mentally. Eventually, feeling foul, he threw the manic desire to get to the bottom of things right here and now out of his head and settled near the catch to start weaving another memory for nightmare. The fiery sunset lasted for the entirety of the day, and was then replaced by the ghostly radiance of the night. Here in the western reaches of the great river, even the opalescence of the water was different. It was shifting between deep carmine, vibrant crimson, and rich maroon, as if they were truly sailing on a river of blood. The nights they had witnessed before were dreamlike, but this one was like a scene from a darkly beautiful nightmare. Sunny and Nephi had not slept for a single moment, too wary to close their eyes. In the morning, the impenetrable darkness of the night was once again replaced by a blazing sunset. It seemed like one of the 7 suns was always within reach, drowning in the currents of time. The further west they sailed, the dimmer the light became. Eventually, they were surrounded by a fiery dusk. Sunny, isn't the current strange? Neff's voice sounded tense. Currently, he was holding the steering oar, while she was leaning over the railing nearby. Confused, Sunny sent one of his shadows to take a look overboard. It took him a long time to understand what had alarmed Nephi's. Strange. The current of the great river was changing. Ever since they entered the tomb of Ariel, it had always flowed in the same direction. But now, it seemed as if the currents were twisting, not only carrying the chainbreaker forward, but also slightly pulling it to the side. In the direction of the setting sun. He gripped the oar tighter. We must be nearing the edge. The great river was vast and flowed endlessly, but it was not limitless. That was one of the first things they had asked Enki, hoping that there was a shore somewhere in this inhospitable world. But there was no shore. Instead, the great river was limited from west and east, from dusk and dawn, as the river people called these directions, but a bottomless dark abyss. It was as though the river flowed through nothing, suspended in the void by the power of the demon of dread. And so, there was an edge instead of the shore. A colossal and unceasing waterfall where the waters of time spilled into the abyss and disappeared into the boundless darkness. Sailing close to the edge was tantamount to suicide. They had not reached the truly dangerous waters yet, otherwise, the currents would have already been pulling the chainbreaker toward the abyss with ferocious force, but the subtle change in the direction of where the water flowed indicated that the edge was already not too far away. Which was good news. Because it meant that they were even closer to fallen grace. And dusk, the last sibyl of the estuary. Sunny inhaled deeply. Check the navigation tools again. It would be really awful if we overshoot fallen grace and end up deeper into the past than intended. That would have been bad, indeed, considering that there was no one except Defile further downstream than the last human city. If the last human city was still standing. Sunny frowned, remembering the time storm. They did not really know how long they had spent fighting against its rage, and especially how long they had spent in the eerily tranquil eye of the roving cataclysm, trying their hardest not to look at the water. Who knew? Fallen grace might have been consumed by the defilement, already. Even if it wasn't, there was no telling whether Dusk was friend or foe, let alone whether she was the one who had sent Enki the message to find them through the dreams. They had to be ready for battle. While Nephi was trying to determine their location with the help of the navigation tools, Sunny silently gave his shadows a series of commands. Standing at the bow of the graceful ship, Saint released her darkness with indifferent poise. Nightmare stirred in the shadows, his crimson eyes igniting with dangerous light. Fiend rose from the deck, infernal flames burning behind the black faceplate of his fearsome helmet. Soon, Nephi put the tools away and looked downstream. Everything seems fine. We should be very near. Of course, the city might have migrated in any direction by now. Still, it couldn't have moved far without sacrificing its entire population of Riverborn. Sunny nodded slowly. Indeed, although the floating cities of the Great River civilization could theoretically travel as far as their inhabitants wished, in reality, they were bound in place by the lifespans of the Riverborn. Migrations happened over the span of generations, not months or years. Replace me at the oar. Nephi silently stepped into the runic circle, freeing Sunny. Right now, he was a more efficient fighter between the two of them. More importantly, he had no idea how to berth a ship. If the people of Fallen Grace were indeed friendly, it would be really embarrassing to crash into their pier first thing after arriving. Yeah. I'll handle the fighting, if it comes to that. Sunny secretly looked around, checking what the Sin of Solace was doing. Making sure that the sword wraith wasn't up to no good, he let out a mental sigh of relief and extended his shadow sense as far as he could. After that, all they could do was wait. An hour passed in tense silence, then another. The drag of the abyss was still mild, but it was slowly growing faster. Surrounded by eternal sunset, Sunny found it hard to measure time. The chainbreaker sailed through crimson dusk. The waters of the great river reflected the burning sky, and seemed to be engulfed in flames themselves in turn. Then, finally, Saint shifted and slightly turned her head. In the distance, Sunny saw a spark of light shining above the horizon. Somewhere out there, a white flame was burning at the top of a tall lighthouse. They had found the last human city in the tomb of Ariel, it seemed. After months of wandering the perilous expanse of the tomb of Ariel, they had reached Fallen Grace. Chapter 1353 Tattered Sails. Chapter 1353 Tattered Sails. There had been a time when Kronos possessed a youthful body and an even younger soul. His soul was still young, all things considered, but his body had turned decrepit and frail. It was full of aches, felt stiff in the mornings, and had to be handled with care. Still, there were pleasant things about being old, as well. Kronos had burned with all kinds of hopes and desires when he was young, but now that he was in his twilight years, life was calm and peaceful. Or rather, his feelings about life were calm and peaceful, or was it one and the same? Since one thing he didn't possess was the actual wisdom of old age, it was hard to say. One thing was for certain: not having to worry about the future, he had much more time to enjoy the trivial delights of life. Like the warmth of his cot, the companionship of his friends and neighbors, or the beauty of the world. Since Kronos did not sleep much, old as his body was, he had developed the habit of walking to the piers at the break of night, to watch the suns rise from the water. Today, just like always, he left his home carrying a lantern and walked to the edges of the city. Despite the fact that the streets were still dark, there were many early risers just like him out and about. Some greeted him with words, some with smiles. Their faces were just as wrinkly as his, and their bodies were just as stiff as his. That also made being old feel less lonely. Eventually, Kronos crossed a few rope bridges and reached the piers. Several people were already there, waiting in the darkness. Some of them he knew from his days in the House of Youth, some he had met after. Joining them, he extinguished the lantern, sat down, and looked at the water. They chatted as the night lived its last minutes. Shrouded in darkness, the great river glowed with a beautiful red radiance. Then, slowly, its light grew brighter. The chatter quieted down as the old men and women enjoyed the view of the flowing water. Somewhere far away, the black veil covering the sky rippled. Hints of lilac and azure were mixed into its dark expanse. The river seemed to ignite, fiery colors spreading across its surface. Then, finally, the suns rose from the depths, painting the world in a million shades of scarlet. Reflected in the water, their light was like a spreading flame. Kronos sighed lightly. It's a new day. A cool breeze caressed their faces, and the world was at peace, or maybe it just seemed to be at peace. Of course, it was actually at war, but they did not have to worry about that today. Otherwise, the lady would have already warned the warriors of the city to prepare for battle. The group of old folks remained on the pier for a while, not in a hurry to leave. There was gossip to share and idle conversations to be had. As the youngest of the bunch, Kronos had not grown tired of hearing the same old stories over and over again yet, so he received a lot of attention. He listened and laughed, feeling a comfortable bliss. But then, a note of confusion entered that bliss. Still engrossed in a story told by an old woman who had left the House of Youth a few years before the rest of them fled, he glanced at the river and froze, stunned. There was a black spot on the horizon. It was a ship moving in the direction of Fallen Grace. Kronos trembled slightly. A ship, but it's not time yet for the fishermen to return. Has something bad happened? Soon, the other old folks noticed the approaching vessel as well. The conversation died down, and all of them stared into the distance, somber and tense. Then, their expressions changed. The mysterious vessel had drawn close enough for them to discern a few details: its size, the color of its hull and sails, the strange shape of its mast. Kronos was suddenly gripped with fear. It's not. The vessel had a graceful silhouette but looked indescribably menacing as it emerged from the crimson glow of dusk. Its hull was battered and covered in scars, while its tattered sails were like an ill omen. Much more importantly, the ghostly ship was unfamiliar. It was unmistakably alien to their city and its fleet of fishing boats, all of which Kronos knew by heart. He had never seen an unfamiliar ship arrive at Fallen Grace. They had received guests in the past, when his parents were young, but that time had long passed. Because Fallen Grace was the last human city on the great river. Defiled. Someone's yell broke the silence, sending the old folks reeling. The Defiled did not have a habit of traversing the great river on ships, but they were also sinister and unpredictable. The ominous ship might very well belong to the abominable monsters. But if it did, Why had the lady not warned them of an approaching attack? Why was the light burning at the top of her palace still white? Icy dread grasped Kronos. Has the lady succumbed? No, no. Impossible. His irreverent thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream. The observers staggered back, horrified by a dark shadow that moved below the water. Shocked, Kronos watched as the head of a colossal serpent rose from the waves near the approaching vessel. The beast's scales were onyx black, glistening with dark sanguine glow as they reflected the crimson light of dusk. A corrupted. People of fallen grace had all heard legends of the Serpent King as young kids, so seeing a similar abomination rise from the depths was like watching their childhood fears come alive. At that moment, the serpent's lightless eyes turned to the pier. Kronos felt his soul tremble, as if the creature was peering directly at him. And then, something unexplainable happened. The colossal body of the monstrous leviathan suddenly rippled, becoming vague and indistinct. Then, it dissipated into a tide of darkness. Instead, a slender human figure appeared on the bow of the approaching ship. The dark figure was contoured against the burning sky, its mantle moving slightly in the wind. It seemed to belong to a young man with porcelain skin and raven-black hair, his eyes as dark as night. The same lightless gaze swept across the pier, and then the sails of the ominous ship lowered themselves, as if by magic. Kronos took a shaky breath, staring at the ghostly vessel. A strange thought appeared in his mind. Is this the end? Or a new beginning? Chapter 1354 by Grace of Dusk. Chapter 1354 by Grace of Dusk. With its tattered sails lowered, the ominous vessel slowed down, eventually coming to a semblance of a halt. It drifted on the waves a few hundred meters away from the pier, carried by nothing except the current. Kronos had managed to regain some composure by then. He briefly thought about running away but decided against it. His body was too old to run with any kind of significant speed, anyway. The watchers guarding the city must have noticed the ghostly ship and the terrifying onyx serpent, too. If the lady had truly not known about their arrival, warriors would already be on their way. For a few moments, everyone remained motionless, the old men and women gathered on the pier, and the dark figure standing on the bow of the graceful vessel, as well. The current was slowly pulling the ship closer. It was only a matter of minutes before it reached the pier. This is strangely exciting? Kronos should have been terrified, but he found himself awed and curious instead. All of them here in Fallen Grace lived with the knowledge that their lives would soon come to an end. Death was like an old friend, not an odious enemy. The arrival of a mysterious ship, however, was a novelty. How often did he get to experience something entirely unexpected? He had never seen anything like it, and would most likely never get a chance to witness something as wondrous again. So, he waited for the moment when the hull of the ship touched the pier with bated breath. Eventually, the graceful vessel drew close enough for them to see every terrible scar and every burn mark covering its battered hull. It seemed like the battered ship had escaped the depths of hell and survived all kinds of untold disasters. What terrible battles had it endured? What harrowing creatures had clawed its hull, unable to break through? What kind of beings dwelled within it, who had been able to survive all these ordeals? Were they, perhaps, more harrowing than the creatures that had left their marks on the ancient hull? Kronos and his fellows saw the deck of the ship, as well, stunned by the sight of a beautiful tree growing around the ship's main mast. That tree was vibrant and full of life, not at all like the grim vessel below it. It was much taller and robust than any tree growing in Fallen Grace. What is this craftsmanship? Kronos had never seen a vessel of such design, nor had he known of any shipbuilder who could have created it. The lines of the ghostly ship were elegant but unfamiliar. The small details of its construction were unlike anything that the river people would have built. They were also entirely different from how the Twilight people had built things, back before they were wiped out by the Defiled. The ghostly ship looked ancient and mysterious, like all things passed down from the outsiders. Suddenly, Kronos felt joyous excitement. Are these people? The ship smoothly approached the pier and halted just beside it, its bow softly touching the mooring berth. As the humans of Fallen Grace watched in stunned silence, 4 figures jumped from its deck onto the weathered wood. There were two humans in front, if they were really humans, and not deities. Kronos suddenly found it hard to breathe. The first one was the slender young man wearing a dark mantle, his porcelain face drowning in the shadows. His lightless eyes were like two pools of unfathomable darkness, cold and piercing. There was a crown of black metal resting on his head, shaped to resemble a twisting serpent. The other was a tall young woman with silver hair and calm gray eyes, wearing a white tunic. Her face was like that of a statue, beautiful and distant. She wore a crown, too, this one bright and adorned with a single radiant gem. When she appeared, it was as though the light of the seven suns had grown a little brighter. Kronos felt something move in his heart, and for a moment, his soul was grasped by a deep and unexplainable longing. The two were like night and day, mysterious and beautiful. The other two were like monsters. One was a towering knight that seemed to have been carved from onyx, her graceful armor both intricate and fearsome. The other was like an ogre forged from black steel, with hungry flames burning in the depths of his ferocious eyes. There was something hiding in the shadows, too. A dreadful presence that felt both elusive and terrifying. Everyone stared at the strangers, feeling dread, awe, and wonder. After a few moments of silence, the young man wearing the serpent crown took a step forward and spoke in a familiar language, his voice resounding across the pier. "We have come from the far reaches of the future in search of fallen grace, the last bastion of the river people. We mean no harm, unless you do us harm. I am." At that moment, Kronos became sure of his suspicion. They are. They must be. With his heart beating wildly, he stepped forward and asked in a trembling voice, "Am my lord, are you the children of Weaver?" The young man glanced at him, making Kronos shiver under that piercing gaze of his. A hint of surprise appeared in the lightless eyes, but then disappeared, replaced by something that resembled satisfaction. "Indeed. We are changing star and sunless, children of Weaver." His words were like an explosion for the old men and women gathered on the pier. Their fear disappeared, and instead, bright smiles illuminated their wrinkly faces. Of course. It's them. Just like the lady foretold. Praise the lady. Kronos couldn't keep the smile from appearing on his face either. "Ah, I must have gone senile, why haven't I realized sooner?" He hesitated for a moment, then bowed deeply and spoke, trying to make his voice sound solemn instead of amazed and excited. "It is our honor to meet you. We welcome you to Fallen Grace, esteemed guests." Then, he straightened and added reverently, "Lady Dusk has been awaiting you for a long, long time." Chapter 1355 Fallen Grace. Chapter 1355 Fallen Grace. No. I'm definitely not imagining it. These people are weird. The citizens of Fallen Grace were indeed looking at Sunny funny. The frail old man in front of him was smiling with an odd mix of joy and terror, just like the rest of the elderly folks that had met them on the pier. They were simultaneously far too excited and far too scared, like a bunch of teenagers who met an idol for the first time. He could vaguely understand why they would be delighted. It seemed that Dusk had already been waiting for Sunny and Nephi's, after all. Which was potentially a piece of good news. But where had the awe and terror come from? Maybe I shouldn't have shown up as a serpent? Sunny had thought that the river people would be accustomed to seeing creatures of all kinds, but maybe he was wrong. Still, there was a strange incongruity between the age of these people and how animated their reactions were. This whole city was strange. When Sunny and Nephi had first seen it, both were tense and wary. They had not known what kind of welcome to expect, and kept their guard up. Fallen Grace looked a lot like Weave, but also different. Painted by the crimson radiance of dusk, it floated on the waves, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was much larger than the forlorn city of the followers of Weaver, and also more developed, feeling like a place with much deeper roots. There were more island ships, most paved neatly with cobblestones and carrying graceful, picturesque buildings. The islands were connected by rope bridges, with wide canals below. Slender gondolas with intricate patterns carved into their pale would move through them. Unlike Weave, there were no wind catchers here. Instead, there were sails of vibrant scarlet fabric stretched between the taller buildings, making the city look like a grandiose flotilla. The buildings themselves were built from white stone and pale wood, with crimson accents added here and there to liven up their scenic facades. Fallen Grace was like a flower of pure, immaculate white drifting between the ominous crimson sky and the blood-red waters of the great river. However, it was a wilting flower. Although the beautiful buildings had been masterfully constructed, most of them were showing signs of deterioration. The newer ones did not seem nearly as picturesque either. The rope bridges were frayed and poorly maintained. The scarlet sails might have looked magnificent once, but now their fabric had faded, its surface covered in patches and signs of makeshift repairs. Most glaringly of all, the streets of the city were too desolate. From what Sonny could tell, half of the buildings had no inhabitants, standing abandoned and empty. That felt deeply wrong. He had grown up in NQSC, after all. In a city surrounded by defensive barriers, space was deeply precious, and since there was not enough of it to go around, people like him were condemned to the outskirts. Even there, emptiness was not tolerated. Plus, the only people in sight were these old men and women. Where were the sailors? Where were the soldiers? Where were the awakened? Why was the chainbreaker allowed to approach the city without being met by its guardians? Sonny found the situation very strange. Well, at least they are not attacking us. That was a concern for Nephi's in him, which was why he had dove into the water as a serpent. He stared at the old man, trying to understand why the locals seemed to be growing paler and paler with each passing moment. Then, mentally shaking his head, he sighed and said, "That's good, then. We've been anticipating meeting Lady Dusk a great deal, too. Maybe they would finally receive some answers from the last Sibyl of the estuary." Sonny hesitated for a moment, then asked bluntly, "Your city defenses seem awfully lacking. Where are the warriors? Why hasn't anyone prevented our ship from entering your waters?" The old man let out a nervous chuckle. "Oh, why would they? The lady would have warned us if there was danger. Since she didn't, there must be no danger. So..." He paused awkwardly and added, "Please don't worry, though. Someone will arrive shortly to escort you, esteemed guests. I am sure of it." Sonny and Nephi stared at the old man incredulously. "Ha! So that was why. Fallen Grace was ruled by an oracle, and therefore, its citizens lived by a completely different set of rules. Why post watchmen if any attack could be foretold in advance? It was something like that, perhaps. He wasn't sure he could really comprehend how drastic of a change such a life would be. Makes one wonder how the cities of the Sibyls fell, despite it all. Perhaps it was precisely because these people relied on the Sibyls so much, and the Sibyls, no matter how potent their prophetic powers were, could not have been omniscient. Especially when there were more sinister powers at play. As Sonny was pondering these matters, there was a small commotion at the end of the pier. A dozen figures appeared, all wearing armor and wielding weapons. Their armor was white, with red sashes tied around the waist. The weapons, thankfully, were sheathed. The old men and women stepped aside to let the soldiers approach. As they did, Sonny was surprised once again. The warriors, each and every one of them, were as old as the group of people that had met them on the pier. The armor fit their shriveled figures badly, and they seemed to struggle under the weight of their weapons. Nevertheless, the old soldiers tried to maintain dignified expressions. There was fire in their eyes, still. The leader of the squad, an ancient woman wearing an open helmet with a red plume, bowed deeply and then saluted with a trembling hand. "Welcome, children of Weaver. It is my honor to witness the day of your arrival. I will take you to the lady. Please." The old woman made a gesture, asking them to follow. Chapter 1356 The Last Sibyl. Chapter 1356 The Last Sibyl. Sonny studied the old woman's armor, hesitated for a few moments, then looked at the chainbreaker with doubt. He felt rather impatient to meet Dusk of Fallen Grace, but reminded himself to keep calm and take it one step at a time. "We've yet to moor our ship." The old warrior bowed again. "Everything will be taken care of." "How convenient." These ancient soldiers did not seem like much of a threat. The old woman was an awakened, but the rest were mundanes. Sonny had no doubt that he would be able to escape any ambush or trap they could potentially lure him into, and it didn't even seem like there would be a trap. Still, he didn't like the idea of leaving their only means of escaping fallen grace behind. That said, if Dusk had really anticipated their arrival, wouldn't she have also anticipated his reluctance? If she knew that he would be wary of a trap, wouldn't she have been able to construct a trap insidious enough to fool Sonny? Suddenly, he was full of apprehension. Damnation. Sonny had mostly been blessed by finding himself on the right side of people with prophetic powers. Now that he was about to meet an unfamiliar oracle, though, he fully realized how terrifying of an enemy one could be. His unease wasn't helped one bit by the fact that he had actually already met Dusk of Fallen Grace once, in a way. There were deep scars left on his psyche by the terror of LO-49. Whatever. What else can we do, demand that she comes to meet us here on the pier? After exchanging a glance with Nephi's, Sonny shrugged and followed the group of soldiers deeper into the city. The old man who had greeted them joined, as well, which caused an irritated sigh to escape from the lips of the old woman in charge of the soldiers. "Kronos, why are you tagging along with us, kid?" The old man simply smiled. "Why, I'm the one who greeted the esteemed guests first. Surely, they'll feel better having someone familiar escort them." The leader of the soldiers shook her head and didn't say anything else. The old man, Kronos, seemed satisfied and hurried to keep up with them. "Kid? How ancient is this woman, to be calling a fossil like him kid?" As Sonny was escorted through Fallen Grace, he couldn't help but look around with a somber expression. Everywhere they went, they were only met by old people. Ranging from elderly to ancient, the inhabitants of Fallen Grace all had white hair, wrinkled faces, and frail bodies of people living out the last of their twilight years. They went about their business with careful steps and looked at Sonny and Nephi's with amazed expressions. He thought that it was because of their status as guests in the city at first, but then realized that it was simply because they were young. Apart from Sonny and Nephi's, there was not a single young person in sight. "They are all riverborn." Sonny frowned, pondering the implications of this simple realization. Riverborn did not age with the passage of time, instead, they aged by moving upstream from the place of their birth. The process was supposed to be gradual, happening over the span of generations as the city migrated into the future to allow new families to be formed. Therefore, there had to be a mix of people of different ages on the streets, just like there would be in a normal city. So what did it mean if everyone here looked old? It meant that Fallen Grace had migrated far upstream for a reason other than ushering in a new generation, at some point. Killing the older population and thrusting everyone else into decrepit old bodies as a result. Sonny's face grew somber as he looked at Kronos, one more time. It might have been that the leader of the soldiers had called him a kid not because she was incredibly ancient, but because the old man was actually a child, or a youth no older than Sonny and Nephi's at least. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked cautiously. "Kronos, was it? Say, how old are you?" The old man smiled, his face turning into a labyrinth of deep wrinkles. "Oh, I am 17, my lord. I'll be 17 in a few days, to be precise." "But who's counting?" Sonny inhaled deeply, disturbed by the cheerful tone of that answer. Nephi seemed to have figured out the reason for why everyone in Fallen Grace looked so old, as well. Hearing Kronos confirm it, she frowned. "Then why aren't you at the House of Youth?" As the words left her lips, the face of the old woman leading the soldiers darkened. While Kronos lingered, she answered in his stead. "It's because we lost them. We lost the entire downstream half of the city during those dark days. And if it wasn't for the lady, we would have lost the other half, as well." At the mention of Dusk, an expression of deep reverence and love appeared on the faces of Kronos and the old soldiers. But there was also something else, hiding behind the devotion. A hint of sorrow? Fear? Guilt? It was at that moment that they reached the point that should have been the center of the city. However, it was its edge instead. There was nothing but empty water where countless island ships should have been. The rope bridges leading to them had been cut, their remnants singed and floating aimlessly in the water. The closest buildings to the edge bore scars and burn marks, some of them tilting sideways or laying in piles of mostly disassembled wreckage. It was as if the whole city had been dissected into two halves, one still drifting on the crimson waves, the other long gone, lost to the unceasing pull of the past. So that's how it is. Fallen Grace had indeed migrated upstream, escaping an attack. A large part of it had been lost in the process, both in terms of island ships and people. Sunny looked away with a grim expression. Was it because of the defiled? The old woman chewed on her lips, then nodded with a strange darkness hiding in her eyes. Yes, a defiled. Something like that. After that, she remained silent. Soon, they reached an island ship that floated a small distance away from the rest of the city. It carried a beautiful palace built of white stone, with tall columns and a spire that rose high into the scarlet sky, crowned by a pyre of pure flame. That was the source of the white spark they had seen from a distance. Crossing the expanse of crimson water, Sunny and Nephice ascended the wide stairs leading to the gates of the palace and were welcomed by rows of soldiers just like the ones who had escorted them here, wearing white armor with red sashes, decrepit and old. All of them bowed deeply as the small procession passed them. Finally, the gates of the temple opened in front of them. Sunny felt an old fear grip his heart. He was finally going to meet Dusk face to face, again. Soon, they were led to a grand hall filled with white marble, flowing water, and tranquil silence. There was a tall dais in the center of it, with an elegant stone throne standing on it. Dusk of Fallen Grace, the last Sibyl of the estuary, was sitting on that throne. Sunny froze. The first thing he registered was that Dusk looked young, very young. She was the first young woman they saw in Fallen Grace. She was also enthralling, with a petite figure and an exquisitely beautiful, delicate face. Her hair was like pale gold, and her stunning eyes were pure blue. Those stunning eyes looked upon the world but didn't see anything, because the beautiful young woman was blind. Of course, Sunny knew her well. Stunned, he raised a hand and asked in a trembling voice. Cassie? Erdiel's note, New Year. Same me. Hope you all had a great year, and if not, I hope the service I provided over the year made it a little bit better. It will continue though, how long? Not sure. I will notify when I do have to stop, and I will try to find a good replacement if possible. But that's for the unknown future. For now I will continue as usual. Let's hope we all have a great entry into 2024. Cheers mates, Chapter 1357 long time. Chapter 1357 long time. In front of them, sitting on the throne of Fallen Grace, was none other than Cassie. The delicate blind girl who had been their companion since the dire trial of the Forgotten Shore, and whom both Sunny and Nephice knew better than anyone else in the world did. There could be no mistake. Cassie had not changed much since the last time Sunny had seen her. She was still the same, with golden hair and beautiful blue eyes. The soft features of her lovely face were just as he remembered them. But there was something different about her, too. There was an obvious change, of course. Unlike how she was in the Nightmare Desert, Cassie looked hale and refreshed. Gone were the feverish gauntness, dark bruises, and cracked lips. Instead, her striking beauty had bloomed once more, soft and quiet yet making it impossible to look away. She was also wearing an unfamiliar red peplos, its thin flowing fabric draped gracefully around her supple figure and decorated with white accents. But there was also a deeper, less obvious change to her. Sunny just couldn't put his finger on what it was, exactly. Most importantly, Cassie was not Dusk of Fallen Grace. Or was she? He suddenly felt a chill. Cassie? At the sound of his voice, the blind girl slowly turned her head and looked down from her throne. Even Nephice, who rarely allowed surprise to show on her face, seemed dazed. She stared at the young woman who was, or at least looked like their friend silently, a storm of emotions hiding in her usually calm eyes. The next moment, however, tension drained from her gaze, replaced by profound relief. It was because Cassie smiled. Her wide, radiant smile set their hearts at ease. It was a smile they knew. Sonny? Naff? You are finally here? The familiar sound and cadence of her familiar voice were just as they had been before, as well. Sonny slowly exhaled and felt a strong desire to lean on something. He had been both anticipating and dreading meeting Dusk. He had also been worried sick about the members of the cohort, and especially Cassie, since she was not as fierce of a warrior as the rest of them and more vulnerable than most. Even though Sonny had been suppressing these worries, they gnawed at his soul. Now that the moment he had been dreading was replaced by an unexpected and joyous reunion, alleviating the gnawing worry, Sonny momentarily felt unbalanced. Then, a million questions flooded his mind. Wait, why is Cassie here? Where is Dusk? Could Cassie have taken the role of Dusk in the nightmare? Wait, then what about Torment? Why was she sent so much further downstream than Nephice and I were? How long has she been here? Where are the others? How? Sensing that he was on the verge of spiraling, Sonny forcefully put those questions aside. He would be able to ask them all to Cassie, anyway. As soon as they were able to talk freely. As if reading his thoughts, the blind girl turned slightly and smiled at the soldiers who had escorted them into the temple. They looked at her with intense devotion, then lowered their gazes and bowed. Cassie lingered for a moment, then spoke softly. The children of Weaver are here. Please, leave. There are important matters I must discuss with them alone. The old woman leading the soldiers looked up in protest. But, my lady. It might not be safe. The blind girl chuckled. I know, child. I know more than most, remember. The elderly soldier looked away in embarrassment, recalling who she was talking to. She hesitated for a moment, then bowed her head. Forgive me, my lady. I acted out of line. Cassie shook her head. No need to apologize. You only spoke out of sincere concern for me. Go and feel at ease. I also know these two. They will not harm me. She paused for a moment and added. Oh, and you, Kronos. Don't think I don't know you're hiding behind a column, brat. You go as well. An awkward cough resounded from somewhere behind, and the elderly teenager appeared in sight, scratching the back of his head. Ah. I was just enjoying the splendor of the temple. Sorry, my lady. I seem to have gotten carried away. Under Cassie's unseeing gaze, Kronos and the soldiers backed away and left the three of them alone. Or so it seemed. After the initial shock of the unexpected meeting receded, Sonny noticed two people standing in the shadows of the throne, both of them ascended. They were an old man and an old woman, dressed in ceremonial robes. The woman wielded an unsheathed greatsword, while the man held a crimson silk cord in his hands. Tracing his gaze, Cassie let out a quiet sigh. These are my guards. Don't mind them, they are deaf, and won't hear us. Sonny was strangely disturbed by these words. Why did Cassie have two deaf guards? The whole situation somehow seemed eerie. At that moment, Nephice finally spoke. Is that old woman a teenager, as well? Are all your troops composed of children? The blind girl blinked a couple of times, bewildered, then shook her head. No. She is a few hundred years old. Sonny tilted his head, stumped. What? Then why did you call her a child? Cassie remained motionless for a while, then sighed deeply and lowered her head. Her voice sounded strangely hollow when she spoke, the words echoing across the white hall. It is because I've been waiting for you two for a long, long time. In the silence that followed, both Sonny and Nephice froze. The terrible implication of what Cassie had said slowly seeped into their minds, making them realize that. At that moment, the blind girl's shoulders trembled, and she suddenly exploded into bright laughter. Oh gods. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. I really did wait for a while, about a year, I think. I imagined this day a lot, and so I just couldn't resist making this joke. Sonny and Nephi stared at her, stunned. What the hell? Who makes a joke at a moment like that? His eye twitched. Wait. Did she say a year? It had been less than 3 months since Sunny and Nephi's entered the nightmare. So, the time storm did indeed mess up their perception of time. Just not as direly as they had feared. Cassie, meanwhile, had gotten such a good laugh at their expense that tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Her hands had been laying on her knees before, now, she raised them to wipe the tears away. And when she did, Sunny heard a familiar sound. It was the rattling of chains. There were golden shackles wrapped around Cassie's slender wrists, and a golden chain connected them. Wiping off her tears, the blind girl looked up with a smile and blinked. It seemed that she had noticed their confusion. Cassie frowned a little, then touched her shackles and sighed. Oh, you guys don't know much about the Sybils, yet. Right. I should explain. She lingered for a moment, then glanced briefly at the 2 deaf masters behind her. One held an unsheathed sword, the other a silk cord. Her expression remained calm and relaxed. When I said that these 2 are my guards, I didn't mean that they guard me against danger. Instead, they are guarding the city against me. Chapter 1358 Beautiful Chains. Chapter 1358 Beautiful Chains. Nothing about the situation made sense. Sunny and Nephi tentatively came to terms with the fact that Cassie had replaced Dusk of Fallen Grace, but now they were struck by yet another revelation. Sunny did not know why the blind girl was shackled yet, but his mind had already entered a state of battle readiness, just in case. Not showing any emotions, he briefly glanced at the 2 death guards. The sword and the cord they wielded were suddenly much more sinister. If the guards were meant to protect the city from Cassie, then the sword was meant to cut her down, while the cord was meant to strangle her. How strong can these old masters be? Sunny was mentally calculating the swiftest way to kill them guards when a sudden thought sent a chill running down his spine. His first impulse had been dictated by the deeply ingrained desire to protect Cassie, but why were the guards there, in the first place? Looking at the beautiful young woman sitting on the white throne, wearing golden shackles, Sunny had to wonder if he should be thinking of a way to protect himself from her, instead. She sighed. You don't have to worry. I'm not in danger, nor do I represent danger. It's just that, well, it's a long story. I'll explain. But first. Standing up, Cassie smiled and descended from the dais. Let me climb off that throne. It feels really odd to be looking down on you from up high. She approached them with light steps. Her delicate figure was accentuated by the vibrant red fabric of the archaic dress, which contrasted starkly against the white marble of the grand hall. Her movements were swift and graceful. Before Sunny could really decide whether he should be on guard or not, Cassie was already near. She raised her shackled hands and gave Nephi a tight hug. I missed you. I really missed you guys a lot. She held Neph in an embrace for a few moments, then sighed and let go. A bright smile bloomed on Cassie's face. Turning to Sunny, she hesitated a bit, then gently gripped his arm with both hands. The golden chain rattled quietly. I'm so glad that you're here. He froze, then awkwardly patted her on the hand. What, I don't get a hug? But then again, that was not the kind of relationship he had with Cassie. What kind of relationship did they have, then? Sunny was really not sure. If he had to describe it with one word, though, it would be complicated. Still, she seemed to be sincerely happy to see him. He felt the same way, too. We're glad to be here, as well. But, do you mind explaining what is going on? Starting with why you are chained, please. Cassie's smile dimmed a little. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and turned away. Sure. But not here, this hall is too oppressive. Follow me. After exchanging a glance, Sunny and Nephi followed the blind girl out of the great hall and into the depths of the White Temple. The 2 old guards did not seem concerned by the fact that their ward was moving around freely. They simply walked behind them silently, carrying the sinister sword and the silk cord. The presence was rather ominous, but Cassie did not seem to mind. Together, the five of them entered a grand staircase, which led them to a smaller one. The blind girl was navigating the maze-like interior of the temple with practiced ease, which wasn't that surprising, considering that she must have spent a whole year here. Sometimes, she traced the marble walls with her hand, but mostly she simply counted her steps and moved by memory. Eventually, they ascended a tall tower and emerged onto an open platform. There was a massive brazier in its center, with a pyre of white flame rising high into the crimson sky from it. This was the flame they had noticed from afar, and which guided them to Fallen Grace. Cassie lingered in front of the brazier for a few moments, bathing in its heat. Her expression turned a little distant. After a while, she said quietly, "Right. I don't need to maintain the flame anymore." Turning around with a smile, she gestured to a small table that stood near the airy railing of the platform. "Please. Sit down. You must be tired after spending so long on the river." The table was brimming with fresh fruit, crystal pitchers of wine, and savory snacks. Cassie did not have to ask them twice, since Sunny and Nephites were indeed tired after the long journey, hungry, and parched. Soon, the three of them were sitting around the table, enjoying the refreshments. From the height of the temple's spire, the whole of Fallen Grace was revealed to them, as well as the fiery expanse of the flowing water painted in a million shades of red by dusk. Looking at the surreal sight of the endless crimson river, Sunny couldn't help but notice how damaged and incomplete the city looked. It was indeed as though it had been cut in half, with many of the island ships either missing or taking a position in the flotilla that was clearly not meant for them. Taking a sip of fragrant red wine, Cassie sighed and turned to face Fallen Grace as well. She was holding the glass with both hands, careful not to let the golden chain get in the way. Eventually, she said, "I entered the nightmare around a year ago. It was very disorienting, as you must have experienced yourself. Especially once I realized that I had taken the place of Dusk, the Sibyl of Fallen Grace." Dusk? I don't know how powerful she was, exactly, but she must have been at least a transcendent. While I am not. Sunny nodded somberly and added in a low voice, "The last Sibyl." The blind girl turned to him with a strange, fragile smile. "Yes. The last. Although I wasn't so at the start." Nephites frowned, feeling a dark undertone in Cassie's voice. "Wasn't so? What do you mean?" Cassie remained silent for a few moments, her face turning solemn. Then, she said, "The Sibyls were oracles once. The revelations they received came from the gods. But then, the gods grew silent, and, one after another, the Sibyls turned to another source of knowledge. The estuary. What revelations do you think they received from there?" Chapter 1359 See No Evil. Chapter 1359 See No Evil. Sunny suddenly paled. "Wait. No way." The runes describing the Shroud of Graceless Dusk resurfaced in his memory. There, they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how the Sibyls embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. He looked at Cassie somberly and said, his voice slightly hoarse, "The defilement?" The blind girl nodded sadly. "Yes. The defilement spread from the estuary, consuming Verge, the city of the Seekers. And from there, the defiled slowly moved upstream, threatening to devour all other settlements on the great river. The Sibyls and their people waged a war against them for a long time. Eventually, most of their cities fell, some fell to the defiled. But not all." Her beautiful face looked forlorn for a moment. Cassie sighed. The Sibyls were truly formidable at the height of their power. It was no coincidence that they had managed to guide their people through the horrors of the Doom War and enter the tomb of Ariel unharmed. Even the defiled found it difficult to conquer the cities reigned by the Sibyls. How would they not, if the defenders knew the secrets of the future? She paused for a moment and took a small sip of the wine. But the very thing that gave the Sibyls power ended up becoming their undoing. The most stalwart cities, they fell to the Sibyls themselves. Because they were corrupted by the glimpses of the estuary and succumbed to the defilement, letting the rot spread from within. The blind girl sighed again, then shook her head. A year ago, there were 3 Sibyls in fallen grace. One was already defiled, and entombed in her temple. Of the other 2, Dusk was the junior. The senior Sibyl, she had hidden the signs of corruption from everyone until it was too late. The day she lost control was the day I took Dusk's place. She lingered for a moment and gestured to the city below. This is what I managed to preserve. I was able to rally the defenders of fallen grace and slay the defiled Sibyl. But, by then, much of the city had already been lost. Much worse, the seals containing the other defiled had been broken. And she was a much more terrifying creature than the other one. All I could do was abandon the contested island ships and evacuate the remaining ones as far upstream as I could. Cassie smiled faintly and raised her hands, allowing the golden chain to ring. Hence, these shackles. And the death guards. I am the ruler of this city, but at the same time, I am a threat to it, or so the river people think, since they don't know that I am not truly Dusk. I was afraid that my own affinity to revelations would place me in the same danger the Sibyls had been exposed to, but funnily enough, I turned out to be immune to it. Can you guess why? Sunny and Nephice looked at her silently, not knowing what to answer. Sunny was a bit confused. I get why Nephice is not in danger of becoming defiled. Her soul is incorruptible, but how can Cassie be immune, as well? He shook his head. I'm not sure. She chuckled, then pointed to herself. It's because I'm blind. Her beautiful blue eyes gazed upon the world, unseeing. Cassie sighed softly. Whatever it is that the Sibyls saw in their visions of the estuary, I can't see. That is why the truth of the estuary can't corrupt me, or at least, can't corrupt me in the same way it corrupted the Sibyls. In the visions I had before entering the tomb of Ariel, I usually had sight. But ever since coming here, all I see is darkness. Who knew it would be a blessing? She smiled and moved her hand slightly, allowing the golden chain to fall back onto her lap. Anyway, I knew that you would arrive eventually, but I did not know how long it would take. So, I remained in fallen grace and defended the city from the attacks of the defiled. It was a long year. What took you so long? Nephice leaned forward and grasped Cassie's hand. White sparks glinted in her calm gray eyes. You did well, Cass. I'm sorry. We entered the nightmare much further upstream, and it took us a long time to travel into the past. We encountered a time storm on the way, which is why, while a year has passed for you, it was only a few months to us. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then added. But you must have known that already, right? It was thanks to you that Enki knew to meet us and point us in the direction of fallen grace. A strange expression appeared on Cassie's face. He frowned, confused by her reaction. What? What's wrong? The blind girl hesitated. I'm sorry, but who is Enki? And what do you mean she knew to guide you to fallen grace? I'm afraid I don't understand. Sunny and Nephice exchanged a somber look. After a moment of silence, she asked carefully. Was it not you who sent a dream message to the priestess of Weave? To warn her of our arrival? Cassie simply shook her head. Send a dream message? I don't even know how to do something like that, let alone who the priestess of Weave is. I also wouldn't have known where you were. Are you saying that there was someone who did? Sunny suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He was somewhat convinced that it was Dusk who had sent Enki instructions to meet them and guide them to fallen grace. Now that he knew that Cassie had taken the place of the last Sibyl, though, and she was not the mysterious being pulling the strings of the nightmare from behind the scenes. There was a small possibility, of course, that Dusk had arranged everything before being erased from existence by Cassie's arrival. But it was infinitely small. Had the last Sibyl even existed in the nightmare? Why would the spell extend its timeline beyond the point where the challengers entered? And even if it had, what were the chances that Dusk not only knew of her nature as a phantom conjured by the spell, but also everything about the challengers and their task? Close to zero. However, If not Dusk or Cassie, then who could have possessed both a deep knowledge of the future and enough insight to manipulate it? Sunny gritted his teeth, disturbed. Not only did they know when and where we would enter the nightmare, but also a great deal more. It was how we ended up finding the ship, the Chainbreaker. And making it all the way here. Cassie seemed stunned. The Chainbreaker. She remained silent for a while, then shivered and said, her voice glum. Well, then, maybe it was torment. Chapter 1360 Marooned. Chapter 1360 Marooned. A grim silence settled over the open platform. Even the Death Guards seemed affected by it, shifting uncomfortably and throwing worried glances at Cassie. Knowing what he knew now, Sunny recognized the complicated emotions reflected in their eyes: love, devotion, loyalty. But also wariness and fear. He sighed, then took a bite out of a succulent fruit and leaned back. So, you guessed who the 6 plagues are, too? Of course, she did. Cassie always knew more than them, even if she kept it to herself. The blind girl nodded slowly. I did, who they are, but not how they are. The Great River is a strange place. Many things that should not be possible anywhere else are possible here. She frowned. The 6 plagues, I had to learn a lot about them, since they are the main threat to fallen grace. It was hard not to draw conclusions in the process. Strangely enough, though, none of them participated in the attacks on the city during the year I've spent here. Nephice looked at her somberly. Were you serious about what you said? That torment might be responsible for us coming here? Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then shook her head. Not really. She strikes me as someone far too wild and damaged to come up with such an intricate scheme. She's dangerous, though. After the Dread Lord, she has to be the most dangerous of the plagues. Simply because of her foresight. So, there was no answer after all. Sunny was still unable to learn who it was that had been manipulating the nightmare, unseen, showing terrifying knowledge of fate in the future. There was another problem facing them currently, though. Not good. Meaning Dusk might have turned out entirely differently from how Sunny and Nephice had imagined it, but their overall goal remained the same. They had to conquer the nightmare, but first, they had to find the members of the cohort. Their last theory was that each challenger except for Nephice had been sent into the body of a powerful defiled champion, who might or might not have been the future version of themselves. Regardless of the true identity of the 6 plagues, that theory had been proven wrong now. After all, Cassie was right here in front of them, in place of the last Sibyl, Dusk, not Torment. Which meant that they had no idea where the other members were. And since it had already been a year since the nightmare started, Sunny felt intense worry gnaw at his heart. No. Don't think about it. Looking at Cassie, he hesitated for a while, then composed himself and asked. You said you knew that would arrive eventually? The blind girl nodded. Yes. I saw us meeting, in a vision. Or rather, felt it. Sunny took a deep breath. Then what about the others? Do you know where they are? There was one more question that he had, but couldn't bring himself to ask. Are they alive? Cassie suddenly smiled. The melancholy shrouding her features was vanquished, her face illuminated by that smile. Yes. Of course. She froze, then coughed awkwardly. They're alive, I mean. Sorry. Right. I should remember who I'm talking to. The blind girl was more than capable of answering questions that had not been asked yet. Her smile dimmed a little, and Cassie sighed. I haven't wasted the whole year doing nothing, you know. Apart from making sure that fallen grace is not conquered by the defilement, I also tried to learn as much as I could. About the world, the tomb. I also tried to find the others, of course. Nephice leaned forward, a hint of excitement in her eyes. And? The blind girl hesitated. I managed to determine their locations. Effie and Jet are together, here it is. Suddenly, a small shadow fell on the platform, and a familiar crow landed on Cassie's shoulder. It stared at Sunny with an aggrieved expression and then cawed loudly. Sane! Sane! It was Jet's crow echo. Staring at the bird with excitement, he asked. They're here, in Fallen Grace? The crow suddenly looked crestfallen. It shook its beak slightly, then cawed sadly. Stuck! Stuck! Both Sunny and Nephice looked at Cassie, worry apparent in their eyes. She sighed. They are alive, and together. But they are caught in a dangerous zone of the Great River, unable to escape. I spent a lot of time trying to locate the exact coordinates of where they are marooned, but only succeeded after this echo found me. I would have tried to rescue them myself, but dusk is. I am the only outsider left in Fallen Grace. I couldn't leave before you arrived. Sunny nodded, both relieved and concerned. It was good that Effie and Jet were together, and it was even better that Cassie had determined their exact location. The existence of the Crow Echo also proved that at least one of them was still alive. And yet, how could he not worry when he had just learned that they were stuck in some bizarre hazardous zone of the Great River? Nephice inhaled deeply, then asked. What about Kai and Mordred? Anvil's son? The blind girl frowned. They are also together. However, their situation is worse. She lingered for a few moments and said darkly. They are in Twilight. Sunny and Nephice glanced at each other, confused. He suppressed the impulse to touch the crown of Twilight and asked. Twilight? The city of the Serpent King? Wasn't it destroyed? Cassie remained silent for a while. Eventually, she shrugged with uncertainty. It is lost, but it is not destroyed. The legends say that it was devoured by time. I am not sure what it means. In fact, I am not sure about anything that has to do with King Daron and his people. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh? Why is that? A deep frown appeared on the blind girl's face. She pursed her lips, then said hesitantly. Everything about them is odd. They were not riverborn, but they weren't refugees from the dream realm either. They appeared within the tomb much later than the Sibyls and the Seekers, when the river people's civilization had already been established and the defilement had already spread. Cassie lingered for a bit, and then added. If not for the fact that they simply can't be from Earth, I would have said that they were challengers just like us, each and every one of them. Chapter 1361 Devoured by Time. Chapter 1361 Devoured by Time. Challengers just like us, each and every one of them. Sunny remained silent for a while, a complicated expression on his face. He was remembering the very beginning of the nightmare, and the strange words the spell had spoken. 13,700,077 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. Back then, he had been understandably stunned and confused. There was no explanation for that number, considering that there were not even 1,000,000 awakened in the waking world. The start of the nightmare had been abnormal in more than one way, though, and so he tentatively attributed these words to an error made by the spell. However, Sunny had never been truly convinced that the spell was even capable of being mistaken. So, what if it had been correct? He slowly exhaled. They are. Cassie turned her head slightly, confused. How can it be? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. I'm not sure. But I know for a fact that the people of Twilight were challengers. It is because we've met King Daron, Nephice and I. It was written in the description of the Crown of Twilight, thus, the valiant king became a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. That had been Daron's entire plan, to enter the tomb of Ariel so that a phantom of him would be conjured by the spell to guide his people when they challenged the nightmare. It had already seemed strange when Sunny first read the runes. However, back then, he had not met an Enki yet, and therefore, had not learned that there were no nightmares in the ancient past of the dream realm. So where had the Serpent King and his people come from? You've met the Serpent King? Cassie's voice trembled a little. Sunny and Nephice glanced at each other, and then briefly described their long journey into the past. With each sentence Sunny spoke, the story sounded more and more implausible. Great nightmare creatures, furious storms of broken time, ghost ships that appeared out of nowhere just when they were needed. It was very much like the fairy tale of astonishing adventures that Ananke had told him. And yet, it was all true, of course. Because Sunny was the one telling it. And so, we repaired the ship as best we could and set sail in search of fallen grace. There were many battles on the way, but as you can see, we are both in one piece. He paused for a moment, and then added somberly. None of the nightmare creatures we faced was as terrible as the Azure Serpent had been, though. As Dayron of the Twilight Sea had been. Cassie frowned. I've heard that Twilight had its own culture and was an independent city, not at all similar to the ones established by the Sibyls. I also heard that they were tremendously powerful and even laid siege to Verge, at one point, which ended in disaster. Many of the Twilight people were outsiders, maybe even all of them. But, challengers? Where could they have come from? Sunny slumped in his chair, thinking. Eventually, he said with doubt. Maybe they came from the future of the waking world? Either that, or they were the last remnants of the Dream Realm humans, from the time of extinction after the Doom War had ended. Seeds of nightmares should have first appeared sometime between when the Sibyls entered the tomb and when the spell infected our world. So, maybe Dayron ruled then, during the twilight of human civilization in the aftermath of the war. Wasn't that also what the description of the Crown of Twilight said? There was a king who ruled over a dying land. Nephi sighed. It is strange, though. If these people were indeed challengers, they would have entered the nightmare by taking someone's place. Were there 13 million humans inhabiting the Great River, even? I doubt it. She lingered for a few moments, then added somberly. There is one thing that concerns me much more, though. Cassie, you said that Twilight was not destroyed, but lost, devoured by time. None of us knows what it means, exactly, but we do know that the Serpent King at least managed to escape. He was a demented beast when we met him, his soul consumed by corruption. So, will we find millions of powerful nightmare creatures when we reach Twilight? Is that lost city an even bigger threat than Verge? Sunny suddenly felt cold. As he considered her dreadful words, Cassie said in a cautious tone. There is such a possibility. The inhabitants of Twilight can also be long dead. Lastly, there is also a possibility that we will find millions of powerful awakened warriors, not abominations, when we reach Twilight. He blinked. She's right. Twilight could turn out to be a dire threat, but it could also be hiding an army of allies they sorely needed to destroy Verge and conquer the nightmare. There was no point in guessing, either way. Sunny sighed. We'll find out when we get there. And we do need to get there, we can't leave Kai behind. We also need Mordred and his power to take on Verge, and his knowledge to eliminate the Soul Stealer. He looked at Nephi, then at Cassie. There are no objections, right? Nephi shook her head. Our goal remains the same. Gather the cohort and eliminate the first Seeker, who is far downstream, in the city of Verge. Under the protection of the 6 plagues. She frowned slightly. Although, the task does seem too perilous. There has to be a way to accomplish it, or the spell wouldn't have sent us here. So, we must be lacking some key piece of information or an important advantage, still. Twilight might very well be the place where that secret is hidden. Sunny nodded. So, we're in agreement then? Let's go fetch Effie and Jet first, then sail to Twilight to retrieve Kai and Mordred. When everyone is gathered and we had learned everything there is to learn, we'll attack Veg. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly. I agree. However, we must not forget one crucial detail. Her beautiful face turned solemn. I doubt that the 6 plagues will just remain idle and allow us to gather forces. If they are truly the future versions of ourselves, they must already know what our next steps will be. It would be easy for them to try and stop us. Sunny didn't even want to think about the paradoxical mess of having his future defiled self hunting him down. However, he wasn't opposed to it. Imagining the vile, scarred face of the Mad Prince, he grinned darkly. Let them come. I would love to meet the bastards, too. Chapter 1362 No Other Choice. Chapter 1362 No Other Choice. Some time later, the three of them were walking across the pier, followed by an excited crowd. The two guards were not far behind, either. They never left Cassie's side. The golden chain was ringing softly with each step she took. The elderly citizens of Fallen Grace were overflowing with joy at the sight of their young and beautiful priestess, though seemingly oblivious to the ominous meaning behind the golden shackles. The news of the arrival of two outsiders had spread throughout the city, as well. The mood was festive. Sunny studied their faces through the shadows, then turned to Cassie and said silently, "You seem to be very popular. They absolutely adore you." A faint smile appeared on her face. "It's Dusk, not me. And how could they not?" She was a wise and benevolent ruler, not to mention a champion of the city. It was because of the Sibyls that the river people could defend themselves against the defilement. Most importantly, I am both the most powerful awakened and the only outsider left in Fallen Grace. If they lose their faith in me and their love for me, then all they'll have left will be despair. She let out a wistful sigh. They only love me because they have no other choice. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, somewhat stunned by how cynical that statement sounded. It bothered him a great deal, for some reason. Then, he shook his head. "Still, you must have done a lot to earn their trust. Surviving a year in the third nightmare could not have been easy. Especially alone." He had already seen Fallen Grace and its people. They were not the kind of force he had hoped to find, and while Cassie had not gone into detail when describing her attempts to defend the city against the attacking defiled, it was easy to surmise that protecting it was more of a burden than a boon. Her days must have been filled with countless battles and narrow victories. It was a miracle that Fallen Grace still stood. She smiled. Well, yes. After the initial chaos, I led the remaining warriors into battle many times, and killed many abominations. It was indeed not easy. But I wasn't really alone. Cassie gestured to the crowd following them at a respectful distance, as well as at the two silent guards. The people of Fallen Grace might have grown weak, but they are valiant and brave. I also had several echoes to assist me. Right. Neff had once brought back a powerful echo from the Nightmare Desert, a fallen demon with 6 arms. That echo had been given to one of the firekeepers before his cohorts challenged a Seed of Nightmare. She would have arranged for a powerful bodyguard or two for Cassie, as well. Sunny tilted his head. "How strong are your echoes, exactly?" The blind girl remained silent for a moment. "You already know the quiet dancer. Her power is augmented by a special memory I received from Valor, albeit not by much. There is also an artificial echo Neff procured for me from the clan, as well, equal in power to a fallen monster. And there is an echo I earned here in the tomb of Ariel myself. A transcendent beast, of sorts." He raised an eyebrow. "Of sorts?" Cassie let out a quiet sigh. "It's the echo of the senior Sibyl I killed. I try not to summon her where the citizens of Fallen Grace can see." Sunny flinched a little. After a few moments of silence, Nephi suddenly spoke, her voice even. "You alone should be enough to deal with 2 masters. With a transcendent echo, those guards of yours stand no chance whatsoever. What is the point of them following you around?" Cassie smiled sadly. "Yes. There's no real point. I can easily kill them, and I can easily break out of these chains. They know it perfectly well. But they are loyal and devoted to their duty, and so, I remain in chains out of respect for their devotion. Isn't it sad? The fact that I am only guarded by 2 masters should tell you everything you need to know about how desperate Fallen Grace's situation is. Unless we act, it will be swallowed by the defilements soon enough." Sunny sighed, trying to imagine what had happened to the real Fallen Grace and real Dusk. He knew that the last Sibyl had been buried at sea, her body eventually becoming the vessel of a corrupted terror. The existence of the terror of LO49 was proof that the civilization of the Great River had met a sorrowful end. and it would meet it again if they failed to conquer the nightmare. Just then, they reached the end of the pier and walked across a wooden plank to the deck of the ghostly ship. The crowd stayed back, with only the 2 guards following them aboard the ancient vessel. Cassie froze, lowering her hands and staring into nothingness with her beautiful blue eyes. After a while, he said softly, "Sonny, can you look at the sacred tree?" He did as he was told, belatedly realizing that the blind girl must have used her ascended ability to share his perception. Although he didn't feel anything, it also felt strangely violating. There was no harm done, but for someone as secretive as Sonny, sharing was an uncomfortable process. I wonder if she sees the bastard. He threw a furtive glance at the sin of Solace, who stood motionlessly below the tree, and suppressed his discomfort. They walked around the ship for a while, allowing Cassie to study both its exterior and interior. She was the person who knew the true chainbreaker best, after all, so they needed her judgment to rid themselves of doubt. Eventually, the blind girl stopped near the sacred tree and gently placed her palm on the white bark. After a few moments of silence, she sighed and turned to them. "It's the chainbreaker. I am certain." Sonny and Nephi grew somber. They had suspected as much, of course, but still, a slight hope that it was merely a similar vessel still lived in their hearts. Now, it was utterly extinguished. Cassie pointed here and there, describing her findings. "The essence channels are severely damaged, but their shape is unmistakable. I repaired them myself once, after all, so I know every small detail of how Noctis had carved new enchantments into the older ones created by the fire hunters. It's his ship, our ship. There are many differences, but the core is the same." Sonny grimaced. "But how the hell can it be here? And how did we end up finding it?" The blind girl hesitated, then somberly shook her head. "That, I cannot answer." He closed his eyes, then rubbed his face tiredly. "What the hell is going on? What the hell has been going on from the start of this damned nightmare? There are too many unexplainable things." Sonny's tolerance for mysteries was at its limits. Cassie lingered for a few moments, then suddenly spoke. "I can tell you one thing, though." Both Sonny and Nephi looked at her, waiting. She pointed to the deck below her feet and smiled. "I think I can repair the enchantments again. If you give me some time, the chainbreaker will be able to fly once more." Chapter 1363 The Shadow, the Star, and the Oracle. Chapter 1363 The Shadow, the Star, and the Oracle. The news that the chainbreaker could be restored to its former, future glory was a welcome one. However, it was going to take time for Cassie to repair it. They were also going to need a lot of materials, as well as plenty of help from the locals of Fallen Grace. There were experienced shipbuilders among them. Sonny and Nephi had only patched up the ancient vessel well enough for it to not sink immediately, but there were a lot of things they weren't able to achieve. Now, the situation was different. Just repairing the hull and the decks was going to take a few weeks. After that part was done, more intricate work would start. Cassie was going to have to restore the runic pathways that made the enchantments of the flying ship work. That sounded like a lot of time. Sonny and Nephi knew that an entire year had already passed within the tomb of Ariel since the start of the nightmare, and yet they felt uneasy wasting even a single day. The members of the cohort were somewhere out there, after all, their situations unknown. Perhaps they were in desperate need of help. In the end, the three of them decided not to postpone their departure too much. Sonny and Nephi needed to rest, and the chainbreaker had to receive urgent repairs, but since Cassie would be able to work on the enchantments alone, they were going to leave Fallen Grace as soon as the work on the damaged portions of the hull was finished. Which left them with maybe 2 weeks of peaceful time to recover and prepare themselves. Looking at the crimson blaze of dusk from the window of Cassie's private chambers, Sonny sighed. The sky was a painting of beautiful red, and the great river was like a sea of burning blood. The city below them was like a snowflower. "Are you going to be all right, leaving Fallen Grace behind?" Turning away from the window, he looked at the blind girl. She was brewing tea, seemingly not at all inconvenienced by her golden shackles. Nephi was nearby, too, studying the murals on the wall. Cassie softly shook her head. I did get attached to these people. But what we are doing is for their sake, as well. If we don't strike it, Verge, there is no future left for the river people. In a few years, or decades at most, they will be gone. If they were the real river people, of course. As far as humans of the waking world knew, the world of the nightmare would cease to exist as soon as the seed was conquered. But, it was hard to make the distinction. Sonny had never been able to, at least. He walked over to the table and sat down. Do they understand that? Will they let you go? The two guards were standing just outside the door. Even though he could not see them, he could feel their shadows. Cassie lingered for a few moments, pouring the tea into beautiful ceramic cups. They will. I'll explain it well, don't worry. Come, let's have some tea. Nephi's pulled her attention away from the murals and joined them at the table. Her face was calm and composed. Raising her cup, she hesitated for a bit, then said in an even tone. I haven't had a chance to say it. But I missed you too. And I'm glad that we found each other, too. She looked at Cassie, then at Sonny. Her gaze lingered on his face for a few extra moments. Then, Nephi took a sip of the fragrant amber liquid and smiled faintly. It's like the good old times. Sonny was considering saying something heartfelt as well, but then surrendered to the embarrassment of showing his true feelings and pretended to choke on his tea instead. Good? Which times exactly are you calling good? The time when I got skewered by a carapace centurion, or when that damn tree mesmerized us? Or when we were attacked by that depth dweller while crossing the dark sea at night? Nephi remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. Yes. He stared. If that's her idea of a good time. I'll be damned, that actually explains a lot. Sonny felt sorry for the guy who would take Changing Star on a date one day. As he did, the sin of Solace laughed derisively. Self-pity, huh? Shut the hell up. He threw an angry glance at the sword wraith, then shook his head. Who was he kidding? Sonny had felt nostalgic about the simple days of surviving on the forgotten shore many times. The hell of it had also been like a dark paradise for him. Looking through a shadow, he studied the three of them, Nephi, Cassie, and himself. Gods. Each one of them had changed so much. They were practically unrecognizable, and it wasn't even because of how much their appearance had been transformed by the awakening and the ascension. Back then, Sonny had been a powerless street rat who only cared about himself and how to keep his secret. Cassie had been a sweet, but helpless girl, broken by the severity of her crippling flaw. Nephi had been an isolated young woman who didn't know much about the world, except for the fact that she was going to burn it to the ground. Look at us now. The scrawny kid from the outskirts was gone, replaced by a fair young man with eyes so cold and dark that it was easy to cut yourself on their chilling gaze. The helpless girl was now a beautiful young woman whose softness concealed unwavering will and ominous power. Nephi's had changed the most, perhaps learning too many bitter lessons. Their names were known across the world, and they had long lost count of all the powerful abominations cut down by their blades. Fallen, corrupted, even great. Devils, terrors, even titans. There had been humans, too. Awakened, masters, and even saints. Who would have thought that three teenagers that had met in the Crimson Labyrinth would be drinking tea in a hidden world created by a demon one day, resting before setting sail to wage war on an entire city of nightmare creatures? Sonny took a sip of his tea and shook his head. Life is sure funny sometimes. Still, it was damn good tea. He hesitated for a while, and then said awkwardly, I might have missed you, too. I'm glad that the three of us are once again together. Chapter 1364 Creating New Memories Together. Chapter 1364 Creating New Memories Together. The great river flowed endlessly. Somewhere in the future, the ruins of Weave drifted empty and silent, with no one left to witness their inevitable march toward destruction. Somewhere in the past, the city of Verge stood, harboring the hidden horrors of the defilement. There was twilight, too, mysterious and dreadful, lost to time. But here in Fallen Grace, the days were peaceful. The work on the chainbreaker started soon after Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie finished their tea. He visited the piers to observe the repairs, but there was really no point. The elderly citizens of the last human city knew how to tend to a ship much better than he did, and even though their bodies were ancient and frail, there were still some awakened among them. Their physical strength solved many problems, so Sunny did not need to help. The best he could do was not get in the way. Knowing that there were many battles ahead, he dedicated his time to preparing as thoroughly as possible. Cassie and Nephice were doing the same. The latter was practicing her swordsmanship without rest, while the former, actually, Sunny was not entirely sure what their blind oracle was doing. She spent a lot of time arranging measures to keep Fallen Grace safe in her absence, but also made a point of sparing as much of it as possible for him and Nephice. They had meals together, toured the city, and held long strategy meetings. He was happy because the three of them were together again. But it was also a bit strange. Cassie had spent an entire year in the nightmare, which meant that she was older than Sunny by a few months now, making him the youngest in the cohort. He had treated her as a little sister once, at the start of it all, so it felt odd to suddenly be the one who was younger. But then again, age was such an abstract thing, especially so for the awakened. Sunny himself had spent an unknown length of time in the dream prison created by nightmare. Even though he had forgotten most of that cruel trial, his soul still remembered its scars. Speaking of nightmare, the Dark Destrier was his main priority for now. Sunny had been unsure that he would be able to create enough memories to help his steed ascend before departure from Fallen Grace, but he was pleasantly surprised to have been mistaken. There were two main reasons for that. The first one was that Cassie had opened the treasury of the temple to supply him with the few soul shards he lacked. The second one was the Crown of Twilight. Its Legacy of Twilight enchantment greatly enhanced the rate with which Sunny regenerated essence at dawn and dusk. Here in Fallen Grace, though, dusk lasted for nearly the entire day, interrupted only by a brief and fleeting night. As a result, his reserves of essence had become nearly inexhaustible. Which was a good thing for more than one reason. The three of them were destined to visit the lost city of the Serpent King, after all. Twilight was situated at the opposite edge of the great river, where it was almost always dawn. Sunny was certain that having a boundless amount of essence at his disposal would come in handy, no matter what dangers they were going to face there. For now, he concentrated on weaving memories to feed nightmare above all else. The counter of shadow fragments was rising with each day. So was the counter of nightmares the tenebrous steed had subjugated, at a speed much greater than ever before. Maybe because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel, but much more importantly, because of the river people. In the waking world, his shadow had very few ways of collecting nightmares. It was because the dreams of mundane humans were powerless, while awakened never dreamed. It was only masters and abominations that could supply his shadow with suitable dreams to subjugate. But awakened of the dream realm, and therefore, the river people of the tomb of Ariel, were different from those infected by the spell. Their souls did not travel between worlds when they slept, and so, nightmare could invade their dreams and conquer their fears. As a result, the citizens of Fallen Grace enjoyed strangely blissful sleep during these days, while his shadow received plenty of nightmares to add to his swarm. At this rate, Sunny did not know what would happen first, the Black Steed's ascension or return to full power as a terror. He worked tirelessly to weave more rudimentary memories, and do it faster. One after another, they were completed. And then, finally, Sunny weaved the last of them. The date of their departure was already drawing near when he did. Hidden in the spacious chambers Cassie had arranged for him within the temple, Sunny slowly dismissed his 4 shadow arms and put Weaver's needle down. Left in his human hand was a beautiful nacre ornament. What made it look so tantalizing was not the colorful sheen, though, but the ethereal weave hiding behind it. It's done. Sunny exhaled slowly, then dismissed the ornament and stretched. I did it. He felt both tired and exhilarated. Nightmare only needed one more transcendent memory to reach ascension, and now, that memory was complete. Standing up, Sunny looked at the crimson sky beyond the window. The night had already passed, which meant that his shadow should have returned to its post. These days, the Black Steed was usually hiding in the shadows near where the chainbreaker was being repaired, guarding the workers on his orders. I better go visit him right now, then. As Sunny contemplated how much stronger Nightmare would become as an ascended terror, a swift shadow fell from the sky and landed on the windowsill. It was Jet's crow. The small bird jumped a couple of times, then stared at him angrily and cawed. Stuck! Stuck! He sighed. I know, crow crow. We'll go get your master soon. Hey, I want to see her too. Just wait for a few more days. The echo had been hanging around him a lot, perhaps out of familiarity. Whenever Sunny was tired from weaving, he would study the small avian creature and try to appease its impatience. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips. But first, do you want to come find Nightmare with me? The bird tilted its head and stared at him with its round eyes. Then, it opened its beak and cawed. Horse. Horse. Sunny chuckled. Yes. The horse. Come on. Let's try it again. With that, he dissolved into darkness and manifested himself back into tangible form. This time, Sunny did not recreate his own appearance, instead shaping himself into an entirely different and smaller creature. A few moments later, two crows, one black, the other even darker, as if made of shadows, flew into the crimson sky. Chapter 1365 The Sound of His Wings. Chapter 1365 The Sound of His Wings. Sunny was flying through the crimson sky above Fallen Grace. His black feathers were moving slightly in the wind, and his wings rose and fell with a relaxed cadence. His flight was somewhat awkward, but he did not plummet to the ground, at least, like the previous time. He had, of course, assumed the form of a crow. After mastering the fourth step of shadow dance, learning a new form had become much easier for him. So, he had spent the last 2 weeks doing just that, teaching himself how to become a crow. Sunny was already confident on land and had the sea serpent form to protect himself in the water. Only the skies were left unconquered. Granted, he was not going to win a battle as a small bird, but he had to start somewhere. The idea of trying to assume the form of Jet's echo had entered his mind when he was resting after a long and tedious bout of weaving. Yes, Sunny had plenty of essence and more than enough soul shards to accomplish his goal, but even his patience was not limitless. He needed to take a break from time to time and distract himself from the rote process of creating rudimentary memories. During one such break, the persistent crow visited him once again to caw about how Jet was stuck. Staring at it, Sunny remembered that he had not yet made use of his improved ability to shadow various creatures better. The desire to fly across the vast sky stirred in his heart. Who said that only Kai was allowed to zip around in the air? So, that was exactly what he had done. Staring at the talkative bird, he tried to teach himself its form. Which ended up being just as hard to achieve as turning himself into a giant sea serpent. The body of the crow itself was much smaller and simpler. The problem was that Crow was an echo, and thus not truly alive. So, Sunny met an unexpected obstacle. Shadow dance was not that effective against things that weren't alive. In hindsight, he should have known that it would be like that. Thinking back to how he created the form of the onyx serpent, and even further into the past, to the days of learning battle styles from his adversaries, Sunny realized that there were two components to shadow dance. One was purely physical, the other was much deeper and more fundamental, concerning the essence of a being. Its mind, its spirit, its very soul. Echoes did not really possess any of these things, so he was left stumped for a while. In the end, though, Sunny still managed to turn himself into a copy of the crow. It had just taken him much more time and effort than he would have expected, and he did not stop having trouble with the new form after mastering it. Possessing the body of a bird was one thing, but actually moving like a bird was an entirely different issue. Since Sunny had never flown without the help of enchantments before, he had to learn everything from scratch. The first time he turned into a crow, he proceeded to fall on his beak after the simplest hop, a few dozen times in a row, all under the perplexed gaze of the befuddled echo. Nevertheless, he was flying right now. It was a rather exhilarating feeling. It was so exhilarating, in fact, that Sunny opened his beak and cawed. Fly! Fly! Then, he got embarrassed and almost lost control of his wings. Now, why the hell did I say it twice? Shaking his head slightly, Sonny looked at the dry dock where the chainbreaker stood, being repaired by a large number of craftsmen, and cautiously descended toward it. He did not fall until the last second. Jet's Echo landed with natural ease and hopped a couple of times in excitement, but Sonny gracelessly sprawled on the cobblestones after rolling a couple of times. Ouch! There's still room for improvement. Sighing internally, he let the form of the crow dissolve into a formless shadow, then emerged from it as his human self. Being a human felt cumbersome and boring. But he was also slightly shocked by the ferocious strength hiding in his slender, pale body. Damn! I've only been a crow for a minute. Looking around, Sonny tried to find the shadow in which Nightmare was hiding. He did not notice his steed immediately, but he did notice a familiar old man staring at him with an open mouth. Lord Sunless? Sonny sighed internally. Oh. Hey there, Kronos. The elderly teenager had been following them around when they toured the city, full of endless curiosity. He was a nice kid, no matter how hard it was to call a man who looked as old as Professor Obel a kid, but if there was one thing Sonny had an allergy to, it was curious people. So, he felt uncomfortable around the wrinkly river-born youth. Did you turn into a bird? Sonny stared at Kronos for a moment, then shrugged. Yes. In a manner of speaking, I did. The old man stared at him with amazement. Ah, I see. It's like that time you turned into the river serpent. Is that your aspect ability? Sonny took a deep breath. Questions. He had to remind himself how sad the kid's situation was. Not even because Kronos had turned into an old man before becoming an adult, but because he was starved for excitement and interesting things. His whole life was limited to a city that would have been considered tiny in the waking world, and, worse than that city was the last one there was, with not even news of distant events ever reaching it. Of course he was endlessly excited by the two unexpected visitors. Sonny remained silent for a moment. To be precise, it's the result of combining all my aspect abilities to create a kind of battle art. Kronos nodded a couple of times, showing that he understood, and said thoughtfully. Oh. I have no idea what you mean, Lord Sunless. Then, he smiled. Are you here to check on your ship? The crow echo looked at the young man with disdain and flapped its wings impatiently. Horse. Sonny nodded. No. I'm here to feed my horse. Chapter 1366 Terror of the Earth. Chapter 1366 Terror of the Earth. The crow hopped on Sonny's shoulder, and they headed toward where Nightmare was hiding. Kronos, annoyingly, followed them with an excited smile. That said, Sonny couldn't remain annoyed for long because of the worshipful gaze the old man was giving him. Lord Sunless, if I may ask. He rolled his eyes and sighed. What? Kronos hesitated for a moment. What is a horse? That almost caused Sonny to stumble. What the hell, why does it sound like something I would say? He shrugged. It's a large animal that runs really well. People used to ride them to get around. Of course, my horse is no ordinary horse, he's a real menace, that beast. The old man frowned in contemplation. But why wouldn't they just use a boat? Sonny suppressed the desire to grind his teeth and answered in an even tone. The world outside the tomb is not all water, remember? Most people live on land. Horses are land animals. Kronos looked into the distance, confusion written all over his face. Ah. I see. Are there no land boats? That seems strange. The barrage of questions continued. By the time they reached the deep shadows where Nightmare was hiding, Sonny felt a bit tired. Yes, Earth does sometimes shake, spew fire, and swallow entire towns. Not too often, though. Mostly when a volcano erupts. Oh, a volcano is just a fire-breathing mountain. And a mountain is basically a big sharp rock, tall enough to reach the clouds. There's ice and snow on top, but not enough air to breathe. Well, rather there's plenty of air, but you can't breathe it without dying. The old man's eyes grew wide. Dot. How bizarre. I would never want to live on land, it sounds terrifying. Sunny stared at him wildly. What the hell do you mean, terrifying? You live on an endless river that falls into a bottomless abyss, plagued by roving timestorms and defiled monsters from the future. He shook his head, then said in a stifled voice. Nightmare, come out. Two scarlet flames ignited in the darkness, and the shadow surged, forming into the shape of a dreadful black steed. Light glistened on Nightmare's steel fangs and sharp horns, tinted red by the blazing sunset. Kronos yelped. Ah! A horse. His wrinkly face grew pale, and he took a couple steps back. My lord, you didn't tell me that horses are such terrifying beasts. Do land dwellers really ride them? Sunny looked at the youth vindicatively, then felt bad about it. The kid was very old, after all. What if seeing Nightmare gave him a heart attack? He hesitated for a moment, then patted Kronos on the shoulder. Yes. But as I said, Nightmare is not your usual horse. He is an ancient shadow creature that used to serve an immortal transcendent before becoming mine. Now, let's feed him. As Sunny threw an excited glance at the black steed and summoned the nacre ornament, the old man asked in a shaking voice. But, what does this dreadful beast even eat? You don't seem to have any meat with you? Consumed by thoughts of Nightmare's ascension, Sunny smiled absent-mindedly. Oh, don't worry. I have what I need to satiate his hunger right here, with me. Surprised that Kronos suddenly took a few more steps back, he gave the old man a strange look and offered the ornament to the dark destrier. Here, buddy. Sorry it took me so long. Nightmare snorted quietly, then brought his snout to his hand and pushed it, throwing the memory to the ground. Then, he crushed it with one strike of his adamantine hoof. A whirlwind of sparks rose from the crushed ornament and separated into 6 streams, each flowing into one of the dark embers burning within the shadow that served Nightmare as a soul. Here we go, finally. Sunny had always been preoccupied with raising the power of Saint, his primary battle shadow, as much as possible, so he had neglected the black steed a little. It was not without a reason, of course. Nightmare's main purpose was not to be a destructive force in combat. He was a loyal steed first and a fighter second. The utility he offered Sunny was much more valuable than an additional combatant would be. Still, this moment had been a long time coming. As the streams of sparks were absorbed into the darkness hiding inside Nightmare, his silhouette suddenly grew vague. Then, the destrier disappeared. Already expecting that to happen, Sunny dove into his soul sea. Appearing in the lightless silence, he saw his shadow standing on the surface of the still water. Nightmare had lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Yes. Within the shadow, the glow of the 6 dim embers was growing more and more intense. The water suddenly surged, as if assaulted by an invisible wind. Wisps of black flame rose from Nightmare's sable coat, soon shrouding his figure completely. Sunny had already seen his shadow rise to a new rank several times. He knew that the transformation would not take long. Unlike evolving to a new class, this change was only going to take several minutes. He waited patiently. As if feeling the importance of what was happening somewhere near, but away from their eyes, both Crow and Kronos remained silent. Soon, the transformation was over. The restless waters grew still once again, and the black flames receded. Nightmare was revealed from within their veil, as fearsome as ever. His outward appearance did not change much. Only the red glow of his ferocious eyes seemed brighter. Despite that, his tenebrous silhouette brimmed with a new kind of power. Sunny grinned. An ascended terror. His steed was as powerful as the creature that Nephi's had slain at the top of the Crimson Spire now. In fact, even Sunny, who possessed an extremely high level of mental resistance, felt a hint of dread grasping his heart when looking at the dark destrier. Wait, doesn't his aura of fear seem too strong? Trying to suppress his excitement, Sunny forced himself to continue looking at Nightmare and summoned the runes. In the next moment, his expression changed. What? When did this happen? The counter of the shadow fragments had been filled and emptied. Sunny knew that, of course. However, what he had not expected to see was that the counter of subjugated nightmares had been filled, as well. The Dream Curse, Nightmare's terror ability, was unlocked. Standing near Sunny, Kronos and the Crow Echo exchanged a confused look. Why did Lord Sunless seem so excited? The small bird tilted its head knowingly and cawed with a sense of superiority. Horse. Chapter 1367 Dream Curse. Chapter 1367 Dream Curse. The runes shimmered in the darkness, surrounded by still silence. Hypnotized by them, Sunny read greedily. Shadow, Nightmare. Shadow rank, Ascended. Shadow class, Terror. Shadow fragments, 0 out of 300. He had known what to expect, but seeing the word Ascended still filled him with excitement. At any other time, Sunny would have lingered, enjoying the view of the changed runes, but he was much more interested in something else right now. His gaze slid lower. Shadow description: this beautiful steed was tamed by the treacherous lost from light in the depths of a harrowing dream. The two shadows battled across countless nightmares, shattering them all apart. Neither was willing to give up, so in the end, the nightmares did. Despite the excitement, memories of his dreadful battle with Nightmare made Sunny shiver. Shadow attributes: Swift, Dark Destrier, Dreadlord, Dreamwalker. The attributes were the same as before. His steed was swift, could travel through dreams, and grew stronger when feared or surrounded by shadows. Sunny's gaze finally settled on the string of runes that interested him the most. Shadow abilities: Flowing Shadow, Mantle of Fear, Nightmare, Dream Curse. His eyes widened slightly. The first two abilities had not changed. Flowing Shadow allowed Nightmare to move through shadows with stunning speed, as well as become one of them. Mantle of Fear was a powerful mental attack that induced terror in those affected by it. The second two abilities, though, the runes describing them were different. It happened faster than I thought. The Nightmare ability shared its name with the Black Stallion. At this moment, its description read: Nightmare ability description: this shadow can create and subjugate nightmares. The more nightmares serve it, the more powerful it grows, both inside and outside dreams. Dormant nightmares: 287 awakened nightmares, 252 ascended nightmares, 455 transcendent nightmares, 6-inch. Sunny's eyes glinted darkly. It's 1,000. Not only had Nightmare subjugated enough dreadful dreams to unlock his terror ability, but due to the nature of the carriers of the Nightmare spell, most of these dreams were also much more powerful than expected, to the point where his rise in rank did not make them obsolete. The Black Stallion had even managed to find and defeat 6 nightmares belonging to saints, or maybe corrupted abominations. Each and every one of the subjugated nightmares added a little to his power, just like absorbing shadow fragments did. Much more importantly, the last few runes, which had been lightless before, were finally glowing with ethereal light. After accumulating an army of 1,000 nightmares, his shadow was finally a true terror once again. Trying to calm his wildly beating heart, Sunny concentrated on the newly awakened runes and read the description. Dream Curse ability description: this shadow is a master of a lesser dream domain. It is capable of lulling living beings to sleep and imprisoning their souls in a labyrinth of nightmares. The souls destroyed within the nightmare maze feed the shadow. The more powerful the shadow grows, the faster and further the dream curse spreads. Sunny stared at the runes, suddenly chilled to the bone. How curious. He was shaken so much that he uttered those words aloud. Curious? What are you referring to, Lord Sunless? Did your horse not like the food? It smashed it with a hoof. I'm sorry to say this, my lord, but you might not know what beasts like to eat. That was a shell ornament, after all. Who would want to eat a piece of shell? You should try fish next time. Sunny lingered for a moment, then turned his head and stared at Kronos wordlessly. The old man trembled. Right. He's still here. Leaving the soul sea, he concentrated fully on the real world and said evenly, I was referring to how similar an ability of my steed is to some other things. He did like the food. It was much more preferable than fish. Kronos looked at him with doubt, but Sunny ignored the youth and turned away. Maze of Nightmares. It was truly an insidious and dreadful ability, one worthy of a terror. Sunny could easily imagine the dream curse slowly spreading to swallow this entire city, people falling asleep one after another, until there was no one left awake. All of them dying, their souls devoured by the hungry shadow. He could also imagine the horror of their death. Sunny had experienced the dream maze himself, after all. What would have happened if he had broken down and given up? His soul would have been torn apart by the torment of endless nightmares, and his body would have turned into a hollow husk. The most frightening part of it all was the measure of control Nightmare had over the dream labyrinth, and the fact that the more his victims were terrified by it, the stronger he would be. There was a limit to the power of the dream curse, of course. After all, Sunny had broken free of it by destroying each and every one of the dreadful dreams. It had not spread to all the Kingdom of Hope, either, because its reach was limited by Nightmare's own strength. As an awakened terror, the dreadful steed could only influence one castle and its surroundings. As an ascended terror, though, that reach would have become greater. Who knew how far the dream curse would be able to spread in the future? But all of that was not why Sunny felt cold. Why would he? The power of his shadow was his own power. Rather, he was shaken by the words the spell used to describe the dream curse. A lesser dream domain. Didn't it sound like something he had encountered before? For example, the dreamscape. A vast illusion maintained by the aspect of a certain saint, where countless people could combat each other without the risk of injury. Awakened used the public arenas for training, but there were private ones established for the government forces and the legacy clans, as well. There was even a version for mundane humans to enjoy. Was Dreamscape a type of lesser dream domain, as well? That would certainly make sense. There was another similar example, though. Sunny trembled. There was the spell and its nightmares. There was the dream realm itself. If there were lesser dream domains, there had to be greater ones, too, as well as those above them. If so, the souls destroyed within his shadow's dream maze were consumed, making the shadow stronger. What happened to the souls of those who died within nightmares? Of those who died in the dream realm? Of those infected by the spell? Was the spell feeding on the souls of everyone who carried it, and on the souls of everything those who carried it killed? The thought was terrifying. But still, it would make sense. Sunny lowered his gaze and stared at the fabric of an Anki's mantle. When an awakened conjured a memory, the memory was manifested from their soul essence. What were the worlds within nightmares manifested from? He turned his head and observed Fallen Grace. Finally, his gaze settled on Kronos. And when the nightmare was over, where did all the souls conjured into it by the spell go? Sunny had never seriously considered how the spell operated, simply because it was so powerful as to seem omnipotent. If one assumed something to be omnipotent, they would not question how it worked. Simply because its workings were beyond the realms of logic and reason. However, now, for the first time, he was starting to question if the spell was truly free from the laws that governed the rest of mundane things. Perhaps its scale was just so great that mere mortals like him were not capable of perceiving it. Or maybe he was wrong, and there was nothing in common between the principles of the dream curse and the spell. In any case, instead of thinking about things that are beyond my understanding, I should concentrate on what is in front of me. My ascended terror of a steed, and the curse he commands. It will surely be of help in this cursed tomb. Especially since there's a mad bastard around who is fond of visiting other people's dreams. Chapter 1368 Setting Sail. Chapter 1368 Setting Sail. Not long after the Black Stallion's ascension, the day of their departure arrived. The weeks they had spent in Fallen Grace flew by fast, so fast, in fact, that Sunny was sad that they had felt so short. It was nice, spending time with Nephice and Cassie again. Back in the waking world, there had always been invisible walls between them, the great plans, the war, the complicated feelings of the past, the dark promises of the future. But nightmares had a way of simplifying things. All of these matters had been made small and insignificant by the dire necessity to conquer the seed, and so Sunny found himself enjoying the feeling of closeness he had not felt in a long time. It was funny, really, ever since becoming a sleeper, he had been told over and over again how dreadful and deadly third nightmares were. And there was truth to these rumors. Of course, after all, Sunny had already been forced to battle a damned great beast to survive here. But, strangely, most of his time in the tomb of Ariel had been rather peaceful. He had a feeling that peaceful days would become a thing of the past very soon, though. From today onward, theirs was a straight path. First to the dangerous waters where Effie and Jet were marooned. Then, to the mysterious city of Twilight, to find Kai and Morgret. And finally to Verge, the throne of the defilement. To burn it down and conquer the nightmare. Of course, the Chainbreaker was going to return to Fallen Grace between each step to resupply, receive repairs, and give its crew an opportunity to recover. But those stops would be brief and far between. For the remainder of the nightmare, Sunny and his companions would be going from one dire battle to another. Looking at the dreamlike view of the last city of the river people from the height of the temple's tower, Sunny sighed and looked at Cassie and Nephice. The suns had just risen, and the whole world was drowned in countless shades of red. Illuminated by the crimson blaze, both of them looked solemn and ready. He lingered for a moment, then asked, "Is it time?" Cassie nodded slowly. "It's time. Let's go." Together, they descended from the tower, past the grand hall of the temple, and walked outside. The blind girls' guards were following them from behind, just like always, but today, many more people had come to bid their Sibyl farewell. Soldiers, artisans, and citizens of all kinds. Thousands of gaunt old men and women were crowding the streets, looking at the beautiful young woman with golden shackles wrapped around her wrists. Their frail figures and wrinkly faces were like a sea. Their eyes. Sunny did not know how to describe the emotion that shone in them. Was it pride? Sorrow? Fear? Love? Guilt? Or all of it, fused together? Human beings were not that simple, after all. They rarely felt only one thing. Most of the time, their hearts were an irrational and contradictory mess of clashing and conflicting emotions. Will we manage to save these people? Or are they all doomed? Sunny knew that this was not the real Fallen Grace, and yet, he also knew that the shadows of living beings he killed in the nightmares were still within his soul, indistinguishable from the shadows that belonged to the inhabitants of both the dream realm and the waking world. So what exactly was the difference? They passed through the crowded streets and approached the piers. The Chainbreaker rested on the water, freshly repaired and refurbished. Its tattered sails were replaced by new ones, each of a gorgeous, vibrant scarlet color. There wasn't much ceremony. Sunny, Cassie, and Nephice climbed aboard. The two death guards remained on the pier. But before they left, Cassie turned to the crowd of elderly Riverborn and smiled. Her smile was like a ray of pure sunlight in this land of eternal dusk. "My people." Her voice echoed above the water, reaching far and wide. The inhabitants of Fallen Grace, the last humans in the tomb of Ariel, listened with rapt attention, catching every word. Sunny gazed at the crowd and soon noticed a familiar figure. Kronos was also here, looking at the graceful ship with awe and longing. Cassie waited for a moment, then continued. "I have to apologize. Usually, I would have taken you all to the House of Parting to celebrate and enjoy a delicious feast. Sadly, the lower house is no more, and so, I have no food to offer." A wave of murmurs rose from the crowd as many people chuckled. Someone yelled, "It's all right, my lady. Feed us when you return." The blind girl remained motionless for a few moments. Still, today is not a day for sadness. It is a day for celebration. This journey I am leaving on is not my last. Instead, it is the beginning of a new era, a better era. An era of grace and freedom. She raised her hands and pulled them apart, easily breaking the golden chain. The shattered links fell into the water. Cassie smiled again. "Lady Changing Star, Lord Sunless, and I, we are leaving together powerful outsiders and vanquish the defilement, once and for all. Our victory is assured." "I know. It would have been an empty proclamation if anyone else had said it. However, for the people of Fallen Grace, Cassie was Dusk, the last Sibyl, the oracle who had guided their people for many generations, and who knew the secrets of both the past and the future. Hearing her, they stared with wide eyes. In the next moment, a joyous roar rose from the crowd. Our Lady knows. She saw it. Victory! Our victory is assured. Staring at the celebrating old men, their sorrow gone, Sunny leaned slightly and asked in a whisper. You know? Did you receive a vision of fate? Cassie froze, then shuddered slightly. A moment later, she turned to him, her smile turning brittle. Her beautiful blue eyes were shining with the reflection of the crimson sky. She lingered for a bit, then answered. Who cares about fate? If fate is against us, we'll break it. Sunny stared at her, befuddled. The corner of his mouth twitched. Do you think it's easy to break fate? The blind girl lowered her head slightly and turned back to the crowd. Her quiet answer was almost drowned out by the joyous cries. No, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. Soon, the sails of the chainbreaker were filled with wind. The graceful vessel moved slowly, leaving the voices of the crowd behind. The people of Fallen Grace watched as it sailed away, waving and wishing their lady good fortune in the days to come. But then, they disappeared from view, obscured by the crimson haze. There was nothing but a vast expanse of water left in front of them. The first of the many battles was approaching. Chapter 1369 Lost Library. Chapter 1369 Lost Library. Their first goal was to find Jet and Effie. Cassie had been able to determine the general area where they were marooned, but not why. She was also not sure what dangers awaited the chainbreaker in that hazardous region of the Great River. However, she did have a lead. The problem was that this lead was buried in one of the lost temples of Fallen Grace, the palace where a defiled Sibyl had once been entombed alive. During the battle for the city, the temple had been unsealed, and the island ships that could not be saved were abandoned. Cut free, they had been left to the currents. The rest of the flotilla fled upstream, where it remained to this day. Nevertheless, the chainbreaker was moving into the past once more, searching for the lost districts. Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie were going to find the lost temple, slay the defiled Sibyl if the creature was still dwelling there, and sift through the temple's library in search of information about the place Effie and Jet were trapped in. Breathing heavily, Sunny leaned on the side of the ketch and cursed quietly. The ketch had been patched up and repaired, as well. With its masts dismantled and stored, it resembled a proper lifeboat. The craftsmen of Fallen Grace had also constructed an actual nest for it, with ropes and pulleys to lower the ketch into the water and hoist it back up again when needed. Nephice was at the stern, controlling the ship, while Cassie was examining the damaged essence lines of the ancient vessel nearby. Looking at her, he decided to rest for a few minutes and asked somberly, "Why wasn't that Sibyl killed after succumbing to the defilement, anyway?" Simply sealing the temple does not seem like a reliable solution. Especially since it seems to have been done in a hurry, with all the valuables remaining inside. Who just goes and loses an entire library? The blind girl was distracted from her thoughts and turned to him, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "I'm not really sure. It happened long before we entered the nightmare, so perhaps the people of Fallen Grace simply couldn't bring themselves to kill one of their Sibyls. You saw how conflicted they are about us. Perhaps sealing her inside and turning the temple into a mausoleum was simply safer." She sighed and shook his head. "I agree, though. It was a mistake. When I entered the nightmare, we could have preserved the entire city if not for their misguided ways. There were 2 Sibyls left in Fallen Grace back then, and one of them had just succumbed to the defilement. She was still new to her unholy powers, though. The battle was dreadful, but we could have won." Her face turned dull. It was not until the seal of the old temple came undone that disaster struck. Once that thing got out, there was no stopping it. Sunny raised an eyebrow with a dubious expression. "And yet you want us to seek her out?" Cassie sighed, then smiled lightly. "Well, I alone was not enough to both battle the creature and prevent the city from sinking. But the three of us together, that is a completely different story. I don't think we'll have too much of a problem dealing with her. If we do fail to take down a single defiled, there's no point in even trying to conquer the nightmare, don't you think? Sunny smiled crookedly. I guess. There was another reason why they wanted to slay the defiled Sibyl, as well. The conflict of the nightmare seemed to be connected to the fate of fallen Grace, and of the river people's civilization as a whole. The natural ending of this story was complete extinction, which was why Sunny and Nephice were determined to destroy Verge and save the last human city instead. But simply eliminating the source of the defilement was not enough. Right now, the people of fallen Grace were doomed, for no other reason than that they were all too old and weak to have children. To ensure that a new generation of the river people could be born, the city had to return to its previous position downstream, which was impossible because of the lingering presence of the defiled Sibyl. So, the creature had to go. Sunny looked at the crimson sky, then asked, "How does it work, anyway? Why was the entombed Sibyl so much more powerful than the one you killed?" Cassie remained silent for a bit before answering. "Simple, really. All the nightmare creatures we met before entering the tomb had been corrupted countless years ago. There was barely a trace of their previous selves left. Corruption is a gradual process, as it turns out. The Sibyl I killed had not been an abomination for more than a week. She was still mostly human. The other, though, had spent a long time sealed in that temple. The thing that broke free from it could barely be called a human. Its powers were greater, and it was much more used to them, as well." Sunny sighed. It made sense. With his curiosity satisfied, he decided that it was time to get back to the arduous practice. He was trying to master the sorcery of names. Sadly, Sunny was making zero progress. Learning the names themselves was not too hard, at least not the simple ones Nephice had done her best to teach him. Even though those names were eerily odd, barely fitting into his mind and constantly fading from his memory, he possessed enough mental discipline to hold on to the knowledge of them. The problem was actually trying to speak them. In that regard, Sunny was failing miserably. Curse it. Perhaps Sunny was being greedy by wishing to learn an entire new system of sorcery, but he still wanted to master the fundamentals of shaping. Today, his attempts to summon the wind were going even worse than usual. He was tired and drained, but there was no result whatsoever. Damned wind! Come on, blow! When Sunny's irritation reached a boiling point, Cassie suddenly straightened and turned her head slightly. There was a frown on her face. Something is wrong. Chapter 1370 Insidious Adversary. Chapter 1370 Insidious Adversary. Sunny sighed heavily, then subtly studied the world through his shadows. There was no danger around them. Everything seemed fine. That said, his intuition was indeed telling him something. It was not exactly ringing an alarm, but there was an eerie sensation at the back of his mind. He rose to his feet and studied the great river with his own two eyes. After a few moments, Sunny asked, "What is it?" "I don't see anything." Cassie did not move, her frown deepening. The waves rustled as they brushed against the hull of the ship. The sails rippled in the wind. Raising a hand, she touched her cheek briefly, then said somberly, "I feel strange. As if I'm drunk." Sunny stared at her wordlessly. "Ha?" The blind girl grimaced. "It's like I'm seeing double. Only, of course, it's not my sight that is blurry. Rather, it's my aspect ability. The one that allows me to sense what will happen a few seconds into the future." He remained silent for a few moments. The shadows across the chainbreaker moved, stirring. "So, what you're saying is that something is wrong with the future?" Cassie hesitated a little. "Or at least with my ability to perceive the future." That was a rather terrifying thing to hear. Sunny looked around once more, noting how peaceful their surroundings looked. The sky was burning beautifully with countless shades of red, with not a cloud in sight. The surface of the flowing river was spotless, with nothing hiding beneath it. And yet, There was something sinister happening to the world, unseen and imperceptible. If not for the keen senses of the oracle, none of them would have known that something was wrong. Let's go. Taking Cassie by the wrist, Sunny guided her to the stern of the ship, where Nephice was holding the steering oar. He had not had to guide the blind girl in a long, long time, but now that her aspect ability was compromised, she must have been disoriented. Even if she was looking at the world through his eyes, that was not the same as perceiving it with her own senses. What the hell is happening in this damn tomb? Soon, they arrived at the runic circle and told Nephice the news. She remained silent for a while, looking forward with a somber expression. After a while, Neph nodded. I see. I felt that something was wrong, too. Sunny tilted his head a little. How? Even his faint premonition had only appeared because of his tenuous affinity to fate, which had been enhanced by Weaver's lineage. Sunny usually called these vague feelings his intuition, but it was not exactly a sixth sense. It was actually a rudimentary ability to feel the tremors of the strings of fate. What allowed Nephice to feel the wrongness, then? She pointed to the sky. It's the suns. I am responsible for steering the ship, so I keep an eye on them for navigation. There's something strange happening, though. For the last hour or so, our course has been changing slightly. It's like we are being pulled towards something. But if we are, I don't know how. I don't think there are any forces exerting pressure on the ship or the current. Sunny suddenly had a very, very bad premonition. His face turned grim. They were on a hunt for a defiled Sibyl, and Cassie's perception of the future was suddenly behaving strangely. More than that, the world itself was not working quite as it was supposed to. No. It can't be. Can it? Glancing at the blind girl, he asked evenly. Say, Cassie, that thing that broke free when the temple was unsealed. What exactly were her powers? Cassie hesitated for a moment. I am not sure. I did not get a proper look at her. All I remember is that all the soldiers I sent to stall her were torn to shreds in an instant, unable to land a single blow on her hide. Arrows and magic projectiles missed, enchantments failed. She was too dreadful of a creature for us to handle, especially while fighting the other Sibyl. Her beautiful blue eyes glistened. As soon as the second Sibyl died, I ordered everyone to retreat and disconnect the entire section of the city where the creature was raging. That was how we lost half of Fallen Grace. Sunny inhaled deeply. But all the Sibyls had powers related to revelations, right? And revelations are a manifestation of extreme affinity to fate. That Sibyl was capable of sensing the future before becoming corrupted. He gritted his teeth and shared a wild suspicion that was making him incredibly wary. So is it possible that the abomination is now capable of affecting the future? Nephice looked at him strangely. What do you mean? He shrugged. Let's say there's an ancient Sibyl, a transcendent outsider who comes from the time before the Doom War. She becomes defiled and turns into a nightmare creature, then gets buried alive for countless years. Sunny shook his head. And then, we three go searching for her. And just at that moment, Cassie's ability to perceive the future starts behaving weirdly, while our ship is inexplicably moving in a direction that it's not supposed to be moving. Wouldn't you say that it's quite possible that this primordial horror of a defiled abomination is more than likely to possess powers that have to do with affecting the flow of time, or at least the probability of things happening? Cassie and Nephice paled a little. After a while, the blind girl asked. That sounds too fantastical to be true. A power to change probability? Even if she is a tremendously powerful corrupted abomination of unknown class, that's a bit too much. Don't you think? Sunny shrugged. No, I don't. Too fantastical? We are inside a huge pyramid, sailing on an endless river that flows through time, suspended in the middle of a bottomless abyss. Oh, and it's all made from the corpse of an unholy titan. I don't think that there can even be something too fantastical anymore. He grimaced, then added in a stifled tone. As for how unimaginable a power that affects probability would be, aren't you forgetting something? I've been suffering from a similar kind of thing since before I became a sleeper. Only, in my case, it's not me who is affecting probability, rather, improbable things have a way of pulling me toward them. In any case, the result is the same. The three of them remained silent for a few moments. Then, Nephi said calmly, "So what?" Sunny blinked. "So what? You are not wary of an enemy who can literally change the future as they see fit?" She leaned back, then shrugged with indifference. "There are obviously some limits to that power, if you're even right about its nature. Otherwise, we would have died from heart attacks or been hit by stray lightning already. Why don't we just go and kill that Sybil, anyway? Do I need to remind you too that we also have the power to change the future?" Sunny and Cassie were confused. The blind girl tilted her head a little and asked, "We do?" Nephi nodded. "Of course. If we go there and kill the abomination, that will be the future. We would have made it. Every action performed by every person in the world changes the future. That power is really not that unique. In fact, it's pretty universal." He stared at her for a moment, then chuckled wryly. "It's hard to argue. The power to change the future, huh? All right. Let's go and make a future where the abomination is dead, and we're alive. It's not like we know how to escape, anyway." Chapter 1371 Dark Garden. Chapter 1371 Dark Garden. The chainbreaker was sailing across the blood-red expanse of flowing water. Under the blazing crimson sky, no mystical force seemed to be influencing it, and yet, its course was being set by someone other than the person holding the steering oar. The ship was being pulled toward the lost temple of fallen grace. On its deck, three masters were preparing for battle. Sunny was stretching, his expression calm and focused. Not that Cassie and Nephi could see it, he had summoned Weaver's mask a long time ago. In the battle against a corrupted oracle, it was both his best weapon and shield. Cassie had summoned her armor and half-mask. The quiet dancer and a long dagger were resting in twin scabbards on her hips. Nephi was still wearing her white tunic, but there was a beautiful longsword in her hands now. Its hilt was black, with the symbol of a scarlet anvil being pierced by a sword etched into the pommel. How do we even fight an enemy who can influence the future? After Sunny asked the question, both he and Nephi turned to Cassie. The blind girl frowned slightly. "How should I know? Who else would know but her?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then said awkwardly, "Wouldn't a person who can perceive the future know how to kill one of her kind best?" The blind girl shifted, then turned to face him. After a short pause, she smiled faintly and asked, "What, haven't you thought about how to kill someone like me before?" "A lot?" He coughed. "Never crossed my mind." Hearing him, Cassie laughed. "It's like Nephi said, her power has to have a limit. Say she can alter the path of one arrow, then hit her with 2. If she can alter the path of 100 arrows, hit her with 101. Sunny nodded. Indeed, this was the method he had come up with when pondering how to deal with Cassie, purely out of academic curiosity, of course. Since she could perceive a few seconds into the future, the only way to defeat her was to either exhaust her essence or create a future that was inescapable. Then, knowing it would be of no help. The same principle worked against someone with the power to alter the future, in theory. Assuming that the defiled Sybil could raise the probability of certain events happening, the key to defeating her would be creating a situation where all possible outcomes led to her death. He sighed. So, the brute force approach. I hate it. Nephi stared at him incredulously. Meaning that you like it? Sunny shook his head earnestly. No. She hesitated for a few moments, then let out a quiet sigh. This mask is confusing. Was it? Sunny did not think that it was that confusing. All it did was reverse his flaw, making it so that he could only tell lies. As it turned out, always lying was much more liberating than always telling the truth. That was because there were countless lies, but only one truth. That said, he wouldn't want to live while always wearing Weaver's mask. Lies might be liberating, but he did not think that a person who only deceived could be a part of a community, at least not in any kind of meaningful way. And no one survived in the dream realm alone. But, much more importantly, being cursed to always tell the truth had landed him in hot water more than once, but looking back at his life up until now, Sonny clearly saw how it had benefited him, as well. Without the flaw, he would have continued to lie and deceive, remaining isolated and untrusting. The mindset that had saved his life countless times in the outskirts would have become the end of him in the perilous world of the spell. He would not have grown close to anyone, and would not have made precious friends. And that, most likely, would have led to him dying in some ditch, miserable and alone. Sonny still had plenty of chances to die in a ditch, but at least his death was not going to be quite as bitter. That's personal growth right there. Chuckling under his breath, he looked at the crimson sky. Perhaps Ananke had been right. Only flawed things had a reason to improve, and thus, being flawed was the greatest source of growth. What did it mean for the gods and the demons, then? Did the gods, who had been born flawless, create the universal law of imperfection to fuel their own rise to power? If so, which god was it that had created such a cunning thing? Sonny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and shook his head. Who cared about these things? The gods were dead, anyway. And he was going to be dead, too, if the three of them failed to kill the defiled Sibyl. I don't see anything. Nephi's raised an eyebrow, then suddenly tensed. Meaning you do see something. She turned and peered at the horizon. There, a dark shape was slowly appearing from the scarlet glow. A crooked temple was rising from the water, most of it hidden from view and drowned. Its walls, once white and beautiful, were covered by cracks and overgrown with moss. Dark vines were crawling up the broken facade like a burial shroud, blooming with beautiful black flowers. The artificial island the temple had once stood upon was broken and partially submerged. What little of it remained above the waves was like a wild garden, its dark expanse brimming with thorns. The sky itself seemed to dim as the chainbreaker drew closer to the drifting derelict. The eerie sensation at the back of Sonny's mind grew stronger. Just relax. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. He threw a grim look at the sin of Solace, then commanded the manifested shadows to lower the sails. At the same time, his own shadows moved, gliding across the deck toward their master. Cassie unsheathed her rapier and dagger. Nephi silently raised her sword and rested its blade against her shoulder. She remained silent for a while, then suddenly let out a long sigh and covered her face with a palm. Sonny gave her a glance. Ha? Wait, don't tell me that you're actually worried? Neff avoided looking at him, lingered for a bit, and shook her head. No. I'm just realizing the meaning of everything Lord Mungrel said. Her voice sounded strangely aggrieved. Was Sonny seeing things, or had her cheeks become slightly pink? He stared for a bit, then coughed awkwardly. Ah, well. I meant every single word. With that, he headed to the bow of the chainbreaker. Soon, the ship slowed down. Reaching the drowning island, it scraped gently against its surface and came to a halt. Just like before, everything seemed calm. There was no movement in the wild garden of black flowers, and no abominations lunging at them from inside the temple. The breached walls stood precariously, gaping with ominous darkness. It was as if something was inviting them to come inside. Summoning his cursed sword, Sonny grimaced and jumped down onto the sinister shore. Since we're invited, let's not make the host wait too long. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1372 Clearing a Path. Chapter 1372 Clearing a Path. A moment later, Cassie and Nephi landed behind him. The water splashed quietly as it licked the shore of the drowned island, the black vines glistening with crimson luster in the blaze of dusk. Apart from that gentle sound and the whispers of the wind, the dark garden was silent. Sonny lingered for a few moments, extending his shadow sense outward. Eventually, he shook his head and said warily, "There's movement." Which meant that there was none. The dark vines also did not seem to exude poisonous mist, and neither were their black flowers full of parasitic pollen. As far as Sonny could tell, the Garden of Thorns was entirely safe. They were not taking any chances, though. Taking a step forward, Nephi silently raised a hand. Wisps of white flame rose from her skin, and then suddenly shot forward in a rain of incandescent drops. As her eyes shone with incinerating radiance, the white drops fell on the vines and suddenly exploded into a roaring blaze. Nephi stared at the dark garden with grim determination, and following her will, the flames spread with astonishing speed. Soon, the entire place was engulfed in fire. It crawled up the walls of the crooked temple, turning the magnificent edifice into a towering pyre. Soon, the three of them found themselves standing in front of a sea of flames. The black flowers dissolved into the white inferno. The slithering vines were obliterated from existence. The ancient stones cracked and melted, revealing more of the dark interior of the lost temple. Still, no abomination revealed itself from the depths of the burning garden. Nephi let out a long sigh and closed her eyes for a moment. The furious radiance illuminating them from within dimmed, and then disappeared to reveal her pale complexion. At the same time, the raging flames were left without the will that had been pushing them forward. With no more fuel to burn, they grew smaller and were gradually extinguished. The black garden had been turned into cinders and ash, while the walls of the drowned temple were cracked and blackened by soot. The path was clear. Sunny had expected an ambush to spring until the last moment, but it seemed that there was indeed no danger here, at least on the surface. What waited in the depths of the temple, though? No one could tell. He considered sending his shadows underground to explore, but decided against it. The more powerful enemies he faced, the more of them possessed means of sensing and harming intangible beings. The shadows were no different from parts of his soul, but lacked the protection of his ascended body. So, keeping them close when dealing with a powerful opponent was a wiser choice. Let's go. Shielding her face from the heat, Cassie took a hesitant step forward. Sunny observed her for a moment, then followed. Catching up to the blind girl, he asked, "How are you feeling?" She held tighter to the hilt of the quiet dancer and forced out a smile. "Better. It's just that I sense varied futures instead of a definite one here. I was disorienting at first, but not too difficult to get used to. I am long accustomed to perceiving the world from multiple points of view, after all. Still, I think I am going to have a huge headache when we're done." He nodded slowly. Sunny was no stranger to looking upon the world from several points of view. That was a natural state for him, considering the growing number of shadows he possessed. However, perceiving several seconds into not one, but a multitude of varied futures had to be terribly confusing. He had always struggled to understand how it was exactly that Cassie managed to handle the mental strain of perceiving two different moments simultaneously, especially to such a degree that it aided her in combat instead of becoming a hindrance, not to mention that she remained blind in both of these different moments of time. Humans were supremely adaptable creatures, but everything had a limit. Maybe it was because Sunny had been slow to realize how abnormal his own talents were that he rarely considered how exceptional his companions were, as well. Cassie was usually quiet and unassuming, so it was easy to overlook her inconspicuous, but exceptional mental prowess. In truth, it was rather astounding. Sunny glanced at the blind girl again and frowned slightly. It's all right for everyone else to overlook her, but why do I always make the same mistake? I should really know better. Perhaps it was because deep inside, he still saw Cassie as the helpless girl that had desperately needed his assistance on the forgotten shore. Both of them had changed drastically since then, but that first impression was so deeply ingrained that erasing it was simply too difficult. If so, Sunny wondered what image of him was ingrained deep inside Cassie's heart. However, he only allowed his thoughts to wander for a brief moment. They were in the enemy territory, after all. It was no time for idle thoughts. Do you even have to ask the question? The image of a deceitful, selfish scumbag who outright told Nephi that she was a fool for dragging dead weight around, and that it would be better for the two of you to leave the useless blind girl for dead. Oh, what? You think that Cassie really did not hear that conversation? Sunny threw a hateful glance at the sin of Solace, who was walking a step behind with a contemptuous grin on his face. Did Cassie's shoulders tremble a little at the sound of the sword wraith's voice? He wasn't sure. Sunny hesitated for a moment, but remained silent in the end. He didn't really want to answer, and didn't really know what to say. There had indeed been a conversation like that, soon after their first meeting on the forgotten shore. The blind girl had been fast asleep back then, though, most likely. She had never indicated otherwise. Stop. At the sound of Cassie's voice, Sunny tensed up. What is it? Had she really heard the sin o' Solace? The blind girl remained motionless for a moment, then took a step forward and leaned down. Her hand disappeared into the ash, and pulled out the singed remains of a crude spear from beneath it. Her face turned somber. Dropping the spear back to the ground, she sighed and said darkly, "It's the drowned." Chapter 1373 Counting Echoes. Chapter 1373 Counting Echoes. The word hung in the air, both ominous and strangely familiar. Sunny frowned and studied the remains of the crude weapon. Finally, he asked, "The drowned? We have never met abominations like that." Which, of course, meant that they had. Nephi nodded. Yes. A group of them attacked the chainbreaker once. Drowned outcasts, that was what the spell called them. They weren't too powerful, apart from the depth dweller that arrived with them. Cassie shook her head somberly. The outcasts are the dregs of their kind. Most drowned are much more dangerous. They are a special tribe of nightmare creatures here in Ariel's tomb. No one really knows where they come from, but many believe that the drowned were humans, once. They hunt in groups and herd true horrors of the depths to use as war beasts. Most troublesome of all of them possess at least a rudimentary level of sentience. They follow strange rituals, too. Nephi frowned. I'm sure we will manage. Unless there are titans or great ones among them, the three of us should be enough to deal with these drowned. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments. That is true. Although the trace of the drowned is bad news, they're nothing we can't handle. I am concerned about what their presence here represents, though. She turned to face the ruined temple and gritted her teeth. These abominations are very territorial. They constantly battle with other nightmare creatures, and leave signs to avoid the waters where truly powerful foes dwell. The fact that the drowned are here, on the island, means that they have accepted the Sibyl as their ruler. Cassie paused, then added with a dark expression. Which means that she has become a tyrant, at least. Only those have enough authority to make the drowned submit to them. Sunny let out a sigh. So, a corrupted tyrant, then. He had faced more powerful nightmare creatures, but only a handful. While a corrupted tyrant was not beyond their ability to slay, it was certainly not an easy foe to face. Especially on the creature's terms. His voice sounded glum. How did she become a tyrant, anyway? Wasn't she a corrupted beast first? Then again, Dusk of Fallen Grace had met him as a terror. It was obvious that nightmare creatures could reach a greater class than what they had started from, just like Sing could. That was a trait that all noble creatures, those that succumbed to corruption and those who did not, shared. And it seemed that corrupted humans shared that ability, as well. Not unlike how he, Nephi, and Mordred did. Cassie shrugged. She was defiled a long time ago. She also fed on the powerful warriors of Fallen Grace, and gods know what else since then. In any case, she won't be waiting for us alone. We must be prepared to fight her entourage, as well. Sunny smiled behind his mask. Too bad we don't have an entourage of our own. As he said those words, two menacing figures stepped out from the shadows to stand by his side. One was a graceful knight in a suit of intricate onyx armor, the other was an infernal fiend forged out of black steel and broken blades. A terrifying black steed rose from the ground behind them, crimson light reflecting from his adamantine horns and wolf-like fangs. Cassie let out a quiet sigh, then summoned her echoes, as well. A whirlwind of white sparks formed into two humanoid figures. One was a woman wearing a red dress not unlike the one the blind girl wore, her face hidden by a veil. Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the silent figure. Why did it seem like there was something entirely inhuman hiding beneath the flowing red fabric? When the echo of the defiled Sibyl moved, it was eerily too smooth, as though she was hovering above the ground or slithering like an eel instead of taking steps. He thought he saw a glimpse of a glistening black tentacle appearing for a split second from beneath the hem of her crimson skirt. The most unnerving part, however, was her empty gaze. Sonny had never felt comfortable around human echoes, and he did not feel comfortable around an echo of a former human either. Cassie's second echo was less disturbing, but just as curious. It was a tall steel mannequin with 4 arms, each holding a sharp blade. The artificial echo, an ascended monster, looked like a clockwork man. His movements were somewhat awkward, but possessed the distinctive sharpness of a trained fighter. Sonny was reminded of something when looking at the mannequin, as well. The creature was vaguely similar in appearance to the steel mount that Morgan rode sometimes. So, that echo must have been created by the enchanters of valor, too. I wonder how they do it. The complexity must be on an entirely different level. He was distracted from his thoughts by a disdainful grunt. Turning his head, Sonny glanced at Fiend with surprise. The steel ogre was staring down the clockwork swordsman with an obvious air of superiority. Was the fool sticking his chest out? Under Sonny's dubious gaze, Fiend threw a furtive glance at Saint, and then stuck his chest out even further. His chin rose cockily. The taciturn knight, of course, remained utterly indifferent. Realizing that she was not impressed, the infernal ogre deflated a little. Then, he stared at the steel echo vindicatively. His fiery eyes were burning with hunger? Don't even think about it. Hearing Sonny's hiss, Fiend flinched and turned away from the clockwork swordsman with an innocent look, as if the thought of gobbling up Cassie's echo out of spite never crossed his gluttonous mind. I can't believe it. This fool is really getting out of hand. Shaking his head, Sonny turned to Nephice. She was the only one of them who did have anything to summon. Of course, that was only because Changing Star had always given the echoes she earned away to someone else. Even now, 2 of Cassie's 3 had come from Neph. It was a bit sad, though, for her to look like an impoverished noble when compared to Sonny and Cassie. Feeling his gaze, Nephi shifted slightly and stared back. What? Sonny shook his head. No, nothing. At that moment, the sword wraith laughed. Doesn't have anything to summon? Fool, why would she need to? She already has a mighty shadow following her around, ready to satisfy her every whim. That's you. You're her echo. So, in a way. Nephice has 4, while Cassie has 3. You, on the other hand, don't even qualify to be compared to them. The sin of Solace paused, then added with a smile. Ah, don't forget that it was the blind traitor who turned you into an echo, to begin with. Sonny's face twitched. Cassie, meanwhile, scowled and started walking toward the temple. Come on. We should finish her off before night comes. He gritted his teeth and followed, furious at the fact that the apparition's words had gotten to him. Approaching the breach in the wall of the crooked temple, the small, but extremely powerful cohort of masters, shadows, and echoes dove into the sinister darkness. Chapter 1374 Drowned Temple. Chapter 1374 Drowned Temple. Damned sword. Making his way into the ruined interior of the temple, Sonny was seething with dark emotions. What did the sin of Solace even want? One moment, he was fanning the flames of guilt Sonny might have felt about how he treated Cassie in the past. The next moment, the wraith was reminding him of what had happened, and of how cruelly she had betrayed his trust. Well, it was perfectly clear what the apparition wanted. The bastard wanted to drive him mad. And he was. Sonny was mad. No matter how much he understood why Cassie had done what she did, and no matter how many times he told himself that her actions had ended up saving Rain from being killed by nightmare creatures, and him from dying in the nightmare desert or becoming Mordred's slave. No matter how many things they had gone through together after the Forgotten Shore and how much their relationship had improved and deepened. At the bottom of it all, Sonny was still hurt, resentful, and angry at Cassie, while at the same time caring deeply about her. It was a proper mess. What else is new? It had been for a while. This place is not creepy at all. Jumping down from a pile of rubble, Sonny landed in shallow water. The interior of the lost temple was drowned both by stale water and darkness. Since the island ship was tilted and partially submerged beneath the waves, the long corridors with high ceilings were tilted as well. The three of them had to walk awkwardly, stepping on the walls with one foot and the cracked floor with the other. Not to mention that there was rubble everywhere, forcing them to jump or climb over the natural barricades obstructing their path. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that none of them was oppressed by the darkness. Sunny could see in it perfectly fine. Cassie did not need sight at all, while Nephice was capable of lighting her own path. I think he is trying to say that this place is really creepy. Nephice looked at him and smiled with satisfaction, proud to have understood his meaning. Sunny stared at her incredulously. What? Why does she look so smug? It's really not that hard to understand. Neph was such a weirdo sometimes. Shaking his head, he turned away and continued to make his way deeper into the temple. Cassie was walking at the front, protected by her echoes. Nephice and Sunny were in the middle, with his shadows following them from behind. The layout of the temple seemed different from the one the blind girl had lived in, but she seemed to know the way. They were moving deeper and deeper into the labyrinth of half-collapsed corridors. Sunny felt that they had descended far enough to be underwater by now. Nevertheless, the ancient temple must have retained some structural integrity, considering that it was not fully flooded. Their surroundings, however, were rather ominous. It was not even because of the darkness, the stale water sloshing at their knees, and the eerie feeling of something influencing the future. It was because this place had served as a prison for the defiled Sibyl for a long, long time before being cut from the rest of the city and ending up half-drowned. From time to time, Sunny noticed strange marks on the cracked walls, as if someone had clawed at them in fury. Other times, there was dried blood smeared across the old stone. The whole temple seemed strange and sinister, like a ruin haunted by an unspeakable evil. Of course, Sunny was not afraid of ghosts. He had slain enough ghosts to treat them with indifference. What he was afraid of, however, were the Sibyls. Even though Sunny did not want to admit it to himself, he still shuddered when remembering the cold despair of Elo 49, and the horror of facing its butcher in the depths of the ocean. He had been with Neve and Bloodwave back then. Today, he was with Nephice and Cassie. Even though the two of them were weaker than the champions of the House of Night on paper, Sunny somehow felt more reassured in the company of these two young women. The three of them had survived far worse odds together. It's all right to be afraid. He was sure that he'll feel better after putting down another one of these defiled oracles with his own two hands. We are getting closer. Cassie's words were sobering. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge, intricately engraved door. Its wood was wet and rotten, with illegible runes covering the dark surface. Sunny suspected that these runes were a part of a sorceress' seal once. Now, however, they were damaged beyond recognition and lifeless, devoid of any kind of power. For a moment, he considered turning around and leaving the sinister temple the way he had come. But of course, he wouldn't. The defiled Sibyl had to die, both for the future of Fallen Grace and for the sake of Effie and Jet. Sunny took a deep breath and wondered if his resolve to slay the abomination was the result of the creature manipulating the future, as well. Had she pulled forward only those of the possible futures where the three humans were adamant on arriving in front of the ancient door, with not a slither of hesitation in their minds? The thought made him shiver. To hell with this. Gritting his teeth, Sunny glared at the door, and then delivered a devastating kick to it. Turning into a rain of rotten debris, the massive gate flew off its hinges and cluttered down into the dark expanse of a partially flooded hall. It was then that he felt it, a massive shadow stirring underwater, its slumber broken by the sound of the breaking door. There were countless smaller shadows hiding in the darkness of the drowned hall, too. And at the far end of it, an especially elusive one. A harrowing specter that made his hair stood on end. Sunny's entire attention was drawn to the enormous creature that had been sleeping in the heart of the lost temple, though. Belatedly, he remembered Cassie's words. They hunt in groups, and herd true horrors of the depths to use as war beasts. One such horror, it seemed, had somehow found its way into the inner sanctum of the defiled Sibyl's tainted stronghold. Erdiel's note, I won't be able to upload for like 1 to 3 days. Swapping broadband, so won't have network for some time. Chapter 1375 Spoiled for Choices. Chapter 1375 Spoiled for Choices. The dark surface of the water exploded, and a gargantuan shape rose from beneath it. Sunny struggled to contain his revulsion as he saw its grotesque form. The creature looked so appalling and alien that he did not even know how to describe it. It was as if a mass of slithering eels was wearing a messy cloak of tangled seaweed, its countless limbs 10 times longer than its vague, slender body. How did it even manage to stay hidden? The great hall of the lost temple was flooded, but the water was not that deep. As the revolting depth dweller continued to reveal its twisted shape, the dark water boiled, and countless drowned revealed their presence. These ones were similar to the abominations that had attacked the Chainbreaker in the past, but also different. Their bodies were humanoid, with powerful black tentacles instead of a pair of legs. However, instead of gaunt outcasts who were overgrown by barnacles, the true drowned looked much more strong and fearsome. Their weapons were of much higher quality, and some even wore strange but durable armor made out of shell and bone. The black eyes of the sentient nightmare creatures burned with bloodlust and malice. Damnation! Most of them were corrupted demons, while the few most powerful ones seemed to be devils. And then there was the Sibyl herself, of course. Sunny still couldn't see her clearly. By the standards of the waking world, the three of them were a truly formidable battle force. Sunny was pretty sure that he and Nephice were among the most powerful ascended humans to have ever lived, with Cassie trailing not far behind them. They were accompanied by two transcendent devils, a transcendent beast, an ascended terror, and an ascended monster. Their memories were also empowered by a supreme memory, the Crown of Dawn. Still, this battle was not going to be easy. It promised to be extremely perilous, in fact. As Sunny's pupils narrowed, the time seemed to slow down. His mind entered the state of battle clarity, banishing all unnecessary thoughts. He lingered only for a moment, waiting for Nephice to make a decision. Every battle force needed a commander, and for their cohort, the burden of command lay squarely on Changing Star's shoulders. I'll handle the Depth Dweller. Sunny, if you will, slaughter these drowned. Cassie, you will have to occupy the Sibyl. Sunny was already moving, the blade of the sin of Solace slashing through the air. As he did, though, a transient thought entered his mind. This was it. This was what he knew best. After the endless onslaught of bloody warfare in Antarctica, he had thought that he was sick of and nauseated by battles, bloodshed, and violence. But after experiencing these strangely peaceful months in the third nightmare, had he secretly missed the dark splendor of combat? I'm really losing it, huh? Then, there was no more time to think. The silence that had reigned in the flooded hall was torn apart and obliterated. To his right, the darkness was suddenly vanquished by a furious explosion of radiant light. Sunny saw a glimpse of a silvery sword, and felt the entire temple tremble as the gargantuan Depth Dweller moved to meet it. Nephice had wasted no time attacking the ancient abomination. He had no doubt that she would keep the appalling creature busy. His role, however, was no less important. Sunny had to eliminate the drowned and clear the path for Cassie to face the Sibyl. Will she be all right? Suppressing his worry, he lunged forward. Sunny was really spoiled in this battle. With the Crown of Twilight supplying him with an almost endless amount of essence in this place of eternal dusk, he did not have to be frugal with how to use it at all. The limits that had oppressed him during the entire Southern campaign were gone, the only one that remained was mental capacity. There was a lot he could do. Shadow manifestation would allow him to, if not outright kill, then at least wound and stall many of the abominations. He could achieve something similar by controlling water with the help of the Serpent King's crown. While the hall was not spacious enough to warrant turning into the Onyx Serpent, he could still use Shadow Shell to assume the form of the Shadow Spawn. He could also use Shadow Step to rain terror on the battlefield. The problem was that his mind was not potent enough to handle all of these tasks at the same time. The enemies were also more powerful than any group he had faced in Antarctica. Corrupted demons and devils were not new enemies for him, but Sunny had never faced so many of them at the same time. What made sentient abominations so dangerous was their intelligence, and the drowned seemed more than smart enough to fight as a single force instead of a group of powerful, but uncoordinated creatures. many of the strategies he had used to slaughter weaker enemies were not going to work as effectively against them. So, he chose to concentrate on two of the multitudes of tools available to him. The first was the Crown of Twilight and the rudimentary control over water it gifted him. Although the Great Hall was not entirely flooded, it still gave an advantage to the drowned, who could move with equal ease on land and in water. Terrain advantage was of utmost importance in any battle, so Sunny was going to try and turn the tables on his enemies. The second was the Sin of Solace. Currently, all memories Sunny had summoned were augmented by the Crown of Dawn, including his already fearsome Jian. Its long jade blade was more than powerful enough to cut through both the corrupted abominations and their armor, and therefore, augmenting his strength even further with Shadow Shell was simply unnecessary. The best decision Sunny could make was to fully concentrate on his swordsmanship, cutting out all things except for those that were in service of it. Let's show them. Landing on a toppled column, he moved fluidly and delivered a lethal slash to the neck of an attacking abomination. However, from just that first strike, Sunny realized that this battle was going to be much more deadly than he had ever thought. Chapter 1376 Fighting the Future. Chapter 1376 Fighting the Future. The Sin of Solace flashed through the air, moving with stunning speed. Considering how insidiously sharp the cursed blade was, there was no way for the drowned to survive the strike. Sunny was so confident that he would see the abomination's head flying away in a rain of blood that he did not even slow down to consider other possibilities. And yet, something entirely different happened. He missed. At the last moment, the nightmare creature lowered itself deeper into the water, and the jade sword whistled safely above its head. What? It had been a very long time since Sunny made such an egregious mistake. His swordsmanship was not flawless, since nothing really was. He was a lesser swordsman than Nephi's was, true, but who wasn't? Compared to almost every other living human, Sunny was an absolute master. A seasoned warrior with enough talent, skill, and experience to be considered an actual sword saint. He could accept that an enemy was more powerful than him. He could even accept that an enemy was more skilled than him, although exceedingly rare, there were a few of those. What Sunny could not accept, however, was the fact that he missed a simple killing blow. Something did not add up. Before he could even try to understand what had happened, the drowned was already near. Saved from assured decapitation, the creature pushed with its tentacles and flew forward as if shot from a cannon. The dark spear struck Sunny's unprotected chest and tossed him backward. Arg! The blow was powerful enough to send a blinding flash of pain through his body. However, the spear of the drowned demon failed to pierce the black silk of his tunic or rip his marble skin. How did I miss? Sunny fell into the water, or rather, he would have. Instead, his body disappeared into the shadows and appeared a moment later behind the triumphant abomination. The Sin of Solace flashed again, and was blocked by the shaft of the dark spear. It was of no help, though. The jade blade seemed to have passed through the ancient weapon unobstructed, then did the same with the abomination's armor, flesh, and bone. A moment later, a thin line appeared on the shaft of the dark spear, and it split into two halves. The same happened to the drowned, who had been cleanly and savagely cut in two. You have slain a corrupted demon, drowned warrior. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny heard the whispers of the spell. But he was not celebrating. Instead, a dark expression distorted the lines of his pale face for a brief, fleeting moment. How did that thing block my strike? Sunny felt uneasy. Yes, the spear of the corrupted abomination had failed to stop the cursed sword, but how had the drowned managed to predict and block his sneak attack in the first place? No. It had not been quite like that. Replaying the moment of the strike in his memory, Sunny realized that the nightmare creature had not possessed exalted battle skill or supernatural power of premonition. Instead, it had ended up in a perfect position to react in time due to sheer luck. Just like it had ended up lowering itself to avoid being decapitated by sheer luck. Was it really luck, though? Sunny suddenly felt cold. Was it luck? Or was it that out of all possible outcomes, those that benefited the nightmare creatures the most had suddenly become the most probable to happen? Was the damned Sibyl exerting its influence on the future to support her minions and obstruct her enemies? If so, he sensed the numerous shadows of the drowned rushing to rip him apart, and shuddered. Curse it! For a moment, Sunny almost panicked. Fighting a swarm of corrupted demons was already deadly enough, but fighting against the future itself? How was he supposed to defeat that? Then, however, his mind settled. There was a mutilated corpse of one of these demons floating in the water right in front of him, after all. He had defeated that one abomination, so he was going to slaughter the rest in the same way. It was just going to be much, much harder. If one strike failed to kill the enemy, he was going to deliver 2. If 100 strikes failed to kill the enemy, he was going to deliver 101. Everything that could go wrong was going to go wrong, but hadn't Sunny always lived by that principle, anyway? Considering his fated attribute, he was perhaps the one person in the two worlds who was perfectly suited to fight a battle like this. Swiftly turning around, he brandished the sin of Solace and jumped down from the toppled column into the dark water. Instead of plunging into it, however, Sunny landed on the slick surface as if it was solid. This feat wasn't too hard to accomplish by combining the feather of truth trait of his shell with the royal promise enchantment of the crown of twilight. Without pausing even for a second, Sunny dashed forward, running across water as if it was land. A part of his mind was preoccupied with controlling the treacherous surface under his feet to support his weight. The rest of his mind was concentrated on murder. Sunny allowed his focus to become shapeless, giving up on his preconceived notions of how combat was supposed to work. It was not easy to let go of deeply ingrained habits, but his mind was nothing if not adaptable. Simultaneously, he made alterations to his battle approach. Vertical and thrusting attacks were easier to avoid, so he had to favor horizontal ones. Any attack he would usually consider unavoidable could fail, so he had to always keep the possibility of failure in mind and create contingencies. The same went for defense. Sunny had to change his entire approach to keeping himself alive on the fly. There were countless other adjustments he had to make, as well. But if anyone could do it, it was him, the master of shadow dance. As another drown lunged at him, Sunny shifted his weight slightly and avoided the predatory spear. The sin of Solace lashed out, somehow missing the abomination by a hair's breadth. However, in the next moment, the nightmare creature still fell into the water with a severed neck. That was because Sunny calmly pulled the djinn back and sliced through the enemy's flesh while continuing the fluid motion. Behind the fearsome mask, his lips twisted in a vicious grin. That works. The darkness of the flooded hall exploded into a cacophony of violence. Chapter 1377 Battle in the Shallows. Chapter 1377 Battle in the Shallows. The ancient temple was quaking from the furious clash between the monstrous dweller of the depths and Nephi's. Flashes of blinding white light and waves of incinerating heat tore the darkness apart, sending the deep shadows drowning the dark expanse of the flooded hall into a demented dance. Sunny danced with the shadows like a specter of death. Wreathed in a billowing black mantle, his figure had turned vague and elusive. He moved across the restless surface of the black water with stunning speed, no different from how he would have moved on solid ground. Sunny's attacks were lethal, unpredictable, and almost impossible to trace. It was as if he was nowhere and everywhere at once. Due to his speed and the ability to step through shadows, it seemed that the dark figure wearing the fearsome black mask was in several places at the same time. So was the merciless blade of his jade longsword, hissing furiously as it cut everything in its path. The cursed djinn cruelly reaped the lives of the drowned. Still, Sunny was struggling. He was struggling enough to not want to admit it. Beneath the polished black wood of his mask, beads of sweat were rolling down his pale face. The drowned were both powerful and dreadful adversaries. Each of them was a nightmare creature strong enough to threaten the life of a saint, let alone of a master like him. Their black tentacles allowed them to move at a speed that was no less stunning than his, and made their movements hard to predict. More than that, the tentacles were both supremely flexible and mighty enough to crush enchanted stone with ease. Being caught in their vile embrace meant certain death. The creatures possessed a pair of human hands, as well. They were insidiously cunning and wielded their weapons with devious skill. Worse than that, the drowned feared neither pain nor death. They knew only a dark and cold resolve to see the enemy fall. A foe like that was the worst nightmare of an awakened, especially when there were so many of them. And that was without even considering the eerie power of the Sibyl who was twisting the future in favor of the abominations. It was because of her influence that Sonny felt like he was not even one mistake away from dying, but rather one step behind staying alive. Damnation. It was hard, too hard. Sonny was overcome by a bizarre sensation. He knew for a fact that he was just as skilled as he had been before venturing into the flooded temple, but at the same time, it was as if he was back in the crimson labyrinth of the forgotten shore, unsure of his footing and ignorant of how to wield a sword. The sense of control and clear understanding he had become accustomed to were gone, replaced by uncertainty. His attacks routinely missed the intended target, while the enemies appeared where he had not expected them to be. Sonny felt like he was stumbling blindly in the dark. He was enduring, for now, by expecting failure and imbuing his battle style with as much fault tolerance as he could. Several of the drowned were already dead, their severed bodies floating in the water, while he was still in one piece. But how long would that last? Luckily, Sonny wasn't alone. He had powerful allies to rely on, as well. Saint was the first to join him in the slaughter. Her graceful figure was surrounded by something much darker than the shadows populating the ancient temple. Jumping into the water, which reached up to her waist, she slammed her round shield into an attacking drowned warrior, shattering his spear in bones. Her dark blade moved lightlessly, severing a tentacle that was trying to wrap itself around her arm, and then plunging into the creature's neck. A moment later, the taciturn knight lunged forward, a tall wave rising behind her. Augmented by one of Sonny's shadows and the stifled scream, Saint seemed more than capable of fighting in the water. Moving with the calm precision of a flawless battle machine, she descended on the drowned like a deathly calamity. Her ruby eyes blazed with indifferent menace. Fiend was only a split second behind her. The infernal ogre was also empowered by one of Sonny's shadows, however, he had also been bestowed with a measure of Neph's flame. Unlike the taciturn knight, who could not be augmented by the flame because of her affinity to true darkness, the gluttonous shadow seemed to benefit from it especially due to his affinity to fire. The incinerating glow of his fierce eyes and terrifying maw, which was usually red, had turned pure white. It was as though an incandescent star was burning beneath the glossy black silver of his fearsome armor. The training Fiend had been receiving from Saint was not wasted, either. His movements were not quite like those of a seasoned battlemaster, but still showed a chilling level of skill. Using his long arms and dagger-like claws, the steel devil tore into the flesh of the drowned, gruesomely ripping them apart. While the taciturn knight seemed to have been able to adjust to the eerie influence of the Sibyl due to her sublime mastery of combat, Fiend simply gave up on trying and chose to overpower the enemies with brute force instead. A barrage of blows rained on his polished black armor, but none of them were able to dent it yet, let alone pierce it. When the infernal ogre found himself surrounded and in danger of being pulled under the water, he simply used Shadow Step to escape and savagely attack the enemies from behind. Just like Sonny's other two shadows, Nightmare received the help of a shadow as well. The tenebrous stallion leaped high into the air and landed in the midst of the drowned, using his fangs, horns, and hooves to crush and savage them. His sable coat was glistening in the bloody darkness, and the fearsome aura of dread emanating from him made the abomination sluggish. The drowned were a whole rank above the dark destrier, but several classes below him. Empowered by the shadow, the darkness shrouding the flooded hall, the fear of his enemies, and the army of nightmares residing in the lightless abyss that served him as a soul, the dreadful stallion was more than capable of holding his own in this fight. That said, Nightmare was not a creature suited best for direct combat. He was mostly relying on his speed and agility to stay ahead of the enemy while savaging them with his attacks. It was also not easy for him to lull enemies of a higher rank into slumber. While insidious and terribly destructive, his dream curse required time to infect its victims. Nevertheless, it seemed that all the drowned in the temple were suffering from the initial stages of its effect. It was as though they were all slightly drowsy, their movements lacking full force and precision. Nightmare was helping not only himself but also everyone else fighting against the defiled Sibyl and her minions. Cassie's echoes joined the battle, too. The Clockwork Man jumped into the water, his movements both fluid and strangely jarring. The four blades held by the artificial echo spun, slicing and dicing the flesh of the enemies. Most of the strikes were stopped by the armor of the drowned warriors, but not all of them. Dark blood flowed into the cold water. The echo of the defiled Sibyl attacked, as well. Slithering eel-like tendrils extended from beneath her red skirt, and the slender figure, which once seemed like a human, suddenly rose high above the battlefield. Moving with terrifying speed, the creature lunged forward and grabbed one of the demons, rising the abomination above the water. As soon as the drowned warrior peered into the echo's eyes, his body convulsed. An indescribable sound escaped from the mouth of the demon, followed by a fountain of blood. A moment later, the lifeless body was tossed to the side like a rag doll, and the echo was already moving to find the next victim. The battle raged, making the water boil and shaking the ancient temple. Only two figures remained aloof and motionless in the flooded hall. Once was the defiled Sibyl, who observed the bloodshed from a distance. The other was Cassie, who was observing the Sibyl. Chapter 1378 Graceful Blade. Chapter 1378 Graceful Blade. Damn, that hurt. Sonny stumbled back, feeling his hand tremble. He was too slow and failed to avoid an attack, or rather, he was fast enough, but the attack still passed his defense, somehow. Knowing that it could deal serious damage, he had no choice but to block it with his forearm. His fingers momentarily lost strength, and the hilt of the Sin of Solace slid from them. Luckily, he was holding the Great Jian with both hands, so it did not fall into the water. Still, losing the leverage prevented Sonny from delivering a truly powerful blow. The jade blade sliced through the drowned warrior, but the damage was not fatal. The entire hall suddenly quaked, and pieces of debris fell from the ceiling. The water flooding the dark expanse surged, and a tall wave spread from where the depth dweller struck down, trying to crush Nephi's with its entire weight. Stepping on the wave, Sonny allowed it to move him out of the path of a jagged harpoon and lunged into another attack. He had killed plenty of abominations already, but he had also taken a beating. Right now, the flooded hall was engulfed by violence. Sonny, Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, and the two echoes were resisting the dreadful advance of the drowned guardians while Nephi was fighting the gargantuan monstrosity. Cassie. Cassie was still at the entrance to the hall, motionless. Her eyes were obscured by the silver mask, but it seemed as though she was looking directly at the defiled Sibyl, ignoring the furious havoc of the battle separating them. He gritted his teeth, worried. Had Nephi made the right choice? Sonny knew that she had. Out of the three of them, he was best suited to face a large group of enemies due his aspect and his shadows. Cassie had no combat ability to help her fight the horror of the depths, which meant that Neph had to. What the blind girl did have, though, was an ability that could potentially counter the insidious power of the defiled Sibyl. Unlike the depth dweller who possessed overwhelming physical might, the true ruler of the flooded temple mostly relied on mystical authority over the future. Cassie had a good chance of being able to face her. So, while Neph's decision was not exactly right, it was the best one in this dire situation. She assigned each of them a role suiting their capabilities. Still, the defiled priestess was a corrupted tyrant. She was a creature of the same caliber as the remnant of the Jade Queen. A dreadful beetle Saint Tyrus had fought a bloody battle within Antarctica. More than that, the Sibyl could potentially counter Cassie's aspect instead of the aspect countering her unholy powers. Would Cassie really be able to survive facing an abomination like that? Sonny was worried. Why is she not doing anything? What? And just at that moment, Cassie finally moved. Although the blind girl did not possess a combat ability, she was still an ascended with a fully saturated soul core. She was by no means weak or lacking physical prowess. When she dashed forward, her body was as fast as an arrow. With her blonde hair dancing in the wind, Cassie leaped across the dark water and landed on the remains of a crumbled column. A drowned warrior immediately lunged at her, delivering a devastating thrust with a long spear. The blind girl calmly pushed the spearhead aside with her dagger. It only deviated from its path by a few centimeters, but that was enough to miss Cassie's head by a hair's breadth. At the same time, she took a step forward and lashed out with the quiet dancer, the tip of the slender rapier piercing the creature's eye with surgical precision. The kill was instant, and gave the impression of being effortless. Before the body of the drowned even had time to topple, the blind girl was already moving forward. She danced between the attacking abominations, elusive like a ghost. Her movements were swift, but not hurried, they even seemed a little slow. It was just that she was never where the enemy weapon struck, while her dagger and rapier never seemed to miss. Every step she took was precise and calculated. Every blow she dealt was fatal. Every motion she made was perfectly efficient. It was flawless. Cassie gracefully moved across the battlefield, leaving several corpses in her wake. She did not seek out the drowned to kill, instead, she avoided as many as she could, only crossing blades with those who barred her path. Even then, each clash ended in only one exchange. Of course, she was able to do so because most of the abominations were distracted by Sunny, his shadows, and the echoes. The horror of the depths, meanwhile, was tied down by Nephi's. Nevertheless, her swift and seemingly effortless advance looked eerily inevitable. Before the drowned could react and stop her, she was already past the mass of them. Pushing herself off a pile of rubble, Cassie soared high into the air and landed noiselessly on the raised dais where the defiled Sibyl stood, observing the battle. It was only then that Sunny got a good look at the corrupted tyrant, as if a veil obscuring her had been lifted. The Sibyl was vaguely humanoid, if just barely. Her towering body was gaunt and appalling, covered by the remains of a rotten crimson dress. Her moist skin was like tar, pitch black and glossy. Her limbs had been transformed into sprawling tentacles, while her head had become bestial and terrifying, split apart by a wide maw. Sunny couldn't quite believe that this creature had been human once. The defiled Sibyl and Cassie froze, separated by no more than a dozen meters. The tyrant towered above the delicate young woman, who was like a red flower blooming in front of a mass of abyssal darkness. His heart skipped a beat when he saw that the blind girl failed to capitalize on the momentum of her advance and attack before the tyrant could react. Why is she? In that moment, however, the Sibyl's terrifying maw opened. Sunny had expected to hear a deafening roar, but what came out of the creature's maw was a deep, rumbling, inhuman groan instead. Da husk. Hearing that voice, Cassie sighed quietly and lowered her weapons. Chapter 1379. A step forward. Chapter 1379. A step forward. What the hell is she doing? Sunny dodged a fearsome attack, feeling the wind raised by the abomination's spear throw his hair into disarray. As a chill crept up his spine, he sidestepped a black tentacle that insidiously shot at him from beneath the water, and prepared to dive into the shadows to come to Cassie's aid. However, he did not get a chance to. Right at that moment, the water which he had been using for footing suddenly tore free of his control. With no time to react, Sunny plunged into its cold embrace. This section of the dark hall was not flooded too terribly, but still, a moment later he was submerged up to his chest. Curse it! Sunny did not have to look around to know what had happened. One of the corrupted devils leading the drowned was targeting him, using some profane power to wrestle the dark waters from his control. He did not possess a domain yet, after all, so whatever connection to the element the Crown of Twilight provided him with was weak and rudimentary. The situation was not good. Currently, Sunny was only augmented by a couple of his 5 shadows and some of Neff's flame. Because of the synergy between the two, he was much stronger than he would have been otherwise, enough so to push his body through water with sufficient speed. But not enough speed to keep the same frantic cadence of combat. That devil has to die, fast. Distracted by his own predicament, he had to delay joining Cassie in the battle against the Sibyl. Up on the dais overseeing the flooded hall, meanwhile, the defiled creature and the blind seer continued to stand opposite of each other without movement. Only the Sibyl's appalling tentacles were swaying subtly, her monstrous figure reflected in the polished metal of Cassie's light cuirass. Despite their inaction, the air between the two was swelling with an invisible tension. It was as though something utterly dark and dreadful was seething, unseen, beneath the fabric of the world, ready to explode and engulf the expanse of the flooded hall. Cassie stood with her weapons lowered, her silver mask directed straight at the defiled monstrosity. Her beautiful face was slowly growing paler and paler, but its expression remained calm and resolute. Despite her body remaining motionless like an ice sculpture, her mind was in a state of utter havoc. It was because she was using her awakened ability to its utter limit, well past it even. If Sunny was capable of reading thoughts, he would have known that the blind girl was in a state of absolute, pristine battle clarity. Time moved slowly for her, and 1,000 thoughts were being born in her head each second. Cassie was sensing the future, or rather, a multitude of futures. Usually, she was able to perceive a few seconds into it. By activating her awakened ability, Cassie could enter a state similar to existing in two separate moments of time, one current, the other approaching. If she stumbled in the approaching moment, she could correct her steps and avoid falling when it became the current one. Of course, such a way of existing was incredibly strange, disorienting, and mentally straining. It had taken her a long time to not only master this perplexing ability, but also learn how to make use of it flawlessly. Here in the flooded temple, however, the heavy comfort of her aspect had been disturbed. Because of the bizarre influence the defiled Sibyl was exerting on probability, turning it vague and chaotic, Cassie was torn between different versions of possible futures instead of one definite one. Instead of two moments in time, she existed in the present and in several fragmented variants of the approaching. Still, she had grown used to it, too. An existence like this was arduous, but not impossible. And now, she had to master and make use of it, as well. A step forward. In Cassie's mind, she took a swift step forward, and then dashed at the defiled Sibyl with stunning speed. The quiet dancer flashed, diving under one of the deadly tentacles and aiming to hit the creature in a vital spot. At the same time, it flashed to slice at the tentacle instead. At the same time, the slender rapier was tossed aside, helpless. At the same time, it sank into the abomination's flesh, but failed to do any serious damage. And then Cassie stumbled, her attack missing the intended target. The dark tentacles wrapped around her entire body. Her bones shattered, ripping the flesh apart. She opened her mouth to scream in agony, only for a fountain of blood to flow out of it instead. Death was not kind. At the same time, the tentacle continued to move, ignoring the slender blade that had cut it. Its blow was so powerful that Cassie's skull split open, pieces of pink flesh and shards of bone falling into the dark water. She toppled to the cold stones like a broken doll. The pain was harrowing, but swift. At the same time, she felt something breaking through her armor, crushing her ribcage, ripping her heart and lungs into shreds, snapping her spine, and exiting from her back. Cassie's convulsing body was raised into the air and tossed aside, leaving a long bloody trail on the dais. The harrowing wound did not kill her instantly. Drowning, she wished it had. At the same time, there was nothing in the future but terrible, inhuman, intolerable agony. Cassie was broken, torn apart, and drowned. The pain never ended. But that was all right. Thanks to her strange ability, she had already survived dying 10,000 times. Every time she fought, she died countless times to emerge victorious from the fight. That was how she won. Back in the present, no more than a split second passed. She was still standing motionlessly, a calm expression on her face. A step to the left, then. In Cassie's mind, she took a swift step to the left, Chapter 1380 Cage of Futures. Chapter 1380 Cage of Futures. In the darkness of the flood temple, a second passed. Sunny was still falling into the water. During that second, Cassie had lost count of how many times her slender body was broken and mutilated by the monstrous Sibyl. A thought was much faster than a blade, but it had the same effect on the future as an action. Every time she mentally changed her plan of action, the immediate future changed, as well, and currently, Cassie was thinking with stunning speed. A step to the right. A step forward, high attack. A step forward, low attack. A half step. She imagined a future and suffered the consequences, again and again. The Sibyl was too powerful, too sinister, too vile, but not insurmountably so. Another moment passed, and finally, Cassie imagined the future where she did not die. Found it. In the approaching moment of time, she managed to evade the fury of harrowing tentacles unscathed and deliver a fatal strike. The quiet dancer whistled melodiously as she cut the air and plunged into the Sibyl's neck. Cassie prepared to move. But then, the fragmented future turned vague, disappearing. Instead, there was more pain, more defeat, and more horror. Of course, thought so. She did not lose her composure because that was what she had been expecting. Cassie was not the only one oracle in this temple, after all. The Sibyl had just as much control over the future as she did, much more of it, even. Just as Cassie finally found one path that led to her victory, the defiled abomination destroyed it, pulling over other outcomes from the abyss of possibilities. Instantly, whatever chance the graceful young woman facing her had was gone. Their unseen and motionless, but furious and chillingly violent battle continued. Another second had already passed. Faster, faster. Cassie gritted her teeth, feeling her mind spinning feverishly. She had already found a path, knowing where to look, she would be able to find another one sooner. If the future was a battlefield, then she had just conquered a small part of it, gaining control of not only that single possibility, but also all possibilities similar to it, while simultaneously denying them to the enemy. Now, all she had to do was to conquer the rest, until the Sibyl had no more futures to replace her death with. A half step to the left, aim for the neck. A jumping start, aim for the neck. A half step to the right, aim for the heart. A few more frozen seconds passed. The flooded hall quaked and groaned as dust and streams of water fell from its cracked ceiling. The horror of the depths was shrieking as its flesh burned, long limbs lashing out madly to crush the hateful radiant. The drowned were besieging Sunny and his shadows, some of them dead, but much more still frenzied and full of bloodlust. Cassie was standing motionlessly in front of the Sibyl. In her mind, the futures where she lived, and the creature died, multiplied. With each one she found, finding the next one became slightly easier. But finding many was not enough, she had to have more. She had to have them all. As her mind burned, spinning faster and faster, the abomination grew more furious, too. The influence it exerted on the future became much more oppressive and suffocating, forcefully drowning harmful futures and pulling beneficial ones to the surface. And yet, despite that, Cassie was slowly usurping small areas of the invisible battlefield, one after another. Although both the blind seer and the defiled Sibyl remained still, as if frozen, the air between them was crackling with pressure. The darkness boiled, failing to contain the gruesome violence of their clash. It felt as if the stone surface of the dais would crack and shatter from the aftershocks of the ruthless confrontation. But, of course, it did not. Because the countless futures where the battle was taking place never happened. Cassie was conquering these unborn futures. The Sibyl was able to manipulate probability to make only those outcomes that benefited her come true, so Cassie had to disarm the creature. She had to surround her enemy with only those outcomes that ended in the enemy's death. She had to make the future into a cage. A lunge, followed by a feint, followed by a sidestep, followed by a thrust. A false lunge, release the quiet dancer, simultaneous thrust and flanking attack. A step forward, release the quiet dancer, dagger parry turning into a slash, backstab. Cassie died, and died, and died, each death more gruesome than the previous one. But slowly, more and more fragments of the future she perceived allowed her to live. The Sibyl was surrounded more and more by the outcomes that ended in death. Her cage was growing smaller. And smaller. And smaller. And smaller still. Down in the water, Sunny used the convulsing body of the corrupted devil to push himself to the surface and shot into the air. Landing on a pile of rubble, he tossed the fiend's severed head at an approaching abomination and followed up with a strike of the sin of Solace, piercing the creature's heart. After that, he had a second to breathe. Turning swiftly, Sunny looked at the dais where Cassie was facing the Sibyl. He was both surprised and intensely relieved to realize that neither of them had moved, still. Strange. Spreading his shadow sense through the battlefield, he allowed himself a split second to evaluate the situation. Nephi's and the horror of the depths seemed to be in a stalemate. The abomination's body was too alien and vast for her to deal fatal damage to it, while the abomination itself was not smart enough to catch the supremely skilled and calculating human with a devastating strike. His shadows were in the middle of a furious battle. Neither saint nor fiend were seriously injured, although there were several dents on the infernal ogre's armor. Nightmare had avoided being seriously wounded due to his speed and agility, for now, but there was already blood on the tenebrous stallion's sable coat. The two echoes were mostly intact, as well. The Sibyl was cruelly vivisecting a drowned champion, while the four-armed mannequin had lost one of his four blades. The latter echo was struggling. No choice. Sonny had to help Cassie, even if it meant abandoning the battle with the drowned and throwing more pressure at his subordinates. A moment later, he was already leaning to step through the shadows and appear on the dais. But at that same moment, Cassie finally moved. A split second before, she had been frozen like an ice sculpture, but then, abruptly, she was already in motion. Dashing forward with stunning speed, the blind girl danced between the surging tentacles, somehow avoiding each inescapable and lethal strike. Before Sonny could even blink, the blade of the quiet dancer flashed once, and Cassie was suddenly behind the monstrous tyrant. The Sibyl swayed slightly. Her tentacles grew still. Then, a thin stream of crimson blood flowed from a small hole in her neck. As the invisible ripple spread through the flooded hall, the defiled oracle swayed once more and toppled into the seething black water. Chapter 1381 Cleaning Up. Chapter 1381 Cleaning Up. As soon as the Sibyl fell, it was as though an invisible ripple spread through the darkness of the flooded temple. Sonny did not see anything, nor did he sense the change, but the gnawing feeling of something being suddenly wrong with the world was suddenly gone, allowing him to breathe freely. Cassie killed her? Stunned, he froze for a split second. The grotesque body of the defiled plunged into the water and disappeared beneath its dark surface. Sonny had no doubt that the creature would emerge from the restless depths to deliver its furious retribution the next moment, but the moment passed, and it had not. The glossy black surface remained unbroken. She did. Sonny was momentarily astounded. Yes, Nephi's had chosen Cassie to face the Sibyl, but not to slay her. The blind girl had been meant to occupy the defiled until one or both of them finished wiping out their share of enemies and reached the dais. When had Cassie become so strong? Although the Sibyl had been a nightmare creature who relied on her unholy powers more than on her physical might, a corrupted tyrant was still a corrupted tyrant. Killing an abomination like that was no small feat, quite the opposite, actually, let alone doing it in one strike. How many masters were there who could boast the same? Were there any, even? And yet, Cassie had not only killed her but had also made it look effortless. Sonny frowned, feeling a strange mix of unease and elation. Had she always been that lethal, or was it the result of the year she spent alone in the third nightmare? He suddenly felt a hint of discomfort. It was as though he did not know one of his closest companions nearly as well as he had thought. Sonny quickly recovered from his brief reverie, though. The battle was still not over, and albeit victory was within grasp, all that separated him from death was one mistake. Well, maybe one mistake and a half, thanks to Weaver's forbidden lineage and the marble shell. Generously burning his nearly inexhaustible essence, he used the crown of twilight to call upon the water once again, and lunged at the next enemy. The moment Sonny faced the powerful demon, he knew that the tide had changed. The drowned were still just as powerful, sinister, and deadly, but the oppressive burden of the shifting future was gone. It had disappeared as soon as Cassie's rapier pierced the Sibyl's neck, ending her tyranny. Now we're talking. He forced himself to remain focused, refusing to relax. Right, what madness was this? What kind of fool would relax when facing a swarm of corrupted demons? Even without the defiled oracle, they were enough to slaughter a score of masters. These creatures were different from the usual minions tyrants controlled, too. It was as Cassie had said, the drowned were sentient and chose whom to serve, as opposed to being forced into servitude. Usually, tyrants could only control minions of a lesser rank, but since the drowned had followed the defiled Sibyl voluntarily, that rule was broken in the flooded temple. Don't get arrogant. The haughty shadow already had enough arrogance to outshine 10 vainglorious fools. Sonny really did not want to end up dead by following its example. Stepping on water, he deflected a harpoon flying at him from the darkness with enough speed and force to put a projectile shot from a siege engine to shame. Then, Sonny shifted his weight and lashed out with the sin of Solace, cleanly decapitating the nearest drowned warrior. It felt different. Finally, he was once again in full control of both his actions and their outcomes. The confidence that Sonny had almost lost returned. Grinning behind the fearsome mask, he listened to the spell whispering into his ear and disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, a mass of black tentacles enveloped the empty space where he had been standing. Sonny, however, was already somewhere else, his jade sword reaping another life. Not too far from him, Saint continued her silent slaughter. With nothing holding her back anymore, the graceful knight had turned even more lethal. Unlike Sonny and Fiend, she could not move through shadows, which put her at a dire risk of being surrounded. The drowned were not much weaker than the taciturn shadow, so being caught by their tentacles could very well mean the end of her. However, Saint was too skilled and calculating to allow herself to be immobilized. She was a battlemaster, after all, which meant that any battlefield was her domain. Moving with deadly grace and murderous foresight, she controlled not just her sword, but also the very space around her. Everything that entered it was at her mercy. Fiend, meanwhile, was wreaking havoc among the drowned. The dull black silver of his metal body seemed to radiate heat, and surrounded by boiling vapor, the furious shadow sliced through the abominations with his incinerating claws. The white radiance burning in his eyes and maw was tinted crimson by the flowing blood of his enemies. The infernal ogre seemed to be enjoying himself quite a bit. This was his first battle after reaching maturity, and so, he was basking in his ferocious strength and his newly learned battle techniques. He also seemed very happy at the opportunity to show off in front of Saint. Not to mention that every abomination he killed was bound to become his dinner soon. Unlike everyone else in the flooded hall, Fiend was on cloud 9 and living his best life. The echo of the Sibyl was gruesomely slaughtering the drowned, followed by the damaged steel mannequin. The two of them were much less expressive than Sonny's shadows, but also pulling their own weight. Of course, all of them were having a much easier time of fighting the swarm of corrupted demons because their enemies were weakened by the dreadful powers of nightmare. The Dark Destrier was shrouded in darkness and terror, moving across the flooded hall as swiftly as a shadow. His adamantine fangs, horns, and hooves had broken and mutilated many abominations already, but judging by the menacing crimson glow of his eyes, the stallion's fury was nowhere near being satiated. The battle was still perilous and dire. But its outcome seemed more and more certain with every moment. Chapter 1382 Long Time Coming. Chapter 1382 Long Time Coming. The breaking point of the battle happened when the massive body of the Depth Dweller finally collapsed into the boiling water. Many of the monstrous creature's limbs had been severed, its mantle of rotting seaweed had been devoured by flame, and the slithering mass of eels comprising its gaunt body had been charred, sliced open, and pierced through. After a long and arduous fight, Nephice had finally killed the abominable giant. By then, Sonny and his shadows already sensed that the drowned were wavering. Once Neph joined the fight against the demons, the scale swung in favor of the cohort drastically, and before too long, the last of the sinister creatures was slain. Suddenly and without warning, the dark expanse of the flooded hall turned silent. The only thing Sonny could hear was the sound of water streaming through the cracks in the ceiling. He looked up. This place is not going to collapse, is it? But then, suddenly, there was another sound. A ghastly, repulsive squelching of flesh being torn. Spinning around, Sonny raised the sin of Solace and prepared himself for the worst. But what he saw made his eyes narrow. Having already climbed on top of the dead Depth Dweller, Fiend was enthusiastically tearing into the creature's repugnant flesh with his fangs. Feeling Sonny's gaze on him, the ogre looked up in confusion, as if trying to ask, "What?" Pieces of disgusting, fleshy meat were still hanging from his maw. This bastard. He almost gave me a heart attack." Not receiving an answer, the steel devil shrugged and continued ravenously devouring the dead abomination. He was practically beaming with delight. Sonny let out a long sigh. Well, whatever. The rascal deserves a reward. He was very satisfied with how Fiend had performed in the battle. It seemed that Sonny's efforts were paying off. The decision to only feed the gluttonous shadow-enchanted metals until his primary attributes were set had turned him not only extremely durable but also effortlessly lethal. It was as though Fiend was made from both armor plates and steel blades, with infernal flames enhancing both the former and the latter. The steel ogre did not even need to use weapons, because he was a living weapon himself. He's so gluttonous, though. At this point, Sunny was really not sure how much Fiend was going to have to eat to evolve once again. It was probably going to take veritable mountains of food. On the bright side, they never found themselves lacking terrible nightmare creatures to kill, so at least there was no risk of running short on meals. Yeah. I'm not sure that it's something to be happy about. Sunny studied his other two shadows and dismissed Nightmare after a moment of thought. Although his dreadful steed was not wounded seriously, there were some wounds on his sable coat. It was better to let the black stallion heal now that there were not supposed to be any more enemies around. At the same time, the two echoes dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks, half of them white, half of them scarlet. The Sibyl seemed fine, but the blade mannequin was seriously damaged. It would be some time before Cassie would be able to summon the artificial swordsman again. Sunny lingered a bit, then dismissed Weaver's mask and took a deep breath. The stale air of the underground hall was pleasantly cool on his skin. He enjoyed it for a moment and headed for the raised dais. Not long after, the three masters were reunited on its slightly tilted surface. Nephice looked perfectly fine. Well, of course she did. Any wound she had received would have been healed by the white flames long ago. In fact, that was one of the most frightening things about Changing Star. Unless someone managed to kill her both instantly and utterly, she could recover from almost anything. Nevertheless, she looked terribly drained and exhausted. The same power that healed her wounds and burned her enemies to ash subjected Nephice to unspeakable agony, which was why she only used her aspect when there was no other choice. Cassie seemed untouched, too. But although she only delivered a few swift strikes throughout the entire battle, she somehow looked even more fatigued than Nephice. It was as though she would collapse at any moment. Sunny was suddenly worried. Are you alright? The blind girl lingered for a few moments, then smiled faintly. Yes. It's just that, remember the headache I told you about? I'm feeling it now. He frowned. Right. Although it all happened terribly fast, she must have overused her aspect ability to be able to kill that thing. Sunny shook his head. Anyway, dispatching a corrupted tyrant in a single exchange. That was impressive. Since when are you so terrifying? Cassie faced him and suddenly laughed. I'll take it as a compliment? If you don't mind. Her laugh was bright and clear. She turned in the direction where the Sibyl had disappeared beneath the dark water inside. She was the enemy that cost me half of Fallen Grace. And all the lives that have been lost as a result of moving the city upstream. I've been preparing for this fight for a very long time, so don't be too surprised. Sunny coughed and looked away. The defiled Sibyl had been a dangerous adversary to him, but to Cassie, she was something more. He knew all too well the shame of losing people you were responsible for to an overwhelming enemy. Good, it's good that Cassie got some payback. He hoped that he would be able to slaughter the winter beast one day, too. Sunny hesitated for a moment, thinking if he should pat the blind girl on the back. Or maybe grip her shoulder. What was one supposed to do in these situations? Before he could decide, though, Nephice took a few steps forward and took Cassie into a gentle embrace. She did not say anything, but there seemed to be no need for words. The blind girl smiled. Thank you. Anyway, the temple should be safe now. I don't think it will collapse any time soon either. Still, we shouldn't linger. How about we rest a little, gather our spoils, and then do what we came here to do? Sunny nodded. Accomplishing their goal as soon as possible sounded like a good plan. Gathering plentiful spoils sounded even better. But the most enticing thing Cassie suggested, by far, was to rest. Great idea. Without wasting any time, Sunny plopped on the ground and summoned the covetous coffer. Fiend was not the only one who had worked up quite an appetite during the tiresome battle. Chapter 1383 A Pile of Soul Shards. Chapter 1383 A Pile of Soul Shards. Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie spent a while resting on the dais of the flooded hall. They were surrounded by the stench of blood and death, but none of them minded. It was too familiar of a smell. After all, most awakened would not lose appetite because of it. The three of them needed to refuel their exhausted bodies, regardless. Without speaking much, they consumed a hearty meal and spent some time catching their breaths. There was mental fatigue to deal with, as well. The mind was not as quick to recover from the strain of the battle as the body. Sonny, it seemed, was in better shape than Nephi and Cassie. After spending some time on a comfortable daze, his thoughts started to wander. Curious, he checked his runes. No luck. Despite the large number of enemies he and his shadows had slaughtered, there were no new memories, not to mention echoes. Sonny was not too discouraged, though, mostly because his shadow fragment counter was showing 1944/5000. I've earned almost 500 fragments in a single battle. That was a truly stunning amount. Sonny struggled to remember if he had ever earned that much, that fast. Considering that the nightmare promised to be quite intense from this point onward, there was a good chance that he would emerge from it as a terror. Just 6 battles of similar scope would do the trick. Of course, it was uncertain if he would survive the nightmare at all. Still, every fragment he absorbed made him a tiny bit stronger. So, earning hundreds of them in the span of a few minutes was a boon. After a while, the three of them reluctantly got to work. By then, Fiend was mostly done with devouring the gargantuan corpse of the Depth Dweller. Once again, Sonny was flabbergasted by how much meat could fit inside the gluttonous shadow's bottomless belly. The monstrous abomination had been at least 10 times larger than the Steel Devil, and yet, there was barely anything left of it. Does he have some sort of an endless spatial storage instead of a stomach? Shaking his head, Sonny called both Fiend and Saint over. Then, the 5 of them started the gruesome job of recovering the soul shards from the drowned. After a while, they were back on the dais, sitting on the cold stones. All 3 humans had a somewhat strange look on their faces, their eyes reflecting the beautiful glow of a sizable pile of radiant crystals that lay between them. Unable to control himself, Sonny trembled. So much money. There were no less than 300 transcended soul shards in the pile. 300. In the waking world, they would have sold for enough money to buy the entire terrace district where his home was located. Even then, he would be left with enough credits to... What do I even spend it on? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then scratched his head. I don't know about you great legacies, but this just seems too extravagant. I knew that third nightmares were something else, but still. Cassie and Nephi turned to him. After a few moments of silence, the blind girl shook her head. No, that's a bit much even for us. Clan Valor was rich beyond imagination, but its expenditures were equally enormous. It took a lot of resources to maintain an army of awakened and keep a great citadel safe, while people who could slay corrupted nightmare creatures were few and burdened with other responsibilities. Sonny glanced at the mesmerizing pile of soul shards and sighed. Damn it, why can't I absorb shards? He remained silent for a while, then said in a stifled voice. Well, time's a-wastin'. Come on, Neff. Chop chop. She gave him a confused look. Ha? Sonny swallowed his tears and smiled. Cassie has already saturated her core, so you're the only one who can make use of these shards. Leave me a few for weaving, and absorb the rest. Nephi remained silent for a few moments. But I only killed the Depth Dweller and a dozen drowned. You and Cassie deserve these shards much more. He shrugged. The sooner we make you a titan, the better. I already received my share of fragments, anyway, plus, we're in the same boat. Quite literally. You said it yourself, individual strength is not all that. If there's anything we can do to increase the overall strength of the cohort, it has to be done. Sonny leaned forward, picked up a shimmering crystal, and threw it to Nephi. Her gaze did not move, but her hand shot forward and caught it. She hesitated for a bit, then sighed and crushed the soul shard. A stream of white sparks then entered her body, surrounding it with radiance. Before it dimmed, Nephi picked up another shard and absorbed it, as well. 1, 2, 3, 10. Trying very hard to keep bitter envy from showing on his face, Sonny observed the process from the sidelines. Elatedly, he realized that absorbing hundreds of shards was a very slow process. With nothing else to do, he simply stared at the soft radiance surrounding Neff's slender figure. After a while, a quiet sigh escaped from his lips. Pretty. Then, Sunny coughed. I mean, this mountain of wealth, can there be a prettier sight? Too bad it's going to be all gone soon. Yeah. Forcing himself to look away, he glanced at Cassie. The blind girl seemed to have regained some of her liveliness, but she still looked unsteady. He summoned the endless spring and offered it to her. Cassie must have been low on essence, because she didn't see his gesture. That probably meant that her aspect abilities were not activated, leaving her truly blind, just as she had been as a sleeper. Sunny lingered for a moment. Calling out to her, he gently grasped her wrist and placed the memory into her palm. Here. Drink some water. She held the endless spring for a bit, then brought her other hand closer and traced the shape of the beautiful glass bottle with her fingers. A subtle smile appeared on Cassie's lips. Bringing the bottle to them, she took a few sips of the cool, refreshing water, and offered the endless spring back to Sunny. Thank you. Dismissing the memory, he remembered the past. The endless spring was one of the 3 memories Cassie had earned in her first nightmare. It had served them well on the forgotten shore, and was later gifted to Sunny by the blind girl. The beautiful glass bottle had followed him on all his misadventures ever since, saving his life on several occasions. Looking back, it was quite a thoughtful gift. But don't you know why she gave it to you? Sunny flinched, looking up at the Sin of Solace. The sword wraith had appeared from the darkness at some point, unseen, and now stood above him with a cold expression. Not out of any kind of affection, of course. It was just something to dampen the torment of guilt she felt over betraying you. So, if anything, that gift of hers was quite self-indulgent. A person can't condemn a friend to death and want to feel good about themselves at the same time, you know. If they have any shame. The apparition smiled. Hey. She never even apologized, did she? The Sin of Solace shook his head. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she has never had any shame, and has never felt guilty about stabbing you in the back, to begin with. Sitting opposite Sunny, Cassie hugged her shoulders and lowered her head. He gritted his teeth. Shut the hell up. Nobody asked for your opinion, wretch. As Nephi's continued to absorb soul shards, the laughter of the odious wrath echoed in his ears. Chapter 1384 Novel Idea. Chapter 1384 Novel Idea. Eventually, Nephis was done with the pile of soul shards. Sunny stored a few of them inside the covetous coffer, then dismissed the alloy chest and rose, looking around the flooded hall. Although the structure sustained some damage during the battle, it had not collapsed yet. He did not know how much longer the lost temple would last, though. The sight of numerous cracks covering the distant ceiling did not fill him with confidence. It's not the end of the world. Sunny had to remind himself that even if the temple collapsed, the 3 of them would be just fine. They were masters, not mundane people. It was just hard to remember the difference, sometimes. No one would be able to remain composed when there were countless tons of stone and cold water ready to fall on their heads. Shall we go? Nephis had finished absorbing the soul shards, and Fiend had finished stuffing his face with what remained of the drowned. They had rested enough, as well. Nothing was preventing them from exploring deeper into the temple. Rising to her feet, Cassie nodded. Yeah. Let's go. Nephis did a few stretches and brandished her sword in a flowing series of strikes, familiarizing herself with the subtle change of her physical power. Then, she followed the 2 of them to the far end of the flooded hall. What are we searching for, exactly? Cassie was looking at the cracked wall behind the dais, her expression glum. After a few moments of silence, she responded in a distant tone. This temple used to be dedicated to knowledge. The 3 sibyls who ruled Fallen Grace each had different responsibilities, and this one, as the senior, was the guardian of truths. She oversaw a vast library where everything the sibyls knew about the world was recorded. Many faithful priests and priestesses were responsible for keeping and expanding the library, as well. The blind girl sighed. Of course, most of that knowledge was lost when the sibyl succumbed to the defilement, and the rest had to have slowly deteriorated after her imprisonment. The recent water damage probably obliterated most of what was left. Still, there is a chance that we'll find hints of what to expect on our journey. Finally, Cassie noticed a small door that was obscured by darkness. Most of the narrow corridor had led to submerged underwater. Taking a step in that direction, she said. Among other things, the Sybils kept detailed maps and records of the great river here. Every city, every settlement, every stronghold of a powerful seeker. From what I was able to learn, these maps were engraved on stone slates. They would not have been destroyed that easily. The information about the place where Effie and Soul Reaper are trapped should have been recorded, as well. The geography of the tomb of Ariel, or rather, of both the human settlements and the hazardous environments, was constantly shifting. Human cities migrated, while dangerous areas changed or moved. Considering the treacherous nature of the Great River, keeping maps was not too simple of a task. That said, some places had a constant location. And even if it changed, the knowledge of how they had been in the past could help Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie learn what it was exactly that they would have to face. Great! Usually, Sunny would have preserved his essence, but since the battle was behind them, and he was being spoiled by the crown of twilight, he simply commanded the water to part instead of jumping into its cold embrace. It took some effort for him to move so much of it, but a few seconds later, the flooded corridor was flooded no more. The three of them descended from the dais and entered through the small door, venturing into the very heart of the lost temple. As they walked, Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit disturbed. There were much more signs of the Sybils' rampage here, close to the inner sanctum. Even though the defiled abomination was dead now, the marks she had left on the ancient walls remained as eerie and ominous as ever. Cassie opened her mouth to say something, but remained silent in the end. A grim expression settled on her exquisite face. The bright glimmer of her beautiful eyes dimmed, replaced by somber darkness. He frowned, worried that they should have given the blind girl more time to rest. In the end, Sunny hurried his steps to catch up to her and asked, "Are you all right?" Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then smiled faintly. "Yes, sure. Why wouldn't I be?" Then, she traced the frightening marks left on the wall by the fury of the imprisoned Sybil. "I was just thinking what it must have felt like, to be buried here alive. The people of fallen grace, they thought that they were showing mercy by not killing her. Or reverence and devotion, perhaps. But..." She sighed and shook her head. "Wouldn't it have been better to just die?" Sunny lingered for a while, not knowing what to answer. It was just a curious question to him, but to Cassie, who had lived an entire year playing the role of a Sybil, it had to be much more personal. Eventually, he shrugged. "I'd rather die, yes." The blind girl smiled. "Yeah. That just goes to show that good intentions often produce the most cruel of results. Don't you think?" When Sunny nodded, she paused for a moment, then suddenly added in a dark tone. "However, personally, I disagree. I'd rather live, no matter what." He looked at her with surprise, slightly confused by the contradiction. "Why?" Cassie remained silent for a few moments. It seemed as though she was considering his questions seriously. Eventually, she chuckled. "Honestly, I'm not quite sure. Pride, maybe? The world is trying to kill us so hard. It just feels like such a shame to let it have its way." Sunny stared at her with an incredulous expression. What the hell? Wasn't it basically the same thing he had told Hero all those years ago, in the first nightmare? It was like listening to a more refined and eloquent version of himself. Was it such a surprise, though? Although he and Cassie came from entirely different backgrounds, they were more alike than anyone would think, simply because they both shared an affinity to fate, and knew better than most how tyrannical fate was. He kept quiet for a bit, then scoffed. Before Sunny could respond, though, Nephice spoke from behind them. "Well, then, what's the problem? Just make sure not to die. There, problem solved." He nodded with a grin. "Exactly. I mean, it's not that hard. If a fool like me can stay alive, anyone can." Cassie smiled, amused by their awkward attempts to raise her mood. She nodded. "Ah, all right. What a novel idea. I'll take it under advisement. As the sound of quiet chuckling echoed in the dark corridor, the three masters went deeper into the darkness of the ancient temple. Chapter 1385 Flame of Divinity. Chapter 1385 Flame of Divinity. As they walked through the corridors, Sunny kept clearing their way with the help of the Crown of Twilight. Of course, they could easily swim through the flooded portions of the temple, but why would they, if there was an easier way? The walls of the narrow corridors glistened, reflecting the light of a luminous memory Nephi had summoned. Soon, Sunny noticed a subtle change in them. If the ancient stone was unadorned before, now, it was covered by the remains of beautiful murals. He couldn't quite understand what was depicted on them, though partially because the murals were heavily damaged, partially because the images were quite strange. They were more symbolic than descriptive, at least that was the conclusion he made. What's that? Noticing that Nephi seemed to be interested in the murals as well, Sunny finally gave voice to his curiosity. She hesitated for a few moments, then shook her head. I'm not sure. In front of them was an image depicting a vast black field that looked strangely terrifying. In the middle of it, a massive golden flame was burning, illuminating the darkness with its radiance. Cassie slowed her steps and turned slightly, facing the mural. After a moment of silence, she said matter-of-factly, "It's the myth of creation." The two of them looked at her with some confusion. Feeling their gazes, the blind girl sighed, then smiled lightly. The inhabitants of the dream realm had a myth of how the world came to be, of course. Actually, many of them. Most shared common points, though. She pointed to the mural. In the beginning, there was only the boundless void of chaos. Sunny tilted his head a little, remembering the description of a memory he once possessed, the memory of a drop of Shadow God's blood. The runes he had read told the same. Of course, Cassie was slightly altering the meaning due to the difference between the language of the waking world and the runic language the spell used. There was no void of chaos, because the words void and chaos meant the same thing. Come to think of it, it had been the same in the human language once, as well. These days, when someone said chaos, they wanted to describe some sort of a huge mess. But the initial meaning of that word simply meant emptiness, the void. So, saying that there was only the void meant the same thing as saying there was only chaos. It was the dark abyss that Weaver had apparently visited, and where the gods had come from. Cassie, meanwhile, continued. The void was everlasting and ever-changing. Terrible beings dwelled within the void, as well. But then came desire, and with it came direction. She pointed to the golden flame. Sunny raised his eyebrow. These last words were exactly the same as in the description of the drop of ichor. Yeah, I've heard something similar before. But, to be honest, I never really understood what all of it actually means. Desire, direction, why are they so significant? It was Nephi, not Cassie, who answered. It's simple, really. Well, it's a paradox, but a rather simple one. Since the void was eternal, limitless, and forever changing, it was inevitable that sooner or later, it would produce something that contradicted its fundamental qualities. In other words, something unchanging. That was desire. A single constant in the forever shifting abyss. She coughed, and then added with embarrassment. Oh, at least that was how it was explained to me. But if you think about it, it makes sense. A desire can't change, because if it does, it ceases to be itself and becomes a different desire. So, the concept of desire is static by nature. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh? What? That's a bit too complicated for me. What a weird myth. I like the ones you tell way better, the stories about cunning men defeating giants, building wooden horses to conquer cities, and fighting sea monsters. A subtle smile appeared on Neff's face. Sunny enjoyed the view of it, then scratched the back of his head and added. But I get the idea. Desire was the first unchanging thing born from the ever-changing void, so it was in contradiction to the void. She nodded. Yes. A desire also can't exist by itself. It needs a subject. You want something, strive for something, dream of something, so, a desire has to be directed somewhere. Hence, with it came direction. Sunny looked at her with a strange expression. That, strangely, makes sense. So the direction the myth spoke about was a natural consequence of desire, or rather the concept of desire being born within the void. And since both were constant, their existence was in opposition to the forever changing abyss. Where there had been only chaos, there was now something resembling order. Coincidentally, the word directionless could also mean disorderly in the runic language. And therefore, the word direction could also mean order. Even though it was not entirely correct, such an analogy made it easier for Sunny to understand the underlying meaning of the strange creation myth. It was a conflict between chaos and order. The void creatures represented chaos, while the gods represented order. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "But a desire for what? What was that desire?" Cassie laughed quietly. "Nobody knows. In fact, I don't think that anyone can know. We humans are not capable of truly understanding divine matters, after all, so this myth is merely a crude facsimile of the real story. Personally, I think it was the very idea of desire, not a specific one. That's why there is a fairy tale about the Well of Wishes here in the Tomb of Ariel, a magical place that can grant any wish, not just the correct one." Sunny looked at her, amused. "You know that fairy tale too?" Cassie coughed and turned away in embarrassment. "Oh. Yeah, it's popular among the younger inhabitants of Fallen Grace. I listened to it once or twice out of curiosity." She lingered for a moment, then walked to the next mural. On it, 6 radiant figures were shown standing around the mass of golden flames, which had become much smaller. Vague, but terrifying shapes could be seen in the surrounding darkness, swarming them. The blind girl pointed at the image. The gods were born from desire. Then, they waged a terrible war on the old ones, the creatures of the void. Chapter 1386 Forests, Plains, Rivers, and a Vast Blue Sky. Chapter 1386 Forests, Plains, Rivers, and a Vast Blue Sky. The next few murals depicted the battles between the 6 radiant figures and the vague shapes hiding in the darkness of the abyssal void. Sunny found them quite funny. He already knew that the war between the gods and the unknown were waged with weapons like death, time, and space. It had truly been a war beyond human comprehension. However, the ancient people had drawn the murals according to their human imagination. In them, the gods battled the void creatures with swords, spears, and even fists, from time to time. Imagining a god having a fistfight with a primordial horror was rather comical. Sunny shook his head. "It's curious, isn't it? The gods are always said to be the enemies of the void creatures, but really, they are void creatures themselves. Just of a different breed. Both the unknown and the gods had been born from the void. So, the gods were unknown themselves, primordial beings from before anything remotely human had ever existed. It was just that they were a very special kind of these ancient abominations. A kind that was inherently opposed to the abyss that had spawned them, and everything it represented." Nephi slowly nodded. "Indeed. But does it matter?" Sunny lightly shook his head. "I guess it doesn't. Awakened and nightmare creatures were also 2 sides of the same coin. That didn't make them the same." The 3 of them continued forward, studying the murals. Eventually, the void creatures seemed to have been defeated, albeit not destroyed. Beaten and diminished, they crouched in a dark corner of the abyss, surrounded by the 6 radiant figures. "This is interesting." Sunny knew very little about how the war between the gods and the unknown had ended. The description of the drop of ichor only said that the void had been bound, but not how it had happened. Finally, the 3 of them stopped in front of the second to last mural. On it, the 6 radiant figures seemed to be holding a net made from what was left of the golden flame, surrounded by a whirlwind of sparks. They threw the net on the crouching creatures of the void, engulfing them in radiance. The last mural depicted a familiar landscape. The black abyss was gone, replaced by forests, plains, rivers, and a vast blue sky. He looked at Cassie expectantly. She had been the one to spend a whole year with the inhabitants of the nightmare, after all. If anyone knew their myths, it would be her. the blind girl sighed. In the end, when the old ones were defeated, the gods took direction and used their weapons to wrap it around the void. That was how the void was sealed. And that was also how the world was created. Sunny stared at the last mural, overcome by an eerie feeling. Wait a second. The forests, plains, rivers, and a vast blue sky, the crouching beings enveloped by a net of golden radiance. He already knew that these murals had been drawn according to the limited imagination of their creators. So, if he looked beyond what was drawn, at the underlying meaning, desire, direction, order, the absolute laws like time and space that the gods had created to use as weapons. Did it mean that the gods had created the world, the universe, rather, by sealing the void in the cage of universal laws? And if this was how the world had been born? He shivered. So, wait, does it mean that everything we know is basically a cage for the abyssal beings of the void? That everything is just the outer shell of a prison built to contain the abyss? Cassie and Nephi turned to him somberly. After a while, the blind girl said, her voice strangely calm. I think, not quite that literally, but yes. The void was never destroyed, it was only bound. And the world is what binds it, not the waking world, and not the dream realm. More of existence itself, as we know it. Sunny remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say. What Cassie said sounded terrifying. It was as though he was standing on the surface of a deep, dark ocean, separated from its lightless depths only by a thin, fragile film of ice. That ice was all of existence. Damnation. Why was he so bothered by some stupid myth, anyway? The answer was obvious. It would have been easy to dismiss the whole thing as an ancient superstition if not for one detail. The spell had put the same story in the description of the drop of Shadow God's blood, which meant that there was at least some truth to this myth, no matter how distorted. Curses. Eventually, he let out a shaky breath and said in an unconvincingly carefree tone. Well, that's a bit disturbing, isn't it? Indeed, it was. Much more than that, however. It raised so many questions. Was his interpretation of the myth close to truth? How had Weaver entered the void if it was sealed by existence itself? What had the demon of fate witnessed there, exactly? Come to think of it, the creation myth explained a lot of things, but one thing it failed to explain were the demons. Where had they come from? Who was the unknown, whose children they supposedly were? How were the demons and their progenitor connected to the gods and to the void? There were much more fundamental questions, as well. For example, the path of ascension led to divinity, while the path of corruption was opposed to it, leading to unholiness. And since what opposed the gods was the void, was the true meaning of profane and unholy, as used by the spell, actually having to do with the void? Was the abyss sealed within the world the source of corruption? Was the vile darkness permeating the souls of nightmare creature a manifestation of the everlasting void? And how did the nightmares, the spell, and Weaver's mysterious schemes fit into all of this? Sunny suddenly shuddered as a certain thought entered his mind. Now that the gods were dead, was the spreading corruption a sign that the seals containing the void were weakening? Was the cage the gods had created slowly falling apart? The disturbing chill he had felt after learning the truth of the last mural was washed away by curiosity, but now, the feeling of dread was back. He hesitated for a few moments, then cleared his throat and looked away from the ancient, damaged, fading image of forests, rivers, and plains. The net of black cracks covering the painted vastness of a blue sky did not look ominous at all. Let's go find that damned library and get the hell away from here as fast as possible, shall we? This place, it seriously gives me creeps. For once in his life, Sunny hoped to never find answers to the questions gnawing at his mind. Chapter 1387 Divine, Unholy. Chapter 1387 Divine, Unholy. As they moved deeper and deeper into the flooded temple, Sunny couldn't help but think about the eerie story told by the ancient murals. It seemed as though he had learned something important. But, of course, there were a dozen questions for every answer he had received. Like always. Divine, unholy. Knowing that the very fabric of the world was like a cage for the abyssal void that dwelled beneath made him feel uneasy, understandably so. However, Sunny did not dwell on that fact for too long. There was no point, anyway. Matters like these were too distant and inconceivable for a mere mortal to think about. Even if the seals created by the gods were slowly crumbling, what was a human like him supposed to do? Even if Sunny was a sovereign, he would have been like an ant compared to the powers involved in this process. The seals had existed for eons, anyway. Despite their supposed weakened state, they would keep existing for just as long. By the time the void broke free of its prison and destroyed everything, he would be long dead, with not even dust left of his bones. Probably. In any case, he was more interested in something else. The true source of the corruption. Sunny had a vague suspicion that it was the void before, but now, he was almost certain. How does it work, though? The timeline of the Dream Realm civilizations was not very clear, but one thing he did know was that the corrupted, the nightmare creatures, had always existed, even when the seals of the void were new and pristine. The first era Sunny knew of was the era of the void. He decided to call it the Age of Chaos. During the Age of Chaos, the gods had been born, waged war against the elder abyssal beings, and eventually defeated them, thus creating the world. What followed was the Age of Heroes. Noctis and the other chain lords had been born during that period. Back then, at the dawn of time, humans were not a dominant force in the world yet. Their nascent civilization was growing and spreading, but the continuation of its existence was not at all guaranteed. Instead, those ancient humans had to fight against the corrupted to conquer new lands, protect their cities, and avoid extinction. They needed powerful champions to battle the dreadful beings who populated the young world, and therefore the time was remembered as the Age of Heroes. More importantly, the nightmare creatures already existed back then, when the gods were alive and the seals of the void were undamaged. How? Sunny frowned. I guess the gods did not imprison all of the void in every void being when creating the prison. It was easy to imagine that some remnants of the abyss slipped through their fingers and came to exist in the newly created world. Noctis had told him once that the gods and the demons fought side by side as allies in the battles of the ancient past. Therefore, it was easy to conclude that the war against the abyss did not end as soon as the abyss itself was sealed. There had to have been dire battles at the dawn of the new world, resulting in these abyssal remnants being exterminated. Come to think of it, Nephi had told him that a terrible creature was slain by the gods once, at the dawn of time, and that its blood seeped into the ground, becoming true darkness. The place where the creature fell was now known as the Hollow Mountains, beneath which lay the darkness of the underworld. That creature had to have been a void being. That proved that at least some of them had walked the world of the gods after its creation. What are void beings, though? Sunny felt as though he was on the precipice of an important discovery. The gods, he had thought once that they were simply divine titans. Now, however, Sunny was inclined to believe that the gods were beyond ranks and classes altogether. Similarly, void creatures would not have been unholy titans, just like the gods. They had to have been creatures of an entirely different order. More importantly, they were simply different. These abyssal horrors were beings from before time, space, death, and every other law that comprised the fabric of reality. These existences were completely alien to the reality familiar to Sunny, opposed to it, even. And if Sunny knew one thing about creatures of great power, it was that they exerted influence on the world. Saints and powerful masters had a mystical presence to them. Nightmare creatures of higher classes spread their influence across vast territories. Sovereigns ruled over grand domains. Void beings were without a doubt immensely powerful. So what kind of influence would they exert on a world that was inherently alien to their nature? Would the fabric of reality and the very laws comprising it start to rot and come undone around them? Sunny felt his heart skipping a beat. Was that the true nature of the corruption? Was it a rot caused by the influence of the primordial void, simply because of its alien nature? That would explain why the creatures infected by that rot possessed an insatiable desire to destroy those who were not. Why they all seemed mad, revolting, and alien, appallingly wrong in some strange and sinister way. The divine and the unholy were inherently opposed to each other, after all. It was in their very nature to strive to obliterate each other. I feel like I'm not far from the truth. Sunny remained silent for a while, walking behind Cassie with a distant expression on his face. The world he lived in, the world of the spell, the constant battle against the abominations, and the ruined realm of dreams and nightmares suddenly made much more sense. It was not understanding, exactly. The conclusions Sunny made were too vast and had too many consequences to be understood in just a few minutes. But the feeling of it all was somehow more clear now. He lingered for a bit, then threw a furtive glance at Nephi's. What about Neph, then? Her ascended ability, longing, made her immune to the corruption. Knowing what he knew now, that seemingly weak ability seemed even more impossible. More than that, one of her attributes was called Nephilim. Its description read, "There once were terrible creatures born of an unholy union between the divine and the profane. Nephilim were the most beautiful, and the most harrowing of them all." If the divine and the unholy were inherently opposed to each other, then how could there have been creatures born from their union? How terrible had they been, really, and what had happened to them? Shaking his head slightly, Sunny sighed and looked away from Neph's slender figure. I take it back. Nothing makes sense. I'm just confused even more. Taking a step forward, he suppressed a groan and covered his face with a palm. Chapter 1388 Wheels of History. Chapter 1388 Wheels of History. Sunny continued to think about the history of the dream realm. The Age of Chaos was the first, ending with the imprisonment of the void and the creation of the world. It was followed by an age that could be called the Age of Gods, a prehistoric time when the gods and those living things they created, as well as the demons who came out of nowhere, battled the remnant abyssal creatures across the newborn world. Then came the Age of Heroes. It started when the nascent humanity started to spread and fight against the corrupted creatures inhabiting the world for dominion over it. It ended when the abominations were pushed back and largely exterminated, turning from an ever-present danger into dire, but rare foes. What followed was a different age, an age when humanity ruled the world unopposed. Noctis had not known its name, perhaps because people living in that time needed none. For them, it was simply now. A golden age of peace and prosperity. Relatively speaking, of course. I am sure there was plenty of bloodshed and conflict even after most of the corrupted had already been slain or driven into the wilderness. Humans are humans, after all. There were other tribes of creatures inhabiting the world, as well. I doubt that everyone lived together in absolute harmony. Due to their immortality, Noctis and the other chain lords, powerful transcendent born in the Age of Heroes, lived long enough to witness the new age, as well. In fact, they might have had more to do with the change of epochs than anyone knew. Noctis considered the destruction of the Kingdom of Hope to be the turning point in history, one that signified the end of the Age of Heroes. Which meant that the Golden Age was poisoned from the very start. It began with the imprisonment of Hope, and ended when she broke free from her chains. During that time, the gods grew distant and indifferent. Their followers even started to fight among themselves. Slowly, prosperity waned, turning into stagnation and decay. Both the first and second of Sunny's nightmares took place at the dusk of the Golden Age, not long before the demons rose in rebellion against the gods. That war, the last war, destroyed the civilization of the dream realm. Although it was like a flash in the scope of history, perhaps its brief terror was worthy of being considered an age of its own. The Age of Demons, a terrible age of dread and destruction. Although that age was the latest, it was also the most mysterious. Everything the humans of the waking world had found in the dream realm were marks left by the great war between the demons and the gods, and yet, almost nothing was known about it. Why did it start? How did it end? How did the gods die? What happened to their enemies, the demons? All that Sunny knew was that at some point between the start of the Doom War and the present day, the seeds of nightmares appeared, and the corruption reclaimed the world it had been almost banished from once. It was the end of the dream realm. Come to think of it, I'm wrong. The history of the dream realm had never really ended. There were human settlements on its perilous reaches today, after all, great citadels like Bastion and Ravenheart, and many smaller ones. Where hundreds of thousands of Awakened lived, fought, and survived, slowly claiming more and more land from the nightmare creatures. Almost like a new Age of Heroes. Or rather, the Age of the Nightmare spell. Sunny dodged a drop of water that fell from the ceiling of the narrow corridor and tilted his head a little. Ha! Viewed from this perspective, it almost seemed as if the purpose of the nightmare spell was to repopulate the dream realm, which had been turned to lifeless hell by the Doom War, and breathe new life into it. To push the wheels of history that had stopped spinning a long time ago and make them revolve again, carrying the once desolate world into the future. It's almost like Weaver is some kind of a noble hero. Of course, that change had come at the expense of countless deaths and immeasurable misery among the inhabitants of the waking world. And Sunny did not really buy that the demon of fate had been any kind of hero, let alone a noble one. Still, the implication seemed too sensible to be discarded completely. The age of chaos, the age of gods, the age of heroes, the golden age, the age of demons, and the age of the nightmare spell. If seen in such a framework, the history could make Sunny a huge amount of contribution points. Just imagining it made his eyes gleam. If I manage to write up this theory well and publish it, accurate or not, oh my, I'll be swimming in academic achievements. Let alone a guest lecturer, I'll be made an honorary professor. A dean, even. As he grinned greedily, Cassie slowed her steps a little and raised her hand. We're close. Be cautious, if there are really records left, we should be careful not to damage them any further. Although the corridors they had walked through were largely flooded, this section of the Lost Temple seemed strangely dry. Perhaps the structure here was much more durable, and had thus resisted the passage of time better. Perhaps there were still some enchantments protecting the inner sanctum. In any case, the floor they walked on gradually became drier. Soon, the three masters passed a chamber filled to the brim with shelves. There had been countless books on them once, but now the shelves lay broken, the ancient scrolls long destroyed by water. Sunny checked a few, only to shake his head in disappointment. Even those that seemed relatively better preserved were utterly illegible. They moved further, passing several similar chambers. The library of the temple had indeed been vast once, but now, all the knowledge accumulated by the Sibyls and their faithful priests was lost. Some of it was destroyed by moisture, some seemed to have been burned, while some had been obliterated by the defiled Sibyl in her rage. Such a shame. Finally, they reached a tall door. Just like all the other doors in the inner sanctum, it had long been turned to rotten splinters. However, the chamber behind it, the largest one they've seen in the last few minutes, looked strangely untouched. Much more importantly, there were no broken shelves and rotten scrolls within it. Instead, there were stone slates. Chapter 1389 Shifting Map. Chapter 1389 Shifting Map. After entering the central chamber of the ancient library, Sunny felt his excitement diminish somewhat. The stone slates had seemed unharmed from the outside, but at a closer look, they were not in the best state. The defiled Sibyl had rampaged in this chamber, as well. Many slates were shattered, some turned to rubble, others to dust. The whole place was a mess, with deep cracks littering its walls and the ceiling. There were deep puddles on the floor, and the cold darkness shrouding the chamber echoed with the sound of falling water. Still, there were many slates that were unharmed, as well. Cassie remained motionless for a few moments, then sighed and sat down on a relatively dry pile of rubble. Sunny gave her a stare. What, you're not going to help us look? The blind girl smiled. I am looking. He coughed and awkwardly turned away. Yeah, way to go, genius. Asking a blind person if she'll look. Although Cassie's awakened ability allowed her to navigate the world, it did not grant her sight. Cassie sensed the future as if she lived it, meaning that she remained blind. It was her ascended ability that allowed her to see, even if it was only through someone else's eyes. Someone like Sunny or Nephi's, for example, which meant that she could only look at the slates that they were looking at. So, she could only help them identify the correct one, not find it herself. Hiding his embarrassment, Sunny cleared his throat. So, what exactly should we search for? Cassie lingered for a moment. We should probably separate all the intact slates first. Even those that do not contain the information we're currently looking for might be useful later. Indeed, rescuing Effie and Jet was not going to be their last stop on the Great River. They would have to travel to Twilight as well, and then journey all the way to the dawn of time to attack Verge. There was no telling what kind of dangers hid beneath the surface of the endless river. Even though the information recorded by the Sybils was outdated by now, it was still immensely valuable. Cassie tilted her head a little. Other than that, keep an eye out for any mention of flowers. Sunny nodded. There was not much known about the place where Effie and Jet were trapped, but the inhabitants of Fallen Grace referred to it as the Windflower. The vague stories they had heard about that area of the Great River told very little, except for how no one ever returned from there. It wasn't even known where the name Windflower had come from. With a sigh, Sunny nodded and went about sifting through the rubble without wasting much time. Soon, he and Nephice were crawling through the debris, separating those slates that were only lightly damaged from those that were completely destroyed. As they did, Sunny briefly looked at each one. Although Ananke had taught them how to navigate the Great River, at least enough for them to make their way to Fallen Grace, he couldn't really read the maps engraved into the slates. The maps Sunny was used to were based on topography and landmarks like mountains, rivers, and craters. What was there to put on a map of an endless, vast river? The system the Sybils had used was rather elaborate. It was based on a convoluted method of assigning each slate a kind of coordinates that had to do with its relation to the edges of the Great River, the passage of the suns, and the approximate distance to the few stationary hazards plaguing the tomb of Ariel. None of the slates depicted the full map of the Great River, either. Instead, they were supposed to be put together and moved around as the areas described on them shifted their locations, with old coordinates being stricken from the slate and new ones added. Since most of the slates had been destroyed, there was no hope of recreating the full map. However, one great thing that the Sybils and their servants had done was including a description of what was depicted on the slates, engraved on the back. So, instead of trying to decipher the markings describing the coordinates, Sunny read these descriptions instead. His face slowly grew gloomy. A giant maw that opens underwater and swallows entire island ships, a region where the wind literally cuts flesh. What the hell, an illusory island that can only be seen by the dying. So what, if he suddenly saw that island, it would mean that he was going to die in the next few minutes? Or was it the other way around, and it was seeing the island that killed people? In any way, it was very much way too creepy. Sunny knew that the tomb of Ariel was a dreadful place, but now, he suddenly felt lucky to have made it to Fallen Grace in one piece. Well, they had encountered the time storm, which was pretty terrifying even as far as the local perils were concerned. So, calling himself lucky might have not been quite correct. Whatever. After a while, the two of them settled into a rhythm. Sunny was looking for those slates that were in one piece, while Nephice collected those that had been broken into pieces but could be restored, and put them back together with the help of the Dark Shaper. Cassie, meanwhile, rested on the pile of rubble for a while, then got bored and stood up to take a walk around the chamber. She hovered near them for a bit, then put her hand on the wall and slowly traced the perimeter of the chamber with her fingers. Since there was rubble everywhere, it took her a long time to complete the circle and get back to the entrance. Actually, hadn't she been gone for too long? Suddenly worried, Sunny pulled his attention away from the slates and concentrated on his shadow sense. It only took him a split second. To his relief, he could still clearly feel Cassie's shadow. Turning around, he looked at the far end of the chamber and saw her delicate figure there, standing in front of the cracked wall. She seemed deep in thought. Frowning slightly, Sunny called out to her, "Hey! Is that wall very interesting? Come here and keep us company." Perhaps it was foolish, considering that Cassie could sense the future, but Sunny was not absolutely sure that the flooded temple was safe now, and having the blind girl outside his immediate reach made him feel uncomfortable. What would happen if they were suddenly attacked? Hearing his voice, Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then turned to face them and pointed to the wall. "Actually, it is interesting." She paused for a moment, and then added with uncertainty, "A slight wind is coming from the cracks. I think there is another room behind that wall." Chapter 1390 Guiding Light. Chapter 1390 Guiding Light. Standing up, Sunny stretched and walked over to where Cassie was standing. Extending his shadow sense through the cracked wall, he remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. "Good catch. There is indeed a hidden space there. To think that he had almost missed it. The blind girl stared at him for a bit, which gave Sunny a hint to look around. Damn, it's still creepy to know that she's writing my senses. Can't she ask, at least? That ability of hers is not limited to sight, so, I don't even want to think what kinds of things she can sense me sensing. Suddenly feeling hot, Sunny glanced at Cassie and asked in a stifled tone, "What are you looking for?" The blind girl lingered. If there's a secret space, there has to be a mechanism to unlock it. Some kind of lever, perhaps. Oh, and give me some credit, alright? I am polite enough to know when not to use my ability. He suppressed an impulse to jump back. What, you can read thoughts now, too? Cassie took a deep breath, then patiently shook her head. No. It was just written all over your face. Sunny let out a sigh of relief, then trembled. Wait, she's looking through my eyes, so how can she see my face? At that moment, Neffs patted him on the shoulder. Because she looked through mine. Honestly, Sunny, for someone who claims to have never used his shadow to do perverted things at the academy dormitory, you sure think of weird stuff often. He stared at her in disbelief. What do you mean, claims to? I absolutely did not. You know I can't lie. Nephice looked at Cassie with a hint of a smile on her lips. Notice that he said did not, instead of have not. Sunny remained silent, his mouth open. Oh. I see what's going on. Scoffing, he turned away. Yeah, and until I say will not, you better behave. Who knows what weird stuff I'll think of. There were a few moments of silence, and then Nephice said a bit awkwardly from behind him, so, whatever mechanism there was to unlock the door, it has to have broken a long time ago. He grinned and watched as she stepped forward and delivered a swift punch to the cracked wall. The ancient stone shattered and collapsed, revealing a dark space beyond. Sunny shielded his face from the cloud of stone dust and peered inside. Hidden behind a false wall was a small circular chamber. There was an altar in its center, with something laying on it. As Nephice raised her torch, its light reflected from a polished metal surface. He suddenly felt the shadow shift slightly, and widened his eyes in disbelief. That glow! There was a staff of pristine whitewood laying on the altar, untouched by dust or dirt. Both its ends were encased in a beautiful weave of bands of polished gold, with a single radiant gem, a crystal, crowning the top. The rough crystal was easy to identify as a soul shard of a rather high rank. Supreme, perhaps, or even higher. What made Sunny instinctively hold his breath, however, was something else. The white staff was emanating an ethereal golden glow, the kind that Sunny could only see because his eyes had been altered by Weaver's lineage. The familiar and unmistakable shine that the things having to do with divinity possessed. As he was looking at the beautiful staff, stunned, Cassie approached the altar and lowered her head. Her expression was more perplexed than shocked. She remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly, "How curious. I did not know that it was here." Both Sunny and Nephice looked at her with surprise. Throwing another glance at the staff, he asked, "You know what this thing is?" The blind girl lingered for a bit, then nodded. "Yes. I think I do. It fits the description of one of the holy relics that the Sibyls brought into the tomb of Ariel from the outside world. Supposedly, it was a gift from one of the gods, bestowed to a priestess of their temple in the distant past." Sunny's eyes widened. "Wait. Are you telling me that this thing is a divine artifact?" His heart was beating wildly. Cassie smiled. "Yes, in a sense, meaning that it is rumored to have been created by a god. However, it is not a divine rank artifact, if that is what you're asking. Although it does have some mystical qualities, its power is actually not that great." She remained silent for a bit, and then added, "Actually, that can be said about most divine relics, and therefore about most divine memories created in their image, not that there's many of those around. We humans perceive memories as something that grants us power, but for the gods and the lesser deities, they themselves were the power. So, any relic they created would have been a mere tool of convenience, not something meant to empower them." Sunny thought about his own two divine memories. That description fit them perfectly. Both Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern allowed him to do astonishing things, and yet, there were indeed memories in his arsenal that empowered him much more. There was no doubt that his divine memories were infinitely more powerful, and yet, they did not make him much more powerful. He had considered this paradoxical situation plenty of times, and the conclusions he made were similar to what Cassie said. The gods did not need external sources of power, and so, the tools they left behind served specific purposes, astonishing and wondrous, but not necessarily helpful to a human. The blind girl, meanwhile, gently caressed the white wood of the beautiful staff and added, "In any case, this relic is called guiding light. It's not even a tool made to be used by a god, just something gifted to a mortal out of affection. The powers it possesses are not that stunning." It had served the Sibyls well before they came to the tomb of Ariel, but after that, this staff mostly held symbolic meaning. Sunny stared at the beautiful golden glow for a while, then asked in a dubious tone, "Not that stunning? So what does it do?" Cassie thought for a bit, then hesitantly shrugged. "It's supposed to guide people? Actually, I don't know that well." She picked up the staff and held it carefully. After a few moments, the soft radiance of the soul shard crowning the relic swirled, growing more intense on one side. Sunny blinked. "What did you do?" The blind girl suddenly seemed a little embarrassed. I just, sort of, thought in my head, Miss Guiding Light, can you guide me to Wineflower, please?" He stared at her incredulously. "Let's skip the first part for now. So, this divine relic is basically a pretty flashlight with a very basic navigation function?" Cassie coughed. "I guess so." Sunny sighed, then shook his head and covered his face with a palm. And here I was all excited. Well, it could have been worse. The previous divine relic he had found in the wild was a wooden knife that could only kill one specific person, while simultaneously being responsible for turning that person into an immortal powerhouse. Although the guiding light was not exactly an artifact worthy of being called divine, it was at least more useful than that. Actually, being able to know the general direction of almost anything you thought about was quite an amazing boon if used with foresight. Not to mention that it would help them find the members of the cohort sooner, which was why they had come to this temple, in the first place. Sunny stared at the wooden staff for a few moments, then shook his head again. "Well, great. Let's use this thing well. For now, though, we still have to find the information about Windflower." They had already known where that place was located. What they had really come here to find was the information about what kind of dangers were waiting for them there. Turning away, Sunny let out a disappointed sigh. Damn it. As he walked back to the slates, he tried not to look too disheartened. This had to be the most anticlimactic discovery of a divine relic ever. Chapter 1391 Rushed Exit. Chapter 1391 Rushed Exit. Sunny had wanted to get back to the slates, but as he left the secret room, he suddenly felt uneasy. Something about the chamber had changed, he couldn't quite put a finger on it, but it was as if the shadows populating it were moving. "Hold on to something." Hearing Cassie's voice, he put his hand on a stone pillar. In the next moment, the floor beneath him violently shook. Its already pronounced tilt was suddenly even steeper, causing countless small pieces of rubble to roll in their direction. The sound of falling water had grown louder. Curses. Looking at his companions, Sunny sighed and said in a glum tone, "I guess the battle did too much damage to the temple, after all." Nephice nodded somberly. "Should we hurry?" He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. A swarm of sparks rose into the air, slowly forming into a familiar alloy chest. "We probably don't have much time before this entire place sinks. Let's just load everything into the covetous coffer. We can continue studying the slates when we're safely back on the chainbreaker." Of course, safety was a relative term here in the tomb of Ariel. Sunny had only grown more wary of the great river after reading the records in this ancient chamber, but still, he was not enthused at the idea of having to escape the temple while it was actively drowning. Feeling like they had very little time left, the three masters abandoned all attempts of categorizing the slates and simply threw everything remotely intact into the welcoming maw of the covetous coffer. The temple shook one more while they were at it, causing Sunny to curse in frustration. Finally, they were done. Not wasting any time, Sunny led the way out of the central chamber, past the rooms full of rotting scrolls, and into the cold darkness of the narrow corridors leading to the great hall. By then, it felt like they were climbing a steep hill. The stone floor was tilted downward, water rushing past their feet and drenching them from above. I don't like this. Logically, Sunny understood that he would be able to escape the drowning temple even if it collapsed and started sinking. Not only was he strong enough to break through the stone walls, he also possessed memories of the House of Night that allowed him to swim like a fish and breathe underwater. However, he still felt tense and claustrophobic. Being caught under an immense mass of stone, with cold water rising higher and higher with each moment, was not the most pleasant of feelings. The ancient temple was shaking and groaning, slowly crumbling around them. I can just send one of the shadows ahead and get to the surface by using Shadow Step. I can take Nephice with me, as well. He glanced at Cassie, who was walking behind them while using the holy staff as a cane. After a short moment of hesitation, Sunny chose to keep all the shadows with him. Soon, they reached the great hall where the battle had taken place. Although not much time had passed, it was in far worse shape already. There were actual waterfalls flowing through wide cracks in the distant ceiling, and the dais where Cassie and the Sibyl had clashed was partially submerged underwater. His shadows, whom he had left there to stand guard, were silently watching the rising water. Nightmare! Come! In the blink of an eye, the black stallion was already at his side. Sunny lingered for a moment, then turned around and grabbed Cassie by her thin waist. Excuse me. Effortlessly lifting the delicate girl, he placed her on the dark destrier's broad back and gave Nightmare a silent command to reach the surface as soon as possible. You better hold on tight. Cassie remained motionless for a split second, then suddenly paled and grabbed onto the dreadful steed's mane tightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but a moment later, both of them were gone in a burst of wind. All that could be heard was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing on stone in the distance, and a short shriek. Now, then. No matter how fast Sunny and his shadows were, Nightmare was many times faster. And since one of those shadows had been accompanying the black stallion, the three of them, the shadow, and the blind seer, reached the surface much sooner than Sunny would have. By the time he and Nephice reached the edge of the dais, he could already see the crimson blaze of the twilight sky. Just at that moment, the temple shuddered in another violent quake. Grasping Neph's hand, Sunny pulled her into the dark embrace of shadows. A short instance later, they stepped on the ashen soil of the incinerated garden, bright sunlight briefly blinding both. When Sunny regained his vision, the first thing he saw was Cassie kneeling on the ground in front of Nightmare, her face of an unhealthy greenish color. Taking a few deep breaths, the blind girl raised a trembling hand and pointed an accusing finger at him. WW, warn me next time. Damn it. He grinned. What's the point? Didn't you already know what I was going to do? Sunny hurriedly helped her stand up, dodging the tip of the guiding light in the process. Watch where you point this thing. In any case, there's no time to tarry. We might have escaped the temple, but this whole island is going to fall apart soon. So, hurry up and run. At that point, Nephice gave him a somber look and said, her voice flat, I'll hurry and run, as soon as you let go of my hand. She lingered for a moment, and then added evenly, or do you want me to carry you? Sunny froze, then lowered his gaze and realized that he was, indeed, still holding Neph's hand. He blinked a couple of times, then looked up and gave her a smile. Actually, yeah. I wouldn't mind being carried. With that, Sunny let go and dashed toward the shore of the island ship. Soon, the graceful silhouette of the chainbreaker appeared in front of them. He felt much too happy to see the ancient ship, and leaped onto its deck without wasting a single second. Just as he did, the drowning island resounded with a deafening crack, and split apart. Chapter 1392 Desolation. Chapter 1392 Desolation. After the island broke apart, it did not take a lot of time for the debris to disappear into the depths of the great river. Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie stood on the deck of the chainbreaker, observing the death throes of this lost part of fallen grace in somber silence. The flowing water seethed and boiled, turning into white foam. The ashen remains of the dark garden were pulled down by the current and swallowed by the depths. In something that felt like too short of a time, though, the surface of the river became calm and clear once again, with not a sign of the massive island vessel left in sight. Sunny sighed softly. The destruction of the artificial island had been too depressing of a scene. It was like a metaphor of the futility of human existence. Countless river people had worked hard to create and maintain it, and even more spent their lives walking upon its ground. But now, it was gone, swallowed by the elements in mere minutes, with every trace of it erased from existence. Weave was going to be erased the same way before too long. The cities of the Sibyls had already disappeared, only Fallen Grace remained, its fate all but decided. The tomb of Ariel had been home to a thriving civilization once. But now, it was nothing but a nightmare. Sunny shook his head, suddenly grim. Would the cities of the waking world be gone one day, too? He had not even known that there was a world outside the endless sprawl of NQSC once. It was hard to imagine that a place so populous and boundless could cease to exist. But then again, the waking world was already a world of ruins. Plenty of thriving cities had been erased from its maps, most of them, even. Entire continents stood desolate, devoid of life, and uninhabited. He even witnessed the extinction of one of these empty continents himself. My mood is all over the place today. What was there to feel sad about? That island had been nothing but the lair of a dangerous abomination. They had come to its shore, killed the abomination, and absconded with precious loot. Cassie even received a pretty stick as a bonus. If anything, he should be feeling utterly delighted. However, Sunny felt mostly tired and sore all over. The battle against the drowned was a short one, but nevertheless very intense. He was battered and bruised, albeit not injured too badly. Gone. Gone. Sunny turned and glanced at Crow Crow, who was hopping excitedly on the railing and staring at the empty space where the island had been with a curious expression. The small bird was unburdened by any kind of heavy thoughts. In fact, it did not have any thoughts at all. After all, it was an echo. Now that the island was destroyed, though, that echo had a job to do. As he watched, Cassie approached the blackbird and gently took it into her hands. Saying something, the blind girl opened her palms and let the crow fly away. The last thing they heard before Jet's echo disappeared into the distance were indignant caws. Stuck. Stuck. Crow Crow had a simple mission, to inform the inhabitants of Fallen Grace about the death of the defiled Sibyl, and then find its way back to the ship. The three masters did not know how long it would take them to rescue Effie and Jet, so they wanted to make sure that the last city would migrate downstream in their absence. Hopefully, by the time they returned, the frail Riverborn would be doing much better. That's done, then. Sunny glanced at the wooden staff in Cassie's hands, then at the sails of the chainbreaker. He hesitated for a moment, then asked tiredly, "Should we set sail?" After a moment of silence, Nephice shook her head. "The night is approaching, and all of us are tired. I'd rather just drift with the current until tomorrow. A little rest won't do us any harm." Sunny was happy to hear it. Soon, they were gathered on the mess deck at the stern of the ship. All its compartments had been cleared of debris and repaired by the inhabitants of Fallen Grace, but the three masters did not visit most of them often, since there was no need to. They mostly spent their time on the upper deck, in their living quarters, or on the mess deck near the galley. There was freshly prepared food on the table, giving off the familiar, delicious smell of Neff's cooking. The covetous coffer stood with its lid open, its teeth gleaming in the warm light of a lantern. Sunny was cradling a cup of tea in his hands, glancing at the several slates laid down in front of him. Honestly, though, he was in no mood to study their mysteries. He just wanted to fill his belly and rest. With a sigh, he pushed the slates away and pulled his plate closer. Swallowing the first mouthful of a fragrant meat porridge, Sunny closed his eyes in delight. Nephice was preoccupied with eating, as well. Cassie, though, seemed to have forgotten about it. She was playing with her new shiny toy instead. The soul shard at the tip of the holy staff was emanating light, its intensity changing from time to time. Sunny stared at her for a bit, then asked, "What are you doing?" The blind girl took a sip of tea absent-mindedly. "Trying to figure out how it works. It's weird, the enchantment doesn't seem to respond to everything. It points to you, Nephis, Effie, and Kai, but not Jet or that person, Mordred. Or Fallen Grace, for that matter. It does respond to Windflower, though. Sunny raised an eyebrow, then shifted his perception and gazed beneath the surface of the guiding light. Just as he had expected, there was no weave there. There were no runes, either, just a field of blinding radiance. He had seen something similar when looking at the knives created by Sun God. Within each, there was nothing but a radiant ocean of something, soul essence, perhaps, and a soul string of fate, bound onto itself and looping endlessly. Such was the sorcery of gods, entirely unreasonable and void of any kind of logic he could understand. Looping endlessly. His tired mind got caught on these words, but he was distracted just then by Neff's strangely muffled voice. Found it. Shaking awake from his reverie, Sunny turned and looked at her. Nephis had a spoon in her mouth, holding one of the slates he had pushed away in both hands. Sunny was rather amused by that sight. What did you find? She blinked a couple of times, then awkwardly removed the spoon from her mouth and pointed it at the slate. Windflower. It's described right here. Chapter 1393 Vortex. Chapter 1393 Vortex. Soon, all three of them were sitting side by side, with the slate resting on the table in front of them. Cassie was tracing her fingers across the stone surface, a focused look on her face. After a while, she slowly nodded. The coordinates match. It is indeed the right place. The blind girl was much more proficient in navigating the great river, considering how much longer she had spent here than Sunny and Nephis. She was also the one who had learned the transcript system of the Sibyls and pinned down where Effie and Jet were trapped, in the first place. Windflower, ha! Sunny looked at the slate. There were neat columns of symbols engraved on it, as well as an image of a messy circle with frayed edges. It resembled a vortex more than anything, or maybe a cyclone. After studying it for a few moments, he reached out and turned the slate over. Familiar runes covered its reverse side. Without wasting any time, the three masters read them. Pretty soon, Sunny's expression darkened. The currents of the river are twisted and treacherous near Windflower. Strong gales violently assaulted our ship, as if trying to push it back. Desperate to escape our pursuers, we persisted, entering deeper into the mist. The surrounding waters moved in the wrong direction and with unnatural speed. It was as if we had lost our way and found ourselves near the edge. At some point, we were not struggling against the repelling winds anymore. Instead, overcome by fear, we were battling the raging tide that pulled us deeper and deeper, toward the source of the wind. The first part of the text engraved into the reverse side of the slate was an excerpt from a report made by one of the outsiders who had lived in Fallen Grace. He ventured on a long journey with a small fleet, hoping to find out the fate of a different city, one of the last with which Fallen Grace still maintained a connection. Until the visitors and merchant ship from that city had stopped coming, as well. The fleet managed to learn that the city had been destroyed, but on their way back, they were attacked by powerful defiled abominations. After a furious battle, only 3 ships managed to escape. Pursued by the enemies, they were forced to enter the dangerous waters around Windflower. For a few moments, the mist cleared, allowing me to glimpse the true nature of the tide. We were hopelessly caught inside a whirlpool of titanic proportions, which spun around a bottomless and dark abyss. There was an island hovering above the darkness, with a tall and magnificent tower rising above the misty cliffs. Terror grasped our hearts when we realized that the tide was pulling us into the darkness. Desperate to save our lives, we tried to escape. In the end, only one of the 3 ships managed to fight its way out. The other 2 were swallowed by the vortex, never to be seen again. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. So, it's a giant whirlpool. Something like that would explain how Effie and Jet had ended up stranded. If the vessel they were traveling on had been pulled into the monstrous vortex and destroyed, they would have no way of getting out again, or rather, no way of getting out again without some great luck. It seemed that they had reached the flying island at the center instead of being crushed in the depths, at least. The fact that Crow was around to deliver messages proved that. Cassie silently shook her head. not just a giant whirlpool. Don't forget that the Great River is a river of time. Any anomaly of its current is not a mundane one. There has to be something strange going on at Windflower, as well. Nephi nodded. But what? Since none of them knew the answer, they turned back to the slate. The rest of the runes on its reverse side contain notes made by the priests and priestesses who had served the Sibyls. The information they had recorded was not too helpful, though, due to the fact that almost no one returned from Windflower alive. That, however, was valuable knowledge in and of itself. The place called Windflower had not always been known by that name. Its previous one, however, was long lost. The magnificent tower the outsider from the fallen Grace mentioned had been a stronghold of a powerful seeker once. There had been plenty of them throughout the tomb of Ariel before the foundation of Verge. It was unknown whether the seeker had left the citadel to challenge the estuary, still resided there, or perished a long time ago. All that the Sibyls of fallen Grace knew was that, at some point, no one could approach the citadel anymore. There was only one exception that they had heard of. A familiar name. The Serpent King. It was rumored that the Serpent King, Daron of the Twilight Sea, had reached the stronghold and spent some time there, then returned to lead his people in the war against the defilement. Sunny stared at the runes with a thoughtful expression. They had not learned all the secrets of Windflower from the slate, exactly. But they had learned two crucial pieces of information. First, that it was possible to brave its danger and come back in one piece. The Serpent King had proved it. Second, he looked at Nephi, then at Cassie, and said, "At least we know the general nature of that place. Fighting against the whirlpool will be hard, but doable. The problem, though, is that the island is floating above its chasm. So, if we don't want to be pulled into the depths and killed, the chainbreaker has to be able to fly by the time we reach Windflower. Cassie, can you repair it in time?" The blind girl frowned and remained silent for a few long moments. Eventually, she slowly shook her head. "No, there is not enough time, nor is there enough resources to fully restore the enchantments of the ship by then." As Sunny's expression grew somber, she hesitated a bit, and added, "However, I think there is something I can do." Cassie stood up and paced for about a minute, thinking about something furiously. Yes, that can work, too. I'll need to." Finally, she stopped and spoke again. "I can't restore the connection between the sacred tree and the enchantment circle in time, but I can repair the circle itself, I think." Nephi raised an eyebrow. What would it mean? The blinded girl pointed to the deck. "It means that the sorcery that allows the ship to fly will be fully functional. It's just that it would not have a source of power. But, we can use our own essence to fuel the enchantment, limited as it is. The chainbreaker won't stay in the air for long, nor will it be fast, but it will carry us to that island and back." She scratched her head awkwardly, and then added in a small voice, "Probably." Sunny stared at her for a while, then let out an amused chuckle. The odds, as always, were against them. But when had it been any different? He shrugged. Good enough. Chapter 1390 For the Luxury of Being Bored. Chapter 1390 For the Luxury of Being Bored. The chainbreaker had set sail once again. This time, they had to travel back to the middle area of the Great River, where the sky was azure. They also had to travel some distance into the past, not enough to bring them anywhere near Verge, but deeper than any of the three had ever ventured. Sunny spent the first morning lazing in bed and staring at the ceiling. He was thinking about Windflower. The strong winds, the twisted currents, the colossal whirlpool that pulled ships to their doom, and the island flying above the dark abyss, all of it sounded rather nasty. There was the fact that the tower standing on the island had once belonged to a powerful seeker, as well. The Seekers of Truth were people who had entered the tomb of Ariel at the same time as the Sibyls, or even earlier than them, but for an entirely different reason. The Seekers had not been searching for salvation from the devastation of the Doomsday War. Instead, they had braved the Nightmare Desert and found their way into the tomb built by the Demon of Dread due to their thirst for knowledge. Out of curiosity, basically. They had not been a unified group of people either, but rather disparate individuals united only by the similarity of their obsession with knowledge. Bunch of weirdos. Who would climb into a dreadful tomb simply to satiate their curiosity? Sonny would never. Well, he had entered plenty of dangerous ruins to satiate his desire to explore the dream realm. But that was an entirely different matter. Firstly, he received contribution points for his exploits, from time to time. Secondly, none of those ruins had been left behind by terrifying deities. Come to think of it, a couple of them were. Like the Ebony Tower. But he had not ended up there out of curiosity. He had ended up there out of greed. That was a much better reason, so he was not like those weird seekers at all. In any case, Sonny was not excited to visit the stronghold of a powerful seeker. Not even considering the fact their desire to learn Ariel's truth had caused the birth of the defilement, these people did not seem trustworthy at all. A hidden island where a mysterious seeker had lived before disappearing without a trace, surrounded by a nearly impassable barrier of water, wind, and twisted time. Yes, that did not sound ominous at all. Damnation. Of course, they did not really have a choice. Effie and Jet were there, so Sonny, Nephice, and Cassie couldn't turn back. People fear the unknown the most. If the Slate had told them that there was a great nightmare creature living at Windflower, he would have been reluctantly, but calmly coming up with plans to defeat it. But it was the not knowing what waited for them at the center of the whirlpool that made Sonny feel nervous. In the end, tired of being anxious, he decided to distract himself by doing something useful. Climbing out of his bed with a sigh, Sonny finally left his cabin and went to the upper deck. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were standing guard at the bow, middle section, and the stern of the ship. Nephice was holding the steering oar, while Cassie was making preparations to repair the sorceress circle of the ship. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then approached the blind girl. "Hey! Can I take another look at the guiding light?" Looking up, Cassie smiled at him and pointed to the sacred tree. The beautiful staff stood there, propped against its trunk. "Thanks." Grabbing the sacred relic of the Sibyls, Sonny went to his usual spot in the shade of the ketch and sat down on the deck. "Let's start, then." He spent some time weaving the basic enchantments around a transcendent soul shard. His goal was simple: to turn the guiding light into a memory, so that it was easier to use and could be taken back into the waking world. After hours of focused work, however, Sonny was left staring at the wooden staff with a deadpan expression. His eye was twitching slightly. Damn it! It was all a waste. The moment he tried to place the rudimentary weave inside the relic, the lightless strings of shadow essence dissolved in the blinding radiance hidden within the white wood. It was as if they were incinerated from simply touching divine sorcery. All that work, for nothing. Uttering a quiet curse, he stood up and put the guiding light back under the sacred tree. Somewhat disheartened, Sonny went to switch with Nephice at the steering wheel. He guided the ship as she practiced with her sword, dancing with it as the seven suns slowly traveled across the crimson sky. He enjoyed the view a great deal. Later, Sonny spent some time staring at the estuary key, not at all closer to solving its many memories. He had a meal with Nephice and Cassie. He created more essence strings to replace the ones that had been destroyed. And practiced his own swordsmanship, mentally going over the battle with the drowned and thinking of what he could have done better. After all that, Sonny had to admit to himself that he was bored. It was a rather strange and luxurious feeling. Sonny had very rarely received an opportunity to feel bored. Usually, there had always been something pressing for him to do, learn, or escape. It had been like that in the outskirts, and did not change at all after the awakening. But here in the third nightmare, brief moments of intense and unreasonable danger were separated by long stretches of calm. Of course, he knew that the calm would not last long. It would take them some time to reach Windflower, but they would certainly have to fight for their lives many times on the way. The Chainbreaker would be attacked by nightmare creatures, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or the day after that. There would be dangerous anomalies waiting for them under the waves, as well, perhaps some of those described on the stone slates. The Mad Prince could visit him in his dreams at any moment. The appearance of the other plagues weren't out of the question, either. But for now, at least, there seemed to be peace. So, Sunny decided to give himself a day off, for once, and enjoy that peace while it lasted. Walking back to the stern of the ship, he summoned a certain piece of furniture and placed it a few meters away from Nephi's. Sitting down on his luxurious chair, he summoned the emerald flute and brought it to his lips. Nephi looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" "Ah. Trying to raise the dead? But there are no corpses on the ship." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Who does she take me for? Is it so hard to imagine that I'm just in the mood for music? Kai gave me a few lessons, you know. So I can carry a tune. He might have begged me to perform as a guest during one of Night and Gale concerts, even." She smiled faintly. "I noticed you said might have begged instead of begged." "Whom?" Then, her eyes widened slightly. "Wait. Night and Gale concerts? Are they planning a reunion? When? Is it going to be old material, or has Gale written a new album? What about new choreography? Who is?" Sunny lowered the flute and stared at her sullenly. "Ah. Here she goes again, barraging me with questions." "Yes. I don't know, probably not. No clue. No idea. I'm not sure." As the sky slowly grew brighter, the chainbreaker sailed toward dawn. The three masters aboard the graceful vessel anxiously awaited the reunion with two lost members of their cohort. Chapter 1395 Hello, Blue Sky. Chapter 1395 Hello, Blue Sky. I wonder. Sunny stared at a delicious-looking golden fruit, torn between the desire to pluck it off the branch and the fear of tasting fruits from mysterious, mystical trees. The last time he had eaten one was not a memory he liked to remember. It probably tastes divine, though. In the end, he sighed and reluctantly looked away from the alluring fruit. It was better not to test fate. Sunny was currently high in the crown of the sacred tree, using it as a crow's nest. The sky above him was of a beautiful azure color, with not a hint of the deep scarlet splendor they had grown accustomed to in Fallen Grace. It had already been several weeks since they visited the lost library and slayed the defiled Sibyl. The fourth month of their nightmare had ended a few days ago. Of course, it had been much longer than that for Cassie and the other members of the cohort. Effie and Jet had spent more than a year stranded in the place called Windflower, by now. Sunny couldn't help but worry about them. He was also worried about Rain and the waking world, but there was nothing to be done about that. Climbing to a higher branch, he sighed and looked down. There was usually a black crow following him around, but today, the talkative bird was gone. It was somewhere ahead, scouting for prowling abominations and turbulent currents. The crow's presence meant that at least one of the two missing women was still alive. That made Sunny less anxious. In these past few weeks, the chainbreaker had traveled far enough into the past to almost reach Windflower. With the help of the guiding light, they did not even have to waste time searching for its precise location. The sacred staff pointed directly to where they needed to go. So, the dreadful whirlpool could appear from beyond the horizon any minute now. Of course, coming this far had not been easy. Sunny, Nephi, and Cassie had to fight for their lives on many occasions. The graceful vessel had been attacked by swarms of nightmare creatures, grotesque giants from the deep, aerial horrors, and even heralds of the defilement. That last battle had been especially dire, since the defiled were both sentient and vile. And yet, the three of them had slain and slaughtered every enemy that dared to attack the chainbreaker, for now. The ancient vessel withstood all the attacks without receiving serious damage as well. But the three masters weren't as lucky. Each of them had suffered many grave wounds, some of them almost fatal. If not for Neff's healing powers, they would have never made it so far. They wouldn't have made it without Cassie, either. Sunny had been reminded once more that traveling with an oracle was an invaluable boon. It was because of the blind girl that they had managed to avoid the true perils of the great river, the twisted currents and lethal aberrations where time itself would have killed them in the blink of an eye. They would have perished without Sunny and his shadows, as well. The third nightmare was not a place where one could survive without extreme battle power, and currently, he possessed the most of it out of them three. Am I not great? Sunny smiled wryly, then shuddered and furtively looked around, checking to see if the sin of Solace was near. The sword wraith would not have missed a chance to cut him with a snide remark in response to such thoughts, but thankfully, the apparition had not deemed it necessary to climb the sacred tree with him. In fact, the sin of Solace did not seem to like being too close to the tree from the Heart God's Grove, for some reason. Sunny used that fact often to get some reprieve. He sighed. The journey to Windflower had not been easy, but at least they had all gotten something out of it. Nephice was one step closer to becoming a Titan, and wore a chainmail shirt over her white tunic, just like Ananke's mantle. The new memory could be worn in conjunction with another armor, albeit due to its unique enchantment rather than its type. In a fashion strange for an awakened, she also carried her sword in a scabbard hung from her belt. The scabbard was another memory, this one capable of enhancing the weapon stored inside of it for a sufficient amount of time. Cassie, meanwhile, was back in her beautiful red peplos dress. Now, however, there were two bracelets on her hands instead of the golden shackles. One was a protective charm memory, the other was supposed to enhance the force. She still carried the quiet dance in a scabbard, this one mundane, not enchanted, but mostly used the guiding light in battle. Although the white staff was not a memory, it did a good job of debilitating her enemies and crushing them into pulp. Sunny was not sure that using a sacred relic to split skulls was appropriate, but he wasn't going to complain. The gods were dead, anyway. As for himself, Sunny had earned another 500 shadow fragments on the way to Windflower, bringing him close to 2,500, half of the amount he needed to become a terror. His luck with memories, sadly, had been really bad. He had received a few, but none of them were good enough to add to his soul arsenal. They ended up being fed to his shadows. He had not woven a lot of new memories, either. In fact, Sunny had not done a lot of weaving in these past few weeks, not because there had been no time, but rather because he was currently interested in something else. That something was giving him a lot of trouble, to the point where he often found himself dejected and stupefied. And yet, Sunny persisted with this new interest. Chapter 1396 Approaching the Vortex. Chapter 1396 Approaching the Vortex. During the battle in the flooded temple, he had observed Cassie's artificial echo in action. Even though it did not seem that powerful, that was only because their enemies that time had been of both a higher rank and a higher class than the blade mannequin. Sunny would not have wanted to face that thing in battle as an awakened. The most impressive thing about it, though, was the very fact that it was artificial. After interrogating Cassie and Nephice on the topic, he had found out that the Forge Masters of Clan Valor were capable of creating not only memories but also echoes. Making one was an extremely long process, though, and one that demanded a lot of precious resources. So, there were actually very few artificial echoes in existence, all of them belonging to the most valued members of the clan. Nevertheless, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if he would be capable of weaving echoes one day, as well. So, he had spent most of his free time studying the blade mannequin. It was not going well, for now, but Sunny wasn't disheartened. His attempts to learn the sorcery of names were not bearing any results, anyway. Although his horizons were somewhat expanded, being able to actually use this power seemed to be beyond him. If there was one consolation, it was that Cassie was having just as much trouble with it. Being talentless together was less of a bitter pill to swallow. Her mastery of runic sorcery, though, was slowly growing. In fact, there seemed to be a positive loop between the sorcery of names and the sorcery of runes. Both were founded on invoking the true names of things, after all, albeit in a different manner. So, Cassie and Nephice were able to help each other improve. As a result, the blind girl had indeed managed to restore some of the enchantments permeating the chainbreaker. Just as she had told them, the graceful vessel was now once again capable of flight. It just couldn't fly for too long, or too fast. The strain of supplying the ancient ship with essence was dire enough to drain even Nef's reserves in less than a minute. It would have to be enough to carry them to the island at the center of Windflower. Now, all they needed was to actually find it. As Sunny stared at the horizon and tried not to feel too anxious, a swift shadow glided across the deck of the chainbreaker. Then, a blackbird landed on the branch near him. Crow was back. Strangely, though, the echo seemed less grumpy than it had been recently. Instead, it looked excited. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" The crow hopped a couple of times, and then cawed while spreading its wings. Jet! Jet! Jumping down from the tree, Sunny landed noiselessly on the deck and dissolved into the shadows. A split second later, he appeared on the bow of the ship, gazing tensely at the horizon. Saint, who was standing nearby with a bow in her hand, spared him an indifferent gaze. Her ruby eyes glowed silently, not betraying any hint of emotion. If only I could be this calm all the time. Sunny remained motionless for a few minutes, then sent mental messages to Cassie and Nephice. I think we are drawing close. Indeed, out there, far in the distance, the flowing surface of the great river had grown a little hazy, as if obscured by mist. Considering Crow's excitement, it had to be wind rose. Hurricane winds, destructive currents, and suffocating mist. We'll see how terrible that place is, exactly, very soon. A few moments later, Cassie joined him at the bow. Nephice remained at the stern, holding the steering oar, but she did respond through the link of the shroud of dusk. I see. Sunny sighed, then glanced at the blind girl. The soul shard crowning her wooden staff was glowing, its light pointing precisely at the distant haze. There is no doubt, then. Cassie slowly nodded. Yes. We have arrived. The branches of the sacred tree rustled as the chainbreaker took a turn. Nephice moved the ship in a wide spiral, positioning it directly upstream of the approaching hazard. By the time she did, Sunny could already see wisps of mist flowing over the surface of the restless water. Time to get to work. Concentrating, he called upon the shadows. The three of them had long discussed how to tackle the titanic whirlpool. There was not much they had to do, really. The first obstacle they were going to face was the repelling wind. So, Sunny lowered the sails to diminish the repelling force. The ship would be carried into the vortex by the current, and once they approached close enough, Nephice would invoke the true name of the wind to lessen its fury. The second obstacle would be raging currents. Sunny's authority over water was not strong enough to calm them, but the chainbreaker was sturdy enough to withstand the fury of the elements. It was not going to overturn either. All they needed was a skilled helmsman and something to guide them through the mist. Cassie was going to accomplish both tasks with a little help from the guiding light. She was quite skilled in controlling the chainbreaker, more than any of them were. However, she was not going to be able to guide the flying ship through the last, and most dangerous, of obstacles. Once they were close enough to the island at the center of the vortex but not deep enough into the whirlpool to be swallowed by it, the chainbreaker had to lift into the air and reach the shore before its helmsman ran out of essence. Nephice was a terror, and possessed the lineage of the sun god as well, which, among other things, drastically strengthened her soul. Her reserve of essence was the largest among them, so it would be her task to take up the steering oars in those last moments. As the first wisps of gray mist touched the bow of the chainbreaker, Sunny suppressed a shiver and looked into the approaching wall of fog with a dark expression. Mist, nothing good ever happened when there was mist around. Here in the dream realm, it was always a herald of something dreadful approaching. We have prepared for this. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Cassie and smiled. Let's go find Effie and Jet, then. Chapter 1397 Wishful Thinking. Chapter 1397 Wishful Thinking. Soon, the chainbreaker was swallowed by the mist. The winds had grown stronger, making the folds of Sunny's nebulous mantle flutter. Feeling drops of water fall on his face, he sighed and looked at Cassie. Go. She lingered for a moment, then rushed away to replace Nephice at the steering oar. Sunny was left alone on the bow, looking into the mist with a dark expression on his face. Effie, Jet, both of them were still alive. They had to be. But how could they? The third nightmare was not easy to survive. And these two, they, of all people, would have found it impossible to cling to life while stranded for more than a year on an isolated island. Jet could only exist by killing living beings to replenish her constantly dwindling essence, after all. Effie was a slave to inhuman hunger. Without access to a great amount of food, she would swiftly wither and die. How many foes to kill could there have been on a hidden island, and how much food? No. Don't think about that. The crow echo still existed, which meant at least one of them was still. That crow has always been a bit strange, though. Much too animated for a simple echo. Perhaps it has something to do with Wake of Ruin, so who's to say that it can't exist without a master? Sunny threw a dark glance at the Sin of Solace, who grinned in response. Admit it, they are both probably dead already. Ah, how sad, they were slowly starving to death while you were having fun with Nephice on the Dark Island. You really took it easy back then, at the beginning, didn't you? Sunny looked away and gritted his teeth. The sword wraith simply laughed. Come to think of it, your friend Kai is most likely dead, too. Even if the nightmare creatures did not kill him, Mordred surely did. He is probably walking around now, wearing Kai's corpse right as a luxury brand suit. Well, it's for the best. You have always been jealous of that guy, anyway. The insecure little wretch that you are. The surface of the great river was growing restless. The waves were already much taller than before, making the bow of the chainbreaker sway. Feeling the deck rise and fall beneath him, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. That's not true. Kai has Anvil's charm, I gave it to him. Mordred can't possess someone wearing that charm. The Sin of Solace stared at him for a few moments, a mocking smile on his lips. The charm, right, it protected wealth really well, huh? Snarling, Sunny turned around and prepared to rebuke the apparition, but at that moment, a calm voice resounded from behind them. Are you talking to your sword again? He flinched and looked back. Neff's slender figure slowly revealed itself from the mist, two pristine white sparks burning in her cold gray eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently. Stopping once she reached him, Nephice looked into the mist and said, her voice even. I believe that they are all alive, too. A bitter smile appeared on Sunny's lips. Sure, but it seems like wishful thinking, doesn't it? People were not immortal. He had lost enough comrades to know how ruthless this world they lived in was, so wasn't it a bit naive? To stubbornly cling to hope after Antarctica. Nephice shook her head. On the contrary. I think there is a valid and logical reason to believe that all members of the cohort are not dead yet. She put her hand on the hilt of her sword and said calmly. The 6 plagues exist. They are most likely the future versions of the 6 of you, therefore, none of you is likely to be dead in the present. Otherwise, their existence can't be explained. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That is, strangely reassuring, in a morbid kind of way. You can't die yet because you're destined to become a defiled monster, huh? What a paradox. Neff's logic assumed that the future was predetermined. If so, there was no way that Effie and Jet were gone. However, that also meant that there was no way for the 6 of them to avoid killing her and becoming the 6 plagues, which made this whole endeavor meaningless. If the future was not predetermined, though, then the cohort could potentially write a different ending for themselves and the nightmare. Yet it also meant that there was no reason to believe that the rest of the members were still alive. Sunny knew that fate could hardly be changed, but he also knew that it did not govern every small occurrence and event. The details of what happened, and how it did, could be altered, it was just that the end result almost always remained the same. Sooner or later, all deviations were proven meaningless, failing to change the grand design of the future. It was easier to change fate inside of a nightmare, as well, due to its fragmented and isolated nature. Plus, the Great River was a strange place. Who was to say that their fate wasn't to become the 6 plagues, only for their younger selves to slay them and conquer the nightmare unscathed? Ah! My head hurts. He rubbed his face. All this stuff, the paradoxical nature of the Great River, the unreliable future, the greater tapestry of fate, were too strange and irrational for a human mind to comprehend. The best they could do was just try to do their best at the moment and strive to reach the desired outcome, ignoring the confusing reality of the tomb of Ariel as much as possible. The winds were growing stronger. The branches of the sacred tree swayed, rustling worriedly. The swaying of the deck grew more pronounced. A thick mist enveloped everything in sight. Hey, Sunny! He looked at Nephice, surprised by her strangely candid tone, and raised an eyebrow. Knowing her, some ridiculous statement was about to follow. He was not going to be fooled into listening to her apologize for his projector twice. But Nephi was perfectly earnest. There is nothing wrong with a bit of wishful thinking. We will find them both alive. I'm sure of it. At that moment, the wind slammed into them like a ram, making both sway. Raising a hand, Sunny caught Nephi and helped her steady herself. At the same time, he used the feather of truth trait of the shell to increase his weight and ground himself more solidly on the deck. The two of them remained silent for a few moments, looking into each other's eyes. Then, Sunny smiled. All right, Neph. I'll believe you, this time. Chapter 1398 Braving the Barrier. Chapter 1398 Braving the Barrier. Soon, they were deep into the barrier surrounding Wind Rose. There was nothing but blinding mist, hurricane winds, and violent currents in this dreadful and deadly place. Sunny could easily imagine countless ships being drowned by the inconceivable whirlpool, powerful nightmare creatures, as well. No wonder almost no one returned after being swallowed by the mist. And yet, the fury of the wind was terrible, but not terrible enough to sway them. Nephi had invoked the true name of the wind, lessening the pressure on the graceful ship. The chainbreakers stubbornly cut through the mist, refusing to be pushed back. The violence of the raging currents was daunting, but not daunting enough to stop them. Guided by Cassie's steady hand, the chainbreaker broke through the fortress wall of the towering waves, never straying off course. By then, the natural flow of the great river was replaced entirely by a terrifying tide that was pulling them deeper and deeper into the mist. The deck beneath their feet was tilted downward, indicating that they were sliding into the giant, insatiable maw of the colossal whirlpool. Instead of allowing the ship to be carried by the current, Cassie kept its bow pointed perpendicular to the rush of seething water, cutting as short a line to the center of the vortex as possible. It took a lot of effort to keep the chainbreaker under control, but she managed it splendidly. It was still too early to take to the sky. Sunny and Nephi had long joined Cassie at the stern. Fiend and Crow were hiding under the sacred tree, both soaked in water and miserable, while Nightmare had dissolved into shadows and hid in their dark embrace. Only Saint remained on the bow of the ship, standing there like an immovable onyx statue. The plume of her helmet danced in the wind. It was easy to get lost in the mist, but the radiance of the guiding light was showing them the way. Straining against the howling wind, Sunny yelled. How much longer? His shout was swallowed by the mist. At almost the same time, though, the veil of fog was torn apart for a few brief moments. When Sunny saw the scale and magnitude of the vortex they were trying to brave, his face turned ashen. The whirlpool was indeed colossal, stretching as far as the eye could see. The raging tide moved in a vast circle, forming a revolving crater. They were currently sliding recklessly down its slope. Far away and below them, a harrowing darkness devoured the world. The depths of the great river lay naked and revealed, but his human eyes were not capable of discerning what dwelled below. Or maybe there was nothing there at all. Just an endless, bottomless abyss. However, there was an island hovering in the air above the darkness. Flowing mist shrouded its dark cliffs, and a magnificent tower rose from somewhere far inland, obscured by fog. The sight of the island was both austere and sinister, like a stark omen of ill fate. Hurry! Cassie let go of the steering oar and stepped out of the circle, allowing Nephi to take her place. Neph was there a split second later. She took both steering oars and looked ahead, white flames dancing in her eyes. Then, her radiant essence poured into the runic circle, flooding the enchantments of the ancient vessel with incinerating power. Sunny yelped and grabbed a railing. In the next moment, the chainbreaker shook slightly, and soared into the air. It's working! The graceful vessel was not flying nearly as fast as it had been able to before, and its flight was not nearly as smooth. But they were indeed in the air, moving toward the distant island. When Cassie and the firekeepers had restored the ancient flying ship to a shadow of its former glory, it had already been an incredible feat, but that had taken them almost a year, with dozens of people lending a hand. The fact that the blind girl now managed to achieve so much alone and in the span of a few weeks was truly remarkable. And it gave them the chance to accomplish their goal. Of course, it was still unclear if the chainbreaker would be able to maintain its flight for long enough. Would they reach Windflower Island? Or would they plummet into the darkness and be crushed by the dreadful vortex? Only one way to find out. Sunny turned his head and looked at Nephice, who was holding the steering oars, her eyes shining with a brilliant white radiance. He could sense a flood of essence pouring out of her soul like a shining torrent. That essence was absorbed by the runic circle and flowed through the enchanted lines stretching throughout the ship, feeding its enchantments with power. There was no hint of doubt on Neff's face, and so, he decided to throw away his doubts as well. A few moments later, the shroud of mist obscured everything once again. Only the glow of the guiding light was there to show them the way. The chainbreaker sailed through the blinding fog, with only the rustle of countless leaves proving that the sacred tree still existed somewhere out there, near them, hidden from sight. Come on, come on. They didn't have to struggle against the current anymore, but the hurricane winds were still raging. They slammed into the hull of the ship with vicious force, trying to push it back. Because of it, the speed of the chainbreaker fell even more. Damn it! Sunny had been counting the seconds. It had already been a full minute since the moment Nephi stepped into the circle, more than they had been able to fly in the tentative test the day before. The radiance of her eyes was dimming. And yet... Suddenly, Nephi moved and smoothly raised one of the oars. At the same time, the chainbreaker began to descend. Gradually, the fury of the winds was extinguished. The mist was still obscuring the world. But then, the ancient vessel finally fell onto soft, white sand. There was a violent crash, but the hull of the chainbreaker withstood the impact. The runic circle fell dormant once again, and the enchantments lost all power. There was nothing but mist around them, and silence. They had reached Windflower, Chapter 1399 Misty Shore. Chapter 1399 Misty Shore. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. It had shattered the side of a black cliff and was now leaning on it, which prevented the ship from turning over. They had gotten lucky despite the blind landing. The fog was still there, obscuring the world, but it had become less thick. Sunny could make out the figure of Saint standing still on the bow of the beached vessel, as well as more cliffs rising high above them. It seemed that Nephice had guided the chainbreaker to a small strip of sand at the very edge of the island. Changing Star herself was leaning heavily on the steering oars. Her face was paler than usual, and the white flames were gone from her eyes. She had completely exhausted her essence to carry the ship across the dark abyss. Sunny grimaced. It was very unfortunate to have one of them utterly drained of essence right now. No one knew what dangers were waiting for them on the misty shore. These first minutes could very well prove to be of vital importance. Not that there had been a choice. I'm fine. Noticing his gaze, Nephice forced out a faint smile and put a hand on the hilt of her sword. I can still put up a fight. Sunny nodded, having no doubt in her ability to do just that, despite this weakened state. She was a seasoned slayer. Nevertheless, they had to be careful not to allow themselves to be wounded. It would be quite a while before Nephice could heal them again. Cassie used the guiding light to pick herself off the deck and shivered slightly as the mist caressed her skin. Her expression was troubled. Noticing it, Sunny tensed as well. What is it? The blind girl had an intuition that was far superior to even his. It had saved their lives numerous times, so seeing her this nervous was not a good sight. She lingered for a while, then shook her head with a frown. I'm not sure. I just have a very ominous feeling. This place, Windflower, every part of me is screaming that we are in danger. Come to think of it, he felt it too. An invisible, dark pressure emanating from all around them. All his instincts were telling him one thing, that there were dreadful predators somewhere close. Much more dreadful than even he himself was. Sunny scowled. Aren't we always in danger? Despite saying those words nonchalantly, he summoned the sin of Solace and called upon his shadows. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare got closer, surrounding the three masters in a defensive formation. Nephice had walked to the edge of the deck and was now peering into the fog, her expression impassive. After a few moments of silence, she turned to Cassie and said, Do it! They had discussed what to do a long time ago. The first thing, unless they were attacked immediately after landing, was to make use of the guiding light. None of them really understood how the divine relic worked, but they had established that it could point them in the direction of not only Windflower, but also Effie. Or, at least, its tip lit up when the person holding the staff thought about her. However, it did not react the same way to Jet. That fact had been a source of many dark thoughts for Sunny. As Crow landed on his shoulder, Cassie gripped the wooden staff tighter. Then, she lingered for a moment. Huh, that's strange. Sunny glanced at the guiding light, which was still pointing to somewhere deep in the mist, and raised an eyebrow. What? It seems to be working just fine. The blind girl shook her head. No, nothing. It's just that I have not asked it to find Effie yet. The light should still be pointing to Windflower. I thought it would disappear once we reached it. She concentrated for a moment, and then the radiance of the enchanted crystal changed subtly. It was still pointing deeper inland, but at a different angle. Sunny secretly let out a sigh of relief. He did not know if the guiding light truly pointed to Effie, her lifeless body, or something else entirely. And yet, seeing it shine was a relief. That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive. Or else I'll be very cross with her. He scowled, then took a step forward. Let's go, then. Jumping over the railing, he plummeted down and landed on the sand. A moment later, Nephice was by his side. Saint and Fiend landed with a bit more noise than the two of them, and lastly, Nightmare leaped from the deck of the ship, carrying Cassie on his back. The six of them remained motionless for a few moments, listening to the silence of Windflower. There were no sounds around them, no movement. Only the soft white sand and the black cliffs faintly visible in the fog. A piece of rock fell from the shattered crag and rolled down, the noise both dampened and made louder by the mist. It echoes, making them tense. Sunny took a deep breath. His vision was obstructed by the fog, and strangely enough, so was his shadow sense. It was not entirely gone, but the range was limited to about as far as he could see. Beyond that, the shadows felt vague and unreliable. He didn't like being that vulnerable at all. At least the fog itself did not feel dangerous. It was a nuisance, sure, but far from being as senselessly terrifying as the mists of the Hollow Mountains. Curse it all. Frowning, Sunny took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. He flinched to tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin, the sin of Solace was looking at him mockingly. What, did I scare you? Ah, how tiresome. It was the damned apparition. Sunny gritted his teeth and walked past the sword wraith, heading straight for the cliffs. At the same time, he sent 3 of his 5 shadows in different directions, ordering them to cautiously scout ahead. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Effie and Jet had already been on this island for more than a year. They would have to wait for a few hours, or even days, more. If Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie were too hasty and proceeded recklessly, they could very well die before finding the lost members of the cohort. He was not going to underestimate the perils of Windflower. But he was going to find his friends, no matter what. There can't be any mistakes. Chapter 1400 Footprints in the Sand. Chapter 1400 Footprints in the Sand. As Sunny's shadows climbed the cliffs, he and his companions cautiously advanced up the beach. Even the crow, who had been anxious and impatient to find its master all this time, seemed wary and subdued. The black bird was sitting on Sunny's shoulder, its feathers raised, and kept silent. The mist swirled silently around them. Saint and Fiend were in the rear, both ready to defend against an unexpected attack at any moment. Sunny and Nephice were in the middle. Cassie rode Nightmare at the front of the group, her back straight. The radiance of the guiding light that she held up illuminated the way. At some point, the shadow steed suddenly stopped. Sunny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter and said in a low voice, "What is it?" Cassie remained motionless for a moment, then pointed the sacred staff down at the ground. When Sunny and Nephice approached, they immediately understood why. Out there in the white sand, hidden in the mist, was a line of lonesome footprints. Sonny kneeled to study them, a frown appearing on his face. Those were left by a human. Neff's voice echoed in the fog. He nodded slightly. Indeed, the shallow prints left in the sand belonged to a human. From the look of it, someone had walked across the beach, barefoot. It was hard to tell the gender of the person just from these traces, but they could not have been of a very large stature. Both the size and the depths of the footprints proved otherwise. The traces also looked fresh. They could not have been left more than a few hours ago. Sonny felt a cold chill creeping up his spine. Who was taking barefoot walks in this harrowing place? There was another strange detail about the footprints. Contrary to what Sonny would have expected, the line of them came from the direction of the cliffs and disappeared in the mist, heading toward the edge of the island. And yet, they had not met or heard anyone on their way here. He hesitated for a few moments, then looked at Nephi and said, "Wait here." Leaving one shadow behind to step out of it should the need arise, Sonny stood up and followed the footprints into the fog. Soon, his companions disappeared from view, and he was left alone in the swirling mist. Ah! I don't like it. If not for the fact that he could still see them through the shadow, Sonny would have been tempted to turn back. A few minutes later, he reached the end of the beach. The edge of the island opened into an abyssal chasm, the view of the colossal whirlpool and the darkness hiding below obscured by the fog. Sonny felt something he had not felt for a long time, a sense of vertigo. Come now, really. I can turn into a bird. Is it really necessary to be afraid of heights? He sighed and shook his head. The footprints led to the very end of the island. There, the lonesome line of them disappeared, as if the person who had left it behind leaped off the edge into the misty abyss. Sonny was suddenly overcome by a strange melancholy. Why don't you try jumping, too? He slowly looked at the sin of Solace, who was standing at the very edge, looking into the fog with a distant expression. No thanks. The sword wraith smiled. Why not? You said it yourself, you can turn into a bird. Hey, maybe this person knew how to fly, too. Sonny sighed and nodded. Right. I should watch the sky, well, watch the fog above. Aerial attacks are some of the most nasty. As he was walking back to Nephi and Cassie, Sonny was thinking about the footprints in the sand. Who had left them behind? Had that person really jumped off the edge? If so, why? Were they swallowed by the dark abyss? It seemed like such a shame. If the chainbreaker arrived at Windflower a few hours earlier, they could have met this person. How bitter would it be to arrive at an island from where no one could return on the same day that its inhabitant had decided to take their own life? Maybe they had not, though. Maybe they really had soared into the sky and escaped this forlorn place. He could not be sure. One thing he was sure about, though, was that the footprints did not belong to Effie or Jet. Effie was too tall to have left them behind, while Jet would have never chosen to end her life, after everything she had done to preserve it. She had literally climbed out of a grave and endured being dead, all to continue living. Would a person like that ever give up? Sonny had no doubt that she would not. By the time he reunited with Nephi and Cassie, his shadows had already scaled the cliffs. In front of them was a dark forest of tall pine trees, mist swirling between the ancient trunks. One shadow cautiously glided to the left, another to the right, while the last one continued to advance forward, in the direction of the distant tower. The island was large, much larger than the islands of the Chained Isles were, so exploring it was going to take a lot of time. Especially because Sonny wanted to be careful and not expose his shadows to any danger. It's going to take days, weeks, maybe. Damn it. There was no sign of Effie and Jet. The footprints lead to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction. Cassie raised the guiding light again, and they moved along the line of footprints toward the cliffs. They advanced slowly and cautiously, never letting their guard down. Although nothing had attacked them yet, the quiet feeling of danger was growing more dire and terrifying with each step. Eventually, they arrived in front of a vertical wall of black rock. The footprints disappeared once again, this time in front of narrow stairs cut into the cliffside. The steps led all the way to the forest, by the looks of it. Sunny and Nephi glanced at each other. The stone stairs were too narrow to maintain their formation. If something attacked them while they were ascending the steps, they would have to fight in a very awkward position. Fiend, take the lead. The steel ogre was the most resilient out of them, so he was going to serve as the shield of the cohort. The shadow did not seem too concerned with his task, either. With dark flames burning in his eyes, he moved to the front of the formation and stepped onto the first step. As they climbed the stairs, Sunny walked behind Nephi's. At some point, he noticed that she was paying a lot of attention to the stone steps disappearing beneath their feet. "What are you thinking about?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said evenly, "These are man-made." Sunny nodded. After a short pause, Neph added, "Which means that they must have been cut from stone by the seeker who lived on this island." It was a logical conclusion. Sunny glanced at the stone steps, thinking about how ancient they were. Then, he scowled. "You noticed it, too?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then answered Neph's question with another nod. These stairs were strange. They were supposed to be ancient, and yet, there was no sign of corrosion on them. The steps were not weathered and ground down by the endless assault of the elements. Instead, they were perfectly preserved and sharp, as if someone had cut them just yesterday. Is this rock indestructible, or are there strange things happening to time on this island? Sunny wanted to examine this question further, but at that moment, he froze. Out there, far ahead, the shadow he had sent toward the tower heard a sound. Although it was muffled by the mist, Sunny would never fail to recognize it. It was the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a scream of pain. At the same moment, the crow that had been sitting silently on his shoulder suddenly jumped into the air and shot forward, instantly disappearing into the fog. Sunny's eyes widened. Jet. Chapter 1401 One of those situations. Chapter 1401 One of those situations. Sunny had recognized the voice. There was no doubt that the person screaming in pain in the depths of the forest was Jet. She was so close. And in danger. He hesitated for a moment. Bad. His intuition was telling him that something absolutely deadly waited for him in the mist. Blindly rushing forward could very well invite disaster. And more than that, the scream itself was suspicious. Was Soul Reaper Jet someone to scream from pain? No, she wasn't. Sunny had seen her maintain composure while impaled on a jagged piece of alloy. Something could have been mimicking her voice to lure them into a trap. He had met creatures that lived in the mist and mimicked human voices before, after all. The memory alone was enough to make him shudder. And yet, what if it really was her? If there was something on the island that had made Jet shriek in agony, then the danger she faced was truly dire. There was no time to hesitate at all. Sunny? He flinched, then looked at Nephi somberly. Despite Sunny's shaken state, he knew that he had already made the decision. His voice was steady when he spoke. Someone is fighting in the forest, about 4 kilometers from the top of the stairs. It should be Jet. I'm going. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded calmly and unsheathed her sword. We'll be right behind you, then. As Cassie commanded the guiding light to point its radiance to where Sunny was instead of Effie, he dove into the shadows. I'm doing something very dangerous. Throughout the years, Sunny had often been forced to take unacceptable risks. But that was only because his back had been against the wall, and the circumstances had not allowed him to make a different choice. If possible, he preferred to win every battle before it even started, or at least get as close to ensuring the favorable result as possible. Observing his enemy, making careful preparations, dictating the ebb and flow of the battle, that was where he felt the most comfortable, and where his aspect truly shined. Right now, Sunny had no idea what enemy he was going to face, was rushing into battle without having made any preparations, and did not hold any initiative at all. Much worse, he was doing all these things here, in the depths of the third nightmare, surrounded by the mists of Windflower. It was hard to imagine a place more perilous than that. It's just one of those situations where I only have bad choices. It's going to be alright, though. I've survived all the previous gambles, so I'll pull through this time, as well. Stepping out of the shadow that had heard Jet's voice, Sunny gave it an order to wrap itself around him and dashed into the mist with as much speed as he could muster. At the same time, he called the other two scouting shadows back. It was going to take a bit of time for them to return, but still, he preferred to plan ahead. Tearing through the fog, Sunny swiftly traversed the remaining distance to the place where the scream had come from. Soon, he broke free of the pine trees and entered a wide clearing. The ever-present fog was a bit thinner here, allowing him to see a dozen meters or so in all directions. Sunny dug his heels into the soft moss and slid for a few meters before coming to a halt. The sin of Solace was already raised, ready to strike. But there was no movement around him. Sunny froze for a split second, scanning the misty clearing. He didn't see or sense any enemies, at least not in the small area he could perceive. What he did sense, however, was the familiar smell of blood. There! Out there in front of him, hidden by fog, a figure was slumped on the ground. Dashing forward, Sunny approached the figure and staggered. See, curse it! It was indeed Jet. However, she was. Her black leather armor seemed unbroken, and yet, Soul Reaper's beautiful face was contorted in a grimace of pure agony. A moment later, Sunny noticed a strange incongruity about her. Looking closer, he understood that Jet's right arm was laying a bit too far from her body. It had been viciously severed near the shoulder. The hand was still clutched into a fist, but the glaive gripped in it was broken, already dissipating into a stream of white sparks. The moss was greedily absorbing dark, steaming blood. His chest suddenly felt constricted. Nef has not recovered her essence yet. As he thought that, Jet suddenly opened her eyes. They had always been icy and blue, but now, the blue color had become so intense that it almost seemed as if it was glowing in the dim twilight of the misty island. There was a hint of recognition in her dazed gaze. Her lips moved, but Sunny failed to discern the barely audible whisper. Hold on, Jet. Hold on. Kneeling in front of her, he lowered his head and listened. Jet's voice was weak and hoarse. Sunny, behind you, fog. His eyes widened. A split second later, he was already moving. Jumping to his feet, Sunny spun and brandished the sin of Solace. He only had enough time to notice a vague shape in the swirling mist, elusive and ethereal, as if made out of the fog itself. The world around him was suddenly terribly cold, the breath escaping from his mouth as steam. Got you. The jade blade of the cursed Jian sliced through the ethereal figure without meeting any resistance. Sunny was used to the feeling of the flesh of his enemies parting before the white jade like water, so he wasn't too surprised. However, something was wrong. Cursing, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding being grasped by the misty apparition. Cold sweat appeared on his face. Sunny had no reason to believe so, but he felt as if he had just avoided certain death. What the? His thoughts were moving quickly. The sin of Solace had passed through the enemy, but the enemy easily shrugged off the attack. How could it be? Elusive, ethereal, seemingly woven out of fog, an incorporeal enemy. This was not the first time he had faced murderous wraiths and ghost-like abominations. Grimacing, Sunny let go of the hilt of his cursed sword and allowed it to fall to the ground. Luckily, he had a weapon perfectly capable of destroying intangible foes, the He Ghostblade. Enchantment of the cruel sight allowed it to do just that. Now, he just had to survive a few seconds until the somber spear manifested itself. The problem was that he could not see the mist wraith anymore. After attacking once, it dissolved into the swirling fog, becoming utterly invisible. The next strike could come at any moment, from any direction. The gloomy and happy shadows were already approaching from two different directions. Very soon, they would reach the clearing and augment his speed even more. This battle was not going to be as hard then. Now, I just need to. Sunny. Jet's hoarse voice resounded from below, but he didn't allow himself to look down. All his focus was concentrated on the swirling mist, watching for the signs of the next attack. Be careful, she's Finally, the cruel sight appeared in his hand, instantly igniting with the radiance of divine flame. The fog around the silver blade seethed, evaporating. At almost the same time, the happy shadow reached the clearing and burst from the line of trees, flying toward him with incredible speed. The gloomy shadow was not far behind. The mist moved. Ha! Strangely enough, the wraith was not lunging at him. Instead, it was at the edge of the clearing, moving to intercept. No! Suddenly, harrowing pain tore through Sonny's mind and body. Letting out a bestial wail, he fell to one knee, clutching at his chest. Arg! A. It was an agony unlike anything he had ever experienced. As Sonny watched with disbelieving eyes, his vision blurry, the happy shadow was out there, in front of him, impaled on a ghostly blade. Once lively and joyful, it was now empty and hollow. Dead. The spell whispered solemnly into his ear. Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed. Gee gloomy. Sonny was paralyzed by pain, but he tried to move nevertheless. However, it was too late. The mist wraith was suddenly on the opposite side of the clearing, and he was brought to the ground by another wave of unimaginable, killing torment. Your shadow has your core destroyed. His soul was severely damaged. 2 of his shadow cores had shattered, and his soul was falling apart. No. Letting out a tortured howl, Sonny struggled to stand up. But all he managed was to rise to one knee. It was then that he felt a cold presence looming above him. Looking up, he saw it. 2 icy blue eyes, looking down at him with inhuman coldness. Laying on the ground, Jet whispered in a voice that was like a dying flame. Me. Then, a ghostly blade pierced Sonny's chest. It passed through the dark fabric of Ananke's mantle and the black silk of the Shroud of Dusk as if they were no obstacles at all. Neither marble shell nor bone weave offered it any resistance, either. The blade did not cut Sonny's skin, nor did it sever his flesh. Instead, it struck directly at his lightless soul. Already damaged, it crumbled from that single strike. That was how Sonny had been slain by undying slaughter of the 6 plagues. For the first time. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to click the notification bell, like, and subscribe buttons. For me, please click the new channel's follow button. To ensure you don't miss the footage, there is a link to subscribe to the new channel under the title. If you think this narrative is entertaining, please leave a comment saying so under the video and assist the Light Novel Podcast channel reach 1,000 likes when it posts the next segment. A little amount. This channel has a relatively small number of likes and subscribers. Until the next clip, bye.